Evening, everyone. Evening. Hope everyone's well. Let me know if you can hear me properly. I've been fiddling about with the settings today, and hopefully it's a bit better than it was yesterday. But evening to all of you. Thanks for joining. I know there's a few content creators that are on tonight, so we'll see how we go throughout the evening. Um, it's is it how do they say it? Bomba. Yeah, it's bomba time apparently. So they say. Um, Listen, RDZ's come out and he mentioned the shark. Well, we all know who the shark is, don't we? Huh? Maybe it is the shark. Maybe it could be Romero going one way, Alvarez coming the other way. Who knows? Who knows in this day and age? Who knows? As we know, it's all been quiet on the old Western Front for a little while, and it could be about to be what's the word, liven up a little bit, shall we say? Yes, definitely. So big up to everyone that's in here. Let's say a few hellos to people. Yeah, smash the like. That was me, by the way. Smash the like and subscribe. Absolutely. Logan, big up to Logan. Good evening, Cookie, and the chat. Big up everyone. Hope all is well. I'm seeing a lot of people saying this bomber is Nico Williams. I'll be honest, I think it could be Ferran Torres. Could be. It could be all the names that everyone said for the past 2 or 3 weeks will all be said. We can go through them all. It is what it is at the end of the day. And like we said, we don't get the choice, and we'd love it to be the player that I don't know that we wanted, even though we all probably want different players. If you know what I mean. You've got Rafael, you've got Marcus Rashford, apparently they're talking to. Hang on a sec, Scott. I'm trying to. Is that any better, Scott? Is that any better? If not, I'll turn it up again. I've been fiddling with this stuff all day, to be honest, Scotty, and I don't know what's going on. I think I'll just get everyone to mute when someone else is talking. That's the best way around it if it's doing it at the moment. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Logan says, I've just realised I didn't say hello to Sheriff. My bad. Good evening, Sheriff. Big up, mate. Hope you're well. He's at work. He's at work, Logan. But he will try to join if he gets a bit of signal. The absolute Winkle's in. He says, Winkle says, it's Harry. It's Harry, Winkle says. So let's hope you're right, Winkle. Let's hope you're right, mate. I'll put that back over there. Steve's in. Evening to Steve. Hope you're well, mate. Big up to you. He says Kane all day long as well. God, could you imagine? Could you imagine if it was Kane? People would go off their rockers. Still wouldn't have no wingers though, would we? You know, so it is what it is. We'll see. I'm sure it'll all come out in the wash. Kev says hello to everyone. Big up, Kev. Thanks for being in. And to you, Pete. Hope you're well, mate. Big up to you. Let's just see if anyone else in. Hey, Mia's in. Big up, Mia. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just do this link thing because I know a couple of people have got it already. But I'll put it in the chat in case anyone wants to jump on. Like Mia. There you go. Who knows? I love you too, Mia. What are we doing here? Phil's in. Big up to Phil. Hope you're well, mate. Big up to you, mate. No, you're not blocked, Mia. You're here. You're definitely here. Definitely not blocked as far as I know anyway. But there you go. Everyone's coming into the back room now. So what I'll do is I'll just whip through. Yeah, Baby Shark. World Under's in. We'll say hello to World Under before we get cracking on this. We all know what content Sheriff is creating tonight, he says. Him and Viv on OnlyFans. Oh, my word. I'm still very quiet. Right, hold on a sec. Let me just try and fix this a little bit. Just bear with me a little bit, people. Still low, right? Because I'm trying to stop this echo stuff. So, where do I need to go? Is it? Bear with me a minute, guys and girls. to that one. I'll put that up a little bit. Is that a bit louder? Maybe. We'll try that, see how that works. Right, let's let everyone in. Good evening to Scotty. Good evening to Rowley. Good evening to Steve. Good evening to Dan. And that's it at the moment. There you go. Better, right, better sound. Now, guys, I don't know if it's going to echo. Dan, I'm going to speak to you later when you've got 20 minutes about this echoing business. It might be all right. I've never had a problem with this thing that I'm using, and all of a sudden everything's echoing for the last 3 or 4 streams.
It's not echo.
Yeah, not at the moment, but you might find when different people come in, there'll be a bad echo. Like Ian was in the other night, and it was echoing so bad. So it might just be better if someone's talking, just everyone mute, and then it don't do it then. So I don't know at the moment. You might be able to give me some ideas, Dan, what to do maybe. I don't know. We've tried everything on here.
There you go. That's echoing bad.
Yeah. So I don't know why, mate. And that's why I was so low, because I'd put my my speaker down, so you'll hear me going lower now and lower. That's not my volume, but the more I put it up, the more it echoes. So I don't know, and I don't know why it started doing it, but it is what it is. I'll have to.
If you go onto your sound,
onto
your audio, you should have a choice of echo cancellation.
Yeah, that's all on. It's all on. All that stuff's on. Yeah. So I don't know, but there you go. Anyway, good evening to everyone. Anyway, let's get back onto the subject. I'm just going to hit the button. I'm going to hit my mute button when someone else is talking. BOMBA today. Apparently, RDZ's come out and said, "Yep, there's a forward player, if you like, coming in, whether it be a winger, a striker, a whatever." Now, I would like to say that in his words that he used the words, whether it means anything or not, the Shark. Well, there is only one player that is the Shark in the Spanish league. That is his nickname, and that is Ferran Torres. So I don't know what you guys think about that, whether it's just a load of old bollocks, if you like, whatever phrase that you want to use. Any ideas, guys, who this could be?
I have good authority. It's Dybala, mate. No, I'm joking. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. Do you think Kane, maybe?
It's Damio, isn't it? It's out of retirement.
Yeah.
Does anyone think it could be Harry Kane? Just asking.
No.
It's not out the realms of possibility, though, right? Is it? Because we've got first refusal on him, right?
Apparently so. Apparently so. Yeah. 86 million or something. Apparently 86 million, but look at his wages now. So,
Kane makes no sense to me for him to come back this summer when we have no Champions League next year. We probably aren't going to be competing for any, like the FA Cup or Carabao Cup. Seriously, we aren't close to competing for the Premier League. Everything about him, I don't think Kane makes much sense anytime in his career, but if it makes sense for him, it would be, let's see what happens this first year, get all the kinks out of De Zerbi being here for a year, go again with Olise and Diaz at Bayern for the Champions League, and maybe come next summer if we have Champions League. But for him to come back and, I'll say it, waste one of his prime seasons that he has left, not even playing Champions League, that would be such a dumb decision from him.
Yeah, but Scott, do you not think that he's 33 now? He's just turned 33, right? Or 34? Is it 30, 33? His birthday. Yeah, his birthday was yesterday, right? So, like, he's won titles at Bayern now. Yeah, all right. He hasn't won the Champions League, but Champions League is the hardest thing to win, right? Surely. Yeah. So, is he going to wait at Bayern to see if they win the Champions League? Because I don't think they will. And then obviously he's still got the Premier League record to go after. He's what, 216, is it? Goals?
I can't remember what we did, but I think for Kane, he could go 2 years. So if he doesn't think he can win at Bayern, then he should move on to a club where he could win. So go to Barcelona, go to another club. Like Kane doesn't have only a few options. I think he could stay at Bayern for the next 2 seasons, come back to Spurs 2 years from now, and still get the record. I just think if you're Harry Kane, even you're 33, 34, and you're saying I'm giving up on winning the Champions League, that's pretty sad. I think he still has a chance to do it. I know this. He can't win it at Spurs next year, so that's giving up 1 season. I would say he can't win it at Spurs anytime in his lifetime. So if he wants to give up and not care about playing at a competitive level, then sure, come back to Spurs. But I would think that Kane still has that competitive drive in him, and he could get that Premier League record easily coming back in 2 or 3 years from now, if that's what he wants.
When you want to win a trophy with Tottenham, though, that's all I'm saying. If he came back, just say he came back this summer, right, and we won the FA, just saying we won the FA Cup, would that mean more to him than the Champions League or not?
I would hope it wouldn't. That would be if he thinks the chance of winning an FA Cup is more important than Champions League, then I would. As somebody who I said, I'm a massive Kane fan. I watch him at Bayern. I have his Bayern jersey. I'm a massive fan of him. I would be disappointed in him if he thought winning an FA Cup this season is more important than the Champions League. I think he has a better chance of winning the Champions League with Bayern than he does the FA Cup next season with Spurs.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I just thought I'd put it out there. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, obviously we don't know what Kane is.
Again, he could. This is me saying what I hope for Kane. Kane could totally not care, right? He might not care all the things that I care about for him.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, yeah, it's just putting it out there, guys. What does everybody else think?
I think that chapter is well and truly closed now. He's not coming back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That ship sailed a long time ago, and he's 47 goals behind Shearer. It's achievable, but I think he's, as bad as it sounds, I think he's outgrown us. He's gone on to another level when he's leaped. He's gone on to bigger things, isn't he? So that's my take on Kane.
I think if he goes somewhere else and then has a good season there, I think that's your echo gone as well.
Seems like it.
What about now my mic's on?
Yeah, you're good. You're all good, mate.
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I cancelled the echo thing on my one. If everyone else does that, actually cancel the echo instead of having it on. That might actually
put the stereo thing on, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah, the link, the thing.
Yeah, I've got an option to do that actually on my.
It's echoing still.
Ah.
Only.
Okay.
It's not for me.
No, not here. I think a lot of it also comes down to I think you need to get yourself some AirPods, mate. They'll help you out. But with the Kane thing, I reckon if he goes somewhere and has a good season somewhere and he stays fit, I could see him coming back to us at like 35 if he stays fit to get a couple of goals, if we'd want him, if he's still good enough then. And with a player that's slow, like Teddy Sheringham, who had to play with his head, not his speed as such, they last a lot longer than, say, someone like Son.
Yeah.
Because Son relied on pace.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas Harry Kane, it's all up here. That's where he finds his extra yard from. There's also been a few shouts tonight, lads, from about Marmouche. I don't know what people think about that. Listen, the Savio thing's been going on for ages.
They pulled their pants down, haven't they, really, on that one?
But Mawson was at City, bear in mind. I don't know, does anyone think Marmouche might be an option?
Again, I don't know how realistic it would be if we are still going in for Savio, but I think Marmouche is a perfectly good option. For me, he provides a floor. You know, his ceiling might not be as exciting as some, but I think if he comes in, I would expect that he's going to get you double-digit goals could get you up 15 goals is what, and I think that's what we realistically should be looking for in a striker. I think he's a very safe option too. Like I know people said, like when you look at his raw numbers at City, it's like a little concerning because he only had 3 goals and 3 assists last year, but that was in something like 600 minutes. When he came in after getting 15 goals in 15 games for half a season at Eintracht Frankfurt, for half a season with City, he had 7 goals, 3 assists in half a season. So projects out to roughly 14 and 16, 14 goals, 6 assists, right? So I think Marmouche, while he might not be a super sexy name, he might not be over the top exciting. I think he would provide us a level of goal scoring minimum that we need at this club, and that because we're not going to get that perfect, amazing striker. I think he'd be a very solid signing.
Yeah. Anyone else want to comment on Marmouche?
I'll take him. He's better than
I think we
Richie
all
and
would,
Slanky. I think he's better than Richie and Slanky, isn't he?
Yeah,
Like I said in your chat the other day, Cookie, I'd bring Roman Pavlyuchenko out of retirement, so instead of Richie and Solanke.
Yeah.
But a lot of people on X now are saying it's a hijack.
That was what I was
Alvarez.
just going to bring up, Dave. Yeah, go on, mate. Go on.
It's Alvarez, I reckon.
The only 3 players I can think of it being a hijack is, like Rolly just said, Alvarez, Rafael,
Gameras.
Bruno Ramirez, yeah. But oh god,
Welbeck.
there was one more. There was one more. Who'd you say?
Welbeck.
Well, that'd be funny, but the egg would be on our faces, wouldn't it? But there was one more. Who else is being linked? I've got a feeling it's Ferran Torres because they've just brought in Anthony Gordon and Karim Adeyemi from Dortmund, so they need to get rid of. Someone needs to go.
Okay. Do you
as
Ferran Torres as a bomber though, Dave?
No.
To you, is that a bomber?
Oh, the other one was Yan Diamande. That was it. Yan Diamande is the hijack.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Well, compared to the crap we have got up front, isn't anyone a bomber?
Well,
yeah.
If that's what they
I
want to
think
call
that.
it.
Liam Delap's
is a bomber.
Liam Delap is a bomber.
I don't want that, man. I don't want that. No way.
I know I don't want him either, but he's still a bomber compared to Richie and fucking Solanke.
No, he's not. If you're going to go and get Delap, then we stick with Richie and Solanke. Simple as that. He is that.
I know that.
Delap, if you go and get Delap, it's not a question of who's better, it's a question of who's shitter.
Survival of the shittest.
Could you imagine Delap comes in, right? Delap comes in and scores like 3 goals all season. Spurs fans will turn on him like really, really quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Still more than Matisse Tell.
I don't know. I think
To be a hijacking, though, I mean, for that lot down the road, that'd be Gameras, wouldn't it, and Alvarez, the 2 players that they want. Because they seem to throw all their eggs in the basket for this Vinny Junior, don't they?
Yeah, they have. But
maybe it's Vinny
Junior
Junior.
ain't going nowhere.
No,
So,
it won't be.
Apparently, like Dan says, money talks at the end of the
But
day.
Newcastle have, they ain't going to have a manager now, are they? Do you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, they just hired their guy from Saudi.
Yeah, but that's why Al's going, isn't it? That's why Eddie Al's going.
Eddie
He's had enough. He's not sticking around no more.
No. Any other names out there that, with what RDZ said today, that may give you thoughts for anyone else? Or are there any particular strikers or wingers that maybe you would like to see at the club? Bearing in mind, but what I will bear in mind is that evening to rain. What I will say is that it seems like they're going for Premier League players at the moment, or players that have played in the Premier League. Ferran Torres has done that at City, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's been there. Yeah, he knows the Premiership.
So he knows the Premier
Is that
League.
because Is that because they want Premier League, or they're just being bloody lazy and can't do no scouting?
Well, this is it, Dan.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it?
This is it, mate. This is it. We know there's plenty of players out there. A lot of them you could be taking a chance on, let's say. But there's still players out there that are available to go and get. Like I've said on this show 3 or 4 times, right? I could like someone and Scott thinks he's shit. Dan might think he's average, he's all right. Yeah, could be the other way around. Dan might think, I love this geezer. Scott's sitting there thinking, well, I'll take him if I have to. And I'm sitting there thinking, what a load of shit he is.
Yeah.
You know? So it's not us buying them. And this is why I wanted to see if we could come up with maybe a few different names that may be available.
Who would you rather have, Morgan Gibbs-White or Bruno Guimaraes?
Oh,
Guimaraes.
Ramirez.
Morgan Gibbs-White.
Morgan Gibbs-White for me.
See,
For our team now, Morgan's give White, but if you're talking about in general, Bruno, I think, is a better player than him. But we already have Fernandez and Tonali. We don't need Bruno.
No,
No.
Morgan Gibbs-White, I'd have him as a number 10 over Maddison.
Yeah.
I think he's more of a complete player than Maddison. I think you get significantly more out of him. Maddison, too injury prone at times, but he's a moment player. He's a player that will disappear for 70 minutes in a game and then he'll have a special moment. He's another player that he's not a consistent player. He's very patchy. He'll have 10 good games and score goals and set it up, and then you won't see much of him for 5 or 6 games, similar to how Son was. Yeah. But the difference was with Son, you still knew he was in the game. Maddison, he disappears at times. And then the other thing is, I'm not too keen in being captain either, because I didn't think he was good vice captain with Son. And he's not one who exactly hypes the team up either. He gets bitchy on the pitch when he ain't going his way as well.
Yeah.
I think Morgan Gibbs-White is a more complete player than Maddison, but Maddison is better at that special moment.
I just want to know what you guys think as well. If we're to believe what RDZ said, and apparently he said he had his targets in mid-March when he signed the contract, right? Do we believe that? Because apparently Tonali was one of his targets and he got it. So do we think Van Hecke was one of his targets?
Whether he was one of his targets or not, I don't know. But he's worked with him before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's played with him in Brighton, hasn't he?
As soon as that name comes up, whether we're bidding for him before or not, he'll want him, won't he? Because he's worked with him before.
Yeah.
So if this is the case, then he should know who his targets were, and they should be going to get him, right? So it just depends who was on that list. Because let's face it, he would have seen how Spurs have been playing the last few years and said, Solanke and Richarlison can't do it. But I have to deal with it because we're in a dire situation at the moment. But as soon as that summer's window comes along, one of them or both will go. I think Richie will go. I think Richie will go. Solanke will stay.
Okay, fair play.
Go
on, Rowley. Go on, mate.
I just can't see it being Marmoush because the way City have been acting with us over Savinio, do you know what I mean? I just can't see it. They brought another winger in as well, and they're saying, and everyone's saying, "Oh, we can't sell him until we've got a replacement." They got so many replacements in City on that left wing, and then anything. They've got probably 4 really good players.
Yeah, fair play. And we've got Barcola from Ronnie, Barcola from Phil Coyes, Barcola from Sammy, 3 in a row. I can't.
Would anybody take a Foden? Would you take a Foden if he became available?
Who?
I'll take Foden all day long. Foden?
Fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking absolutely, I'll take Foden.
In a fucking heartbeat.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't take Foden on here?
Some of our fans wouldn't.
You've got to be kidding me. Come on.
No,
come on, this is
I'll take Rashford.
Kid's won everything. He's won everything. Why wouldn't you want him in your team?
And he's only like 20, isn't he?
He's about 24, 25, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, he's total class, Foden.
Proper player, mate. Proper player. Got the right
I feel sorry for Foden, though. Because he came to the academy, right? Did he come to the academy? See? And he was blistering for like a few good seasons, and he just got cast aside in the end by Guardiola. So I feel sorry for him. So under the right manager, I think if he came to us, I think he'd do all right for us. I think he'd be really good. So.
I mean, other one I think we should have a serious look at is Rashford. I'd take Rashford over Savinho personally.
Well, there's goals there, isn't there, Dan?
Because,
You know what I mean?
exactly. He's proved he can score goals. Savinho looks good on the ball. I can't say his crossing has showed me anything or his passing in general, and he is not a proven goal scorer. Rashford, okay, patchy as, and a top see you next Tuesday, but he scores goals. He's proved he can. So I'd probably take the 30 million risk on him with the wages as such, instead of going for Savinho, because I think you're more likely to get goals out of Rashford. Savinho has done nothing to prove to me that he can score goals consistently in the Premier League, whereas Rashford has, even though I can't stand the fella.
We need goals at the end of the day, right? And I'll be the first one on here to say, am I still low, by the way? Or can you hear me all right now?
I think you're
right. You're all right, mate.
Right, okay, that's fine. I was one of these that said, do you know what? Because the shit we've got up front, mate, Savinho to me was like a double upgrade, right? Now, I get the bit about he hasn't produced over the last 2 seasons and all that. But if you've got someone like a Savinho, to me, Savinho is a sexy footballer, right? He does all when he's doing his dribbling, he's one of these like Kudos. He'll go beat a man, come back and go and do it again, right? I get the bit about Rashford as well, because we need fucking goals. We have got no goals in this team whatsoever. You know what I mean? So, you know Rashford's going to get you 15 to 20 and assists as well.
It's the same with Gakpo, though, isn't it?
You know, and if he was available, listen, I'm probably like a load of you lot. I think he's a lazy fucker, mate, when he ain't got the ball. Mm-hmm. Right? And he is a lazy fucker. There's no doubt about it. Hands on hips and all that shit. RDZ will have to sort that out if it is him. Right? But going forward, at least we've now, if he did come in, got a bit of pace on the wing. You got someone, if the ball does come out over the top, that's got a bit of acceleration about him and go and get on the end of it. I mean, I don't know, guys. Could Rashford be a possibility for you? Bear in mind, I think at the moment United want between 30 and 40 million for him, and he's on 3.5, 400 grand a week, or he was at Barcelona. So I don't know, guys. What do you think?
I think you'll get that price down for him, because 30 million for him. He also comes under the homegrown side as well. Wages, I think he's going to have to take a punch in the face, because otherwise he just ain't going to get no football, because no one else is going to pay it.
Yeah.
Man, you want him gone quick as possible, basically. So we can probably get a 30 mil deal out of there, offer him 250, give him a sign-on fee, and take it from there, basically. And again, with Savinho, yes, twinkle toes maybe, but where has he actually shown me that he's got anything on the final third? If he can't deliver on the final third, what's the point?
Yeah,
but I would still take him over the crap we've got.
Yes, so. Yeah. Me too.
Definitely.
Right. Do we think Robertson's going to start as left back, right? Because when Robertson come on yesterday, he put 3 delicious crosses in, didn't he? Like pinpoint crosses. He didn't think about it. Literally got the ball, whipped it in first time. Yeah, no one was on the end of it. Yeah. So do you think Robertson's going to be the starting left back with the left winger, whoever that will be?
That all depends, mate, because there's levels, isn't there? I mean, I know you can only play and beat the people that you put against you, but like when he comes up to Premiership players, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Right.
He has been there and done it though, Rowley, hasn't he?
Yeah, but like I say, I watched him the last 5 games of Liverpool because my grandson's a Liverpool supporter. Sat there watching him, and he got rinsed, man. He did in the World Cup as well, to be fair.
Yep.
Whether he's the starter or not, Udogi's going to be out after 5 games anyway.
And apparently, a little left back, is on his way to Porto. So I've been hearing today.
Who?
That was worth the money, wasn't it?
No, the little Brazilian.
Sousa.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was worth the money. 6 months and 2 appearances.
Yeah,
we'll take 12 million for him, and Porto are offering 20. So
20.
We've made money on him. So
yeah.
I tell you what, man, this Rappy Morton is a genius, mate. Because the money he's getting for some of these players, it's just like what? You know what I mean?
Here's another name for you lads.
Go on.
Just a dark horse. Hendrick.
Oh yes, I'll definitely take
Well, that
him.
would be a bomber, wouldn't it? Oh, sorry, a bomber.
A bomber.
That would
That's
be a bomber.
that's an atom bomb. That one.
He ain't been in the
bomber.
conversation, really, is he, Hendrick?
No,
Really,
and I mean this is what I mean. There's teams trying to push for his name. He's obviously been told by Madrid he's surplus to requirements, and I think that could be a little dark horse out there.
Yeah.
I think
Hendrick as our
think-
number one striker.
Well, this is the question, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
That's a massive risk too,
He's
right?
just an
Like,
attacker, though, isn't he?
So the thing is, though, most players you go for, like at the young age, Krupi is a massive risk. We were heavily linked with him. He's a big risk. He's had one prolific season.
I don't even think Hendrick's had one season. That's the concern, right? It's all potential.
Well, I
Hendrick is
think
100% potential.
He did go to Leon in the second half of the season. He did smash it out there, didn't he? But
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought he had 5 goals. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Wayne's give us a bit of information. Cheers, Wayne. Foden.
Oh yeah, he has actually. Yeah, he did. He done that last week, end of last week. I completely forgot about Foden doing that.
I think this bomber's going to be someone we've not thought of. I really do.
Yeah, I've got one for you. Keenan Yildiz.
Oh God, don't,
Keenan
because I'll be
Yildiz.
wet. If we sign Keenan Yildiz, I'll be wetter than Lotto's pocket. Oh,
I keep on bringing up Yildiz, and people keep on saying, "No, he ain't going. He ain't coming." We got an Italian. Yeah, here we go. We got a head shake up here. And fair play. We got an Italian manager. You know, if we throw some cash around, never know.
Yeah.
What about Jedson Fernandez? Do you think that could be the bomber?
You can get anything out of Italy when it comes to money. They're broke.
Yeah.
Absolutely broke. I mean, look, Juventus wanted the goalkeeper I want, Sevilla, and Roma wanted 35, 40 mil for him because he's refusing to sign a new contract. Juventus wanted him but couldn't afford him. Now they're going after Vicario for 15 mil because not even Juventus have got the money. When it comes to Yildiz, the problem we'd have with him is I'm all up for going for him and putting the money on the table. Money talks. But I think if he ends up for sale, that is where I think you see some of the real big boys come in and snatch him up. But
This is where you've got to get in there first.
If you don't try, you don't get. I would personally go for Marcus Thuram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Inter, because they need money as well.
I actually think the bomber is Leao. You see what I think it is? I think that's an achievable target. I think
he's already in Turkey.
Has he actually signed, or is that?
I'll check it. I'm pretty sure he's actually done.
I mean, if it's actually done, then I'll go to my second choice, which is actually on with you, Dan, which is Rashford. The problem with Rashford is you need to limit what your fullbacks are doing, because he ain't, like you say, he ain't tracking back. Is the laziest I've ever seen. You know, they went absolutely bananas at him. At Man United and at Villa, and yeah, so the left hand fullback, which might suit Robertson. You know, only coming just beyond the halfway line, putting in a cross, not really going all the way. Old legs, you know, only got to do half the distance. Might suit him, but we need goals. And De Zerbi said it, didn't he, in his little interview? He said this team needs goals desperately.
Yep.
So that's him basically coming out and saying that Richarlison and Solanke is shit, not so many words.
I think with when you're talking about Robertson there and Porro on the other side, Brain, I've got this feeling that when we've got the ball, right, and there's one pushing on, whether that be Porro or what's his name, Robertson, yeah, that you'll see them shift into a back three. So there's not so much pressure on whoever's gone to get back.
I
Personally,
think you'll
that's
see
what
the
I
DM
think.
come back. I think
Yeah.
you'll see the DM come back and cover it because Tonali's capable of doing it, and I've been
Yeah.
told
And
Fernandez
Fernandez
is.
as well. Yeah.
Porro,
Yeah.
even if you put him on the back three, Porro is a liability as a
Yes,
defender.
agreed.
He cannot bloody do it. And Spain finally proved me right over the past 2.5 years that they do not play him as a defensive player. He might start as the right back, but he spent the whole World Cup basically sitting on the halfway line, pushing up from there, getting covered by their DM most of the time. We have got a brilliant wing back there. We have got an absolute crap right back there. That is why every team focuses on Porro every game, basically, because he is a liability as a defender. If we use him as a wing back, we've got a brilliant player.
So we saying our back three is going to be Senesi, Van Hecker, and Van der Ven, yeah? If he does do that. Are they your three to start, back three?
Well, I just think I think, Steve, he'll start with a back four, right? But in certain games, yeah, where Porro or a Robertson can get forward, like Dan said, the DM won't go, and then he'll sit in front, and then you'll have whatever three there out of the four that he picks. That'll, and it just allows another one to go forward without the pressure of dropping back off again, because the DM will do that job for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's what I think will happen personally. I think they're going to try and get Robertson down the left and get him swinging balls in. But at that time, that's no good if you ain't got a centre forward to put the ball in the net.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's,
you know. So this Bomber thing, has anyone said if it's a striker or a winger, or is it just a forward? By the way,
he said a forward, didn't he?
Forward, yeah, he's like a forward. Yeah.
So it could be.
They want to leave it nice and vague because it's just words, right? It's just, hey, here's a bomba. Now everybody doesn't have to worry about it. Now we don't have to focus on it. Every fan is happy because he said this. They haven't done anything. There's no proof that anything's coming out of this. It's just empty words that mean nothing, right? So keep it as vague as you can. Then it allows for even longer speculation from fans who don't focus on the fact that we should already have somebody in here, that we shouldn't need a bomba to be dropped because the bomba should have already been dropped. So I think they're keeping it as vague as possible because I'm not sure that it actually has much legs behind it.
Right.
But I also think whoever it is, they're keeping it quiet because of the hijack, obviously, with the Eze deal last year. And, you know, the Morgan Gibbs White saga and all this kind of stuff happened last time. I think they're just keeping it quiet, whoever it is.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific player. I think De Zerbi just wants players to be brought in. I don't think there's actually a specific player that he's mentioning right now.
Was it almost
Maybe
like
that's me
Scotty
being
was
too...
giving him a nudge upstairs to say, "Oh, look, come on, it's been
That's
3
what,
weeks
that's
now."
what I'm thinking.
Right,
Maybe.
Leao's still at Milan. And
I just think
Fenerbahce
that
and Galatasaray looking at him. But, like, it's just rumours, mate.
There's your hijack then.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you want to hear something funny?
Go on, Dave.
It just when you think things can't get any more shit for Newcastle, just 45 minutes ago, news just broke. Jolinton's told him he wants to fuck off and all.
Would you take Joe Linton? Would you take Joe Linton?
I don't think we need him.
But I would, just because he puts it about a bit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
He wouldn't
Just
start.
reminds me of
Good
him.
squad player, but he wouldn't start for me. My starting two are Tonali and Fernandez all day long.
Yeah.
But he definitely someone. If we're playing against, like, for example, like a Chelsea or something, and you've got Enzo and Caicedo are like bullying our players off the ball, I'd then bring him on, give him a taste of their medicine.
Yeah. Okay. That. Rain don't
We-
fancy him.
we need to get-
the old head going.
Yeah, we need to get rid of centre midfielders at the moment. We don't need to be
There is
dying
that as
anymore.
well. Yeah.
We need to be shedding them.
Yeah.
Sal's
and
got
this
to
is-
go, Bergville.
I was just going to say, Dan, this is another question, isn't it? We're all talking about players coming in, but at the same time, the squad is massive, isn't it? It's huge. I think there's 45 odd players with the youngsters altogether. If you take them out, I think it's about 36, something like that. So 36 pro footballers for one game a season. I think they've definitely got to shed people, haven't they? Before they start bringing more in, I suppose. I don't
As long
know.
as
Guys,
they're under
again, what do you think?
21, as long as they're under 21, you don't have to register them, do you? They can just play as you please, sort of
Yeah.
thing, same as Europe, innit? So
Yeah.
they're irrelevant in that aspect. But there's a lot of players that have got to go on there, definitely. And there's some that we want gone, but they're not going to go in that. But I think Sar's definitely one who's got to go. Bergville, if we can get 40, 50, 60 million for him, baked potato, mate, see you later, let him go. Romero's got to go as well. Vicario's got to go. You know, there's just 4 of them for you. And we can also go through a few others that we'd quite happily see the back of as well. They're going to say Solomon's got to go when he's probably our only winger that can actually cross a ball properly. Because Tell can't do it. His best cross was in front of our own bloody goal. And then you look at Odebert, he can't pass or cross for shit either. Solomon can actually cross the ball consistently. Even though I don't rate him as a player, I would want to keep him. But I think at the moment, he'd probably be the one I would start on the left out of what we got because he's the only one who can bloody cross it.
Yeah.
Dan, do you think Bentancur will go?
I don't think Bentoncourt's going nowhere. And he wouldn't be one I'd get rid of. I think he's a good squad player.
Ronnie says that Milan want 42 million for Leao. I thought it was more than that.
It's
to be honest with
absolutely unbelievable, isn't it?
Is
Such
that
a
in
low
euros?
figure for a fluctuated market for such an established footballer with who has actually got output.
I bet that's euros as well, isn't it?
No,
Is it-
they want. It's bought. It. I'm pretty sure that they want a 50 to 55 full package in euros. So that's
Right, in
about
euros.
46 to 48 mil. It's just like that to me is a no-brainer. It's an absolute. He's a high-profile player. It will. He draws attention, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean? It will be huge in shirt sales. Do you know what I mean?
Cheaper than Savinio, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Thing is with Savinho though, he's got this supposed high ceiling, hasn't he? That everyone is talking about, and he's not been able to he hasn't been able to get those shackles off. That's it, isn't it?
Where would you want him actually playing?
Who's that?
Rafael Leo.
Oh, in his natural position, left wing.
That's not where he's been playing. He's been playing striker for the past season and a half. And he really hasn't scored that many goals doing it.
Nah. No, he hasn't.
But I would rather play him on the left.
Yeah,
I
same
thought
here.
he was a left winger.
Yeah.
Leao.
Yeah, I'd have him on the
Yeah, but last season and I think half the season before, if I remember right, he played, I'd say, more than 3/4 of his games as a striker from what I watched.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, fair play. Big up,
I don't know
Daniel.
if you check
Nice
it
to
up.
see you, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. I do remember seeing him playing for Milan a few times last season up top, and I'm like, what's going on there? But then when you've got players like Santiago Jimenez who ain't he's firing blanks, they're desperate, aren't they?
They've got to try someone else, haven't they? I suppose, yeah. That's probably why he ain't had a good output then, isn't it? Because that ain't where he play.
Ronnie's saying it's 50 million euros, so it'd be about 42 million quid.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any exception if it was someone like Leao, and he was playing on the left, bearing in mind the pace he's got? But again, another one like Rashford that has his tantrums and turns off and everything else. I mean, if someone said to you Leao was coming for 42 million quid and he was on 300 grand a week, would anyone be not sure about that? I don't know.
Deserby wouldn't allow him to have tantrums, though, would he? Deserby wouldn't take any shit from them, would he?
Deserby without tantrum him. It's all about the relationships. So it's all about the link-ups. It's fine to just talk about one player, but we need to be talking about, you know, if we've got Leao on the left, who's putting goals away in the centre. I've been quite clear. I'm for all the talk of Krupi, obviously that story's moved on. But I didn't really understand how we wanted flying left wingers, and then Groupie, who's more of an on the ball, merchant himself. He's not a sort of in the box finisher from what I've seen, but admittedly is very limited minutes to really see him. But all that I've seen from him, he's getting the ball, he's turning his player, absolutely fantastic. He's going past people, he's shooting from distance. That doesn't kind of marry up with get a left winger who's going to get down to the byline or who's going to cut balls into the penalty box. So it's linking these players together, isn't it?
Yeah, and for 90 million for the 19-year-old, I weren't too keen on that, because you've got to think about the amount of people that slammed on Archie Gray due as well, because he's not good enough, in my opinion, for 40 million.
Yeah.
Or are we just going to have the usual Spurs community that all of a sudden turn around and say, no, he's a kid, he needs time, we got to give him time. No, he needs another season for the manager to get, I'm sorry, I've just spent 90 million on here, you better land on your feet running and start banging those goals in. I don't care if he's 19 or not. 90 million, I would expect goals, at least 15 to 20 goals in that season. None of this, it's his first season, none of this, he's only young, then don't go and spend 90 million on a bloody 19-year-old. So in that aspect, I wasn't too keen on getting him for that price. I don't think we're going to get a striker. With the options that it seems we've got out there, isn't many. I mean, about the only other one that you could realistically see happening on a freebie is Vlahovic. And if you actually check him up, after his first season at Juventus, he fell to shit as well, basically. And I don't see us getting a striker, but I see us at least getting a left winger. And if you look at some of the strikers, like what got said earlier with Delap, then we might as well stick with Richie and bloody Solanke. I think we've built up from the back, sort out the midfield, because they're the two easiest ones to sort out. Defence is easy as to sort out because there's many defenders out there. Midfield, exactly the same. Plenty of quality midfielders out there abroad that you can go and snatch up. The one that is the problem is a striker, because 9 out of 10 teams only play with one striker. It's not about having 4 strikers anymore because you play with 2 up front. There's just lack of strikers out there. So I think we've done it the right way and sort out the easiest bits first. But we're now on the bit of where do we go to get the goals from? That is the hardest bit to sort out.
Brian Brobbery?
Again, he's better than what we got, isn't he?
Yeah,
but do we just want to stick with someone who's a bit better than what we got? Or you know what? If we can't get that striker that we need, we get the left winger, but say we've got a certain amount left for the striker that we can't get. I would rather that we stick with Solanke and Richarlison instead of just take a hit or miss on someone, basically, like Delap or whatever else. I'd rather take that money and say, do you know what? Let's go and get another established player who's going to get me 15 points in the season and go spend it on a goalkeeper.
Yeah, I know you've got to be in your bonnet, Dan, about the goalkeeper. You said it on here a few times. I've seen you on other streams as well, mentioning it. It's a big thing for you, the goalkeeper.
Massive. Goalkeeper is just as important as a striker. They're the two. They're the two players on the pitch that can do nothing. They can stay out of the whole game, do nothing, but as long as the one scores the goal or stops the shot, that's all anyone cares about. A striker wins you games. A goalkeeper also wins you games, wins you cups, and wins you leagues as well. A goalkeeper can stop you getting relegated or win you the league. A goalkeeper is, I'd say, the second most important person on that pitch, basically. And not one good team has ever gone anywhere without a good goalkeeper. Look what's happened to Chelsea now. They've got a bang average keeper. Every good team has a solid goalkeeper.
Do you think that's why he brought the Raptor in, just in case it don't work out with him?
Well, he hasn't even started Kinksky in the friendly, has he? And I think that's stupid. That's where we don't know if he is actually going to be the number one. If Kinksky's the number one, then he should be playing every game. For me, he's a player that has absolutely no experience, bar... How many games has he actually played in the Premier League? Is he even in double figures? Probably about 10, 12?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, right around there.
I'm sorry, I'm not willing to take that risk. But I know a lot of people, again, say, yeah, but with those last 5 games he played, he deserves it. He deserves that chance in life. bollocks. I
sh-
don't
they
care
sh-
about
they sh-
giving him a chance in life. I
They
want an
should have got
established
Henderson
player
in
now.
instead of De Bruyne. I think they should have got Henderson instead of De Bruyne.
You see what City did with Trafford last year? They brought Trafford in and went, yeah, you're our number one goalkeeper. And then like first few games, it was obvious that he weren't good enough. So they brought in Donnarumma.
Yeah.
And now Trafford looks like he's on his way out of City.
Yeah.
So do you know
Well,
what I
like
mean?
Dan says, there are goalkeepers in Italy as well, especially Steve, that you could go and put a bid in for, and if the money was right, they'd bite your arm off, mate.
Tuppence money. Tuppence money. Go and get Sevilla. He's gone 2 seasons now at Roma and had over 30 clean sheets, if I remember right. And the season before this one, Roma were at the bottom half the season and also had to have 3 managers in there to try to save their club, basically, which they managed to do. And last season in the Champions League and that, he's refused a contract now. And quality keeper. Atalanta's keeper's very good as well. Another one we could go out and spend 50 mil on. Diogo Costa is another one you could possibly get in there. There's goalkeepers out there, quality established goalkeepers. And I just find them very important. Others don't.
Have you accepted that that's not going to happen?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't accept it. It just
if
sucks
he sticks with Kinksky and makes Kinksky first choice keeper, for me, that is a massive red flag I've got on deserving. Personal opinion. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Not saying it won't succeed. Who knows? He might turn out brilliant, whatever. But again, for me, that's taking a massive risk. If we play him till January and it turns out that he just ain't that great and can handle it, that's already half the season gone. And that's already, you can say, 10 points he might have cost us. And that could stop us getting in the top 6 or the Champions League or wherever we want to go.
Would you have took Chevalier from PSG as a goalkeeper?
I'll put this link back in the chat again in case.
Well, Newcastle are in the mire at the minute, so why not take a kick with Nick Pope?
I think Dan is right. I agree, and I think you guys know I don't rate Kinski either. I think it's a massive unnecessary risk. There's no need to take that risk. But I think the bigger problem is doubling down with Dubravka, because if Kinski isn't good enough, Dubravka isn't good enough. So I just don't understand why, if we say we're not going to go out and get the top keepers, we don't want to be there. I just think that there's a gap between Dubravka and say Slavar, however you pronounce his name, for 40 million, that we could have got a better keeper than that. And I just think that the problem we have now is if Kinski isn't good enough, and there's nothing we've seen of him to suggest that he is, going to Dubravka is a problem. I think if you want to go with Kinski, we have to have a better backup than Dubravka. But as Rain said, we're not getting another. There's no more keepers coming in. You're right, Rain. There is no more keepers coming in. This is what we're going with. And
I think you're right. I think, if you look at the risk analysis, Dubravka didn't really make much sense. That really was let's just sort that by getting a body in. That's really what that was all about. Is he on a 1 year? I think he's on a 1 year contract, probably with an extension. So maybe they're just kicking the can down the road. But it's hard to disagree with that.
I think they're waiting for De Bruyne.
It's a big risk.
I reckon they're waiting for De Bruyne.
Do you? I don't reckon they're waiting for no one, mate. Yeah?
Well,
I think it's done, the goalkeeper thing. They're the 2 goalkeepers you've got. Unless a club comes out and says Joe Bloggs is for sale and he's of a level of, like Dan saying, for argument's sake, I don't think they'll get another goalkeeper. They're going to take the risk with him, I think. I could be wrong, but I can't see them going and buying another goalkeeper now.
Not this season.
To be fair, I can't see it. I think, I keep saying it, Dan, and I agree with you. It is important, a really important position. But I think they've got more pressing shit going on at the moment. 4 weeks to go. We ain't even got a first team yet. What I would call a first team. Anyway, not with them 2 up front.
First 11.
Not with them 2 up front, no.
No.
Well, I mean, Dan's talking
about the squad and everything after that. I know that all comes later in further windows, Ray. You know what I mean. But yeah, go on, mate. Carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. Go on, mate.
No, not at all. I mean, Dan's talking about. I'm absolutely on the same page. Dan's talking about Solomon being our only winger who can cross. Solomon is currently our only right winger. That's the state of our club, right? It's and our only left winger, by the way, is Tell.
Yeah.
So it's absolute madness. And is this going to get any better? Well, Odebear isn't back till December. You know, Kudus seems to have
crap as well.
Kudus seems to have joined the I'm going to join Tottenham and be terminally injured club.
Yeah.
You know, what the heck has happened there? So I don't know. Although listening to De Zerbi talk about bringing the injured players back, I don't know whether he's kind of glossing over it a little bit, but it does. It is encouraging to hear a coach go, look, I'm not going to rush them back. I want to make sure that they're 100% fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't know whether it's the truth or not.
Fair play.
The thing is, though, obviously last 2 years, especially, or 3 years, if you go back to like Andy's first season, injuries have been awful, haven't they? You know what I mean? Shockingly bad. And like I know with Ange, especially, he rushed them back before they were ready. I mean, look at the was it Ange that rushed back Romero and Van der Ven from Chelsea game in his second season, and they croaked after half an hour or something.
Yeah.
So, like, literally, I think the Zerbi's looking at it going, do you know what? This is a risk because our first game is in, 4 weeks. And these players are going to need minutes to get minutes in their legs to start the season. Well, it's a balance, isn't it? Just getting it right. And it's like Kulusevski. Now, Kulusevski's back in full training, which is great. You know, good to see, finally, but you ain't going to be risking him, are you? You know what I mean? You ain't going to be tucking him in the first game of the season. So I think it's good that he's not rushing them back, but it's also a massive risk as well.
Yeah. Can anyone answer if did Maddison play a part in the friendly against the other night? He didn't, did he?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. I don't think he went, did he? I don't think he travelled.
He's there. No,
Yeah, he's
there.
there. He's there.
Yeah, he's 100% there.
Yeah, he's there, Dave.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's definitely doing his social media. He's definitely doing his social media.
What, changing his hair colour and getting a perm?
He put the picture up of him.
Oh, yeah,
and a picture of Robertson, wasn't it? And Robertson looked pissed off.
You said what, Steve? What did you say?
Robertson looked Maddison on the plane as they took off to leave for Auckland.
Yeah. I just found it a bit strange that he never played. Took any part at all.
Again, he's another one that's just come back from a long-term injury.
Yeah.
So, and we all know what happened last pre-season tour. He done his ACL, so I think he needs to be managed as well because he's not played a lot of football already.
Yeah, Steve, I agree he's got to be managed, but what I will say is as well, he come on to 20 minutes in the last 3 games last season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, to me, that's not an excuse because he's already played back in the first team unless he's twinged himself up again or something's not quite right. Why wouldn't he be playing? Why wouldn't he play half a game?
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in on it.
He did not look ready when he came back in those games. Like, he played 10 minutes and was cooked.
Because he's so injury prone, they don't bloody risk it until the Premiership start.
Maybe.
I would say the same thing. I think he's injury prone. And I said this in the days at Leicester, to be fair. Every year he gets out of injury. He's out for quite a substantial amount of time as well. When he does come back, he takes time to come back. So therefore, I wouldn't have risked him in pre-season anyway. My issue would be Kudus, to be fair. Kudus is supposed to be out for a short-term injury, but he still ain't kicked the ball.
Absolutely. What is going on there? Like I said, Kudus seems to have joined the I'm going to join Tottenham and end up on the treatment table club. You know, it's very, very worrying indeed.
What did he do? Did he tear his quad?
He drank
He
the water
tweaked
down
his
Just a
Andy,
knock,
didn't he?
Dave. Just a knock. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, a fucking knock is 3 to 6 months at Spurs, isn't it? Fucking hell.
14 months, actually.
There you go.
Yeah, no. I think Kudus is at Hotspur Way, right? Training, yeah? I have seen him at Hotspur Way on pictures training.
Yeah. What I was going to say was, don't forget, Steve, as well, that he refused an operation.
Yeah.
All right. So whether that has got anything to do with it or not, and he took his chance, and he should have had a knock, but never had it. Who knows? But that don't help Spurs now, does it?
No, yeah, 100%.
Do you know what I mean? And that's what the sort of thing I'm talking about. It's all right saying, well, if we get a left winger and a striker, we'll be all right. But we've got a Matisse Tell behind whoever comes in, if that's the case. And we've got no right winger at the moment. We've got a number 10 that's been out for God knows how long and still is not on the pitch yet as well. You know, it's all right saying, well, that's all right, Gallagher can come play 10. You're not going to get out of Gallagher what you get out of Maddison. No. Yeah, you'll get the running round, but you're not going to get the nice little balls through and,
You ain't getting
and all
the
that
vision.
sort of thing.
Well, I don't want a lot of this like, oh, we're not risking players and stuff because we've only got one game a week. That's what I'm hoping is not happening. They've gone, well, we've only got one game a week, so they'll be all right. Because you can't beat
Isn't it? Is an interesting bit of food for thought for you gents. Do you think Kulusevski back in full training, basically running around kicking the ball with all the other lads, getting his fitness up, ready for the season? Do you think that changes our strategy? Just a little bit.
100%.
I'd
I'm
sell him
concerned
quickly.
it does.
If he's fit, sell him quickly because he'll be injured again.
I'm about to make myself very unpopular, even more unpopular. I think people need to just sort of settle on the fact that we don't know what type of Madders or Kulusevski we're getting back.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good shout.
Oh,
said that for ages. No, mate. I've said that for ages, mate. I totally agree with you on that one, fella. I've said that for ages.
Agreed. I said this for ages as well. I said this about Benfica multiple times over the years. You don't know how Benfica will come back from a long-term injury. It's the same with Kudus, and it's the same with Kulusevski, and it's the same with Maddison. You don't know what you're going to get back and how long even if they can ever get back to what they were before the injury. Because they might have lost something because of the injury. That's the problem.
See, with Kulusevski, right, he had to have his entire knee rebuilt, yeah? So, like, even some of the medics were like, I've never seen an injury like it. It was just like, what?
It was the same sort of injury that R9 had, basically, that not far off ended his career as well. It's just there's a big difference between what R9 was capable of, even when he was busted, compared to what Kulusevski is capable of. Again, Kulusevski, it was a player. I told everyone 3 years ago we're playing him totally the wrong way. He's not a right winger in any means or fashion, or even an inside forward. He is a number 10 or he's a shadow striker. And that is where he was at his best. And as soon as we actually started playing him as the 10, and even a centre mid at times, that is when you started seeing a quality player out of him. But again, it comes down to the fact where a lot of people, I mean, it's each their own, but only watch the Premier League. So they don't really know a player's history as much, a lot of people. But I think after he's done his knee the way he's done it and that, I think we'd be lucky if we see half the player. Because even if he's fully fit, is he going to have the mentality to do it? Because when you've busted yourself that bad, it's in the back of your mind and it ain't ever going away. But some people can deal with that and others can't. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Didn't De Zerbi say Kulu should be back in the autumn? Did he come out and say that? Or is that just like people making it up? You know what I mean? Because if that's the case, we all know that autumn's going to turn into like the winter. So,
That's only September. It's only like August, isn't it? So it's only coming. It's up. Do you know what I mean?
Just get him fit and send him back to Italy.
You say about them changing their strategy, Dave, about Kulu coming back. Is that changing their strategy stuff? That's a risk again because we don't know when Kulu is actually going to be back or ready to be back. it's one thing training, but it's one thing playing as well. So I think that is a massive risk if they're thinking, oh, Cooley could do a job for us, because we just don't know how much longer he's going to be out for.
That's the problem I've got with Maddison being our number 10. Now, again, like I said, I think on his moment, he's as skillful and as good as... He's one of the very few playmakers that are left in football, old school style. But as a manager, I would not want to be relying on Maddison over his past 2 massive injuries. And he's pretty much inconsistency. Yeah, he might have a 20 GA at the end of the season, but look how he does it. Remember when he started for us? First 10, 12 games, him and Basuma were the best 2 pairing in the Premier League at the time, weren't they? I mean, they weren't the best players, obviously, but they were playing the best at the time. Then all of a sudden, Basuma, totally fell off a cliff, and so did Maddison at the same time. And then, like I say, he's a very patchy player.
That's the trouble with Spurs fans. They just get so attached to these bloody players, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Players come and go. It don't matter. They go, get someone better in.
Yeah, definitely. Phil, I haven't spoken to you for a little while. Can I ask you, if you don't mind, what has your position been this season so far on the transfer window? I know you want to sort of wait until it's all done and then give an opinion on that, and you'll be back on here, mate, to give your opinion. Don't you worry. But up to now, with the defenders we've got in, the midfield we've got in, and also on top of that, if you could pick 2 or 3 players within reason that you would have on the left wing and as a striker and as a whatever, who would they be? But first, Phil, where are you with the window?
I'm going to say a 5. I'm going to say the window's a 5. They've sorted out the thing. They've brought in Van Hesheim. Hopefully that will be the back of Romero. So I can't stand watching Romero anymore. I've seen him dissipate the bag long enough now. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to hear anymore the people with Romero. So Van Hector was a good deal. I signed before Holland played in the World Cup as well, which is a brilliant thing to do, because, like I said, that could have easily spiraled up depending on performance in the World Cup. So that was good to get that one nailed down and shot for the World Cup. Senesi's a good signing. Robertson's decent. He'll help Sousa and that behind him with that experience. As for midfield, Tonali is a very good signing, £100 million. Mateus Fernandes, need to see a bit more of him, but he looks like a 8/10. And then you've got Tonali as a 6/8, so both of them will complement each other in the hard midfield. The creativity from Maddison, I'm a bit like Daniel and Maddison. I don't trust him to make the full season, not after the last few seasons, and not after his time at Leicester. I don't trust him to go through the season without getting an injury, and a big one, to be fair. As for the front line, mate, I would rather not talk about it before I get into trouble, because I've been embarrassed for the front line for the last few years.
Rightly so, mate.
But the Maddison that I remember, right, is not a 10. He plays the Maddison that I'd seen for the last 18 months when he has played has been playing as an 8, dropping deep, getting the ball, not as a 10. And I'm wondering, but I'm wondering if is he being told to do that? Or sometimes players get to the point in their career where they're like, actually, I can't do what I used to do. I'm going to do something a little bit different. This is a bit more comfortable. I can get on the ball back here. I don't have to do those little turns that I used to do. I don't have to do those through balls that I used to do. So, I'm just kind of riffing what I'm seeing and try and put 2 and 2 together. Is it that he was told, no, you need to be coming and getting the ball. You need to be, doing. We haven't got anybody else who'll be doing the as a passing central midfielder. Absolutely true. Or is it that he decided that was what he wanted to do? Because if it is, then all us talking about him playing as a 10 is for nothing. It's hot air. Because if you start him there, human being will do what a human being will do. He'll drift back. He'll he'll drift back where he wants to be. So there's a lot of unknowns here that it'd be very.
Did he have
interesting
to
see.
do it? Like Harry Kane's had to do it basically
Right,
because he wasn't
that's
getting the ball as the number 10. It could be that as well.
That's my issue. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's more of a needs must in the fact that Spurs never had a proper 8 yet where they could get the ball up to him, a box to box next to him. So it's a bit like if you remember Leicester back in the day, yeah, they had Ndidi, yeah, and then they had Tielemans behind Maddison. So it allowed Maddison there to be able to just play his natural position. But because we never had that at Spurs, he's never actually played in his natural position. So he had to drop back and compensate for not having that player in the team. And that's the issue that I've had for Spurs for a while as well.
Absolutely. That's why Fernandes and Tony are so vital to us.
There you go. That was what I was just going to say, Ray. Now, instead of not having that 8 there, Phil, right? He has got them there now, as long as they're fit. Yeah. So, whoever's playing a 6 or 8, whatever you want to call it, right? And so now, if they're playing, he should be able to do what he is best at in the game, shouldn't he, Phil? Or anyone who wants to answer with those two.
I hope so. I hope it's that. I hope it's that because let's face it, it could just as easily be that he's got to the stage in his career where he's just dropping deeper. You see it all the time. So I hope it's that. I really do. I hope that's the version of Maddison we're getting back. Because those first 10 games under Ange, he was absolutely electric as our 10. He was so good.
Yeah. Well, Ray, for me, another thing I noticed about Maddison is that Maddison likes them. If you remember the connection he had in 2015 with Vardy, for example, that combination that Maddison had, he could actually pick Vardy out on the pitch. And that's what I'm looking for in a mobile forward for Spurs. If they're looking for that, I'll be looking for someone who can run the channels and try and get in behind defenses. That's what I would be looking at. And that way Maddison can make them through balls. Or Simmons could even play those balls when he gets back from injury. That's what I would be looking at.
Just going to point out that was 4 years ago. 4 years is a long time in football. Just saying.
I agree.
I hope.
But a player's mindset, and the player's eye doesn't change, man. The way that they can play, the way they can see the game doesn't really change and is affected by, in some aspects, by them.
Well, we shall see.
We lost Philly.
Did you lose me?
Yeah, sorry. We lost you very briefly.
Sorry about that.
I thought I was underwater there. What are doing there? I'm not doing deep, bro.
You're underwater until I go like that.
Yeah. I feel like I'm a BBC now, mate. Come on, man.
Listen, I wanted to change the thing a little bit. Now, you lot might think I'm balmy, right? When I talk about this, and you'll say to me, Cookie, what are you talking about this shit for when we're trying to change, right? Now, I've got this bee in my bonnet, and it's just me, right? Let me just say that. I haven't read it anywhere. It's just what I think, right? I've got this bee in my bonnet that Newcastle's owners are going to try and buy Spurs.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
And the reason I've got this bee in my bonnet is because I'm looking at it from a different type of perspective, which is all of a sudden, ENIC have realised, because of partly what happened over the 17th places, and I've no doubt that people have been in ear rolls of the people at Spurs saying, look, this can't go on. We've got to spend some money, get out of the position we're in. And by the way, chaps, while you were doing that, spending that money and elevating Spurs back up the table again, or winning a cup or whatever it is, right? It means that the value of your club is going to go up and up and up. Who's that? Anyway, that's my. Oh, it's Dave Litland. Sorry, Dave. that's just my feeling on it. I think that PIF or whatever you want to call them are very frustrated that they can't spend the money that they want to spend at Newcastle.
They
Now
can't do what they want to do.
they can't do what they want to do. Now, my theory on it is that ENIC are doing what they're doing, yeah. But I don't think it's anything to do with appeasing the fans. Someone's washer's going or something.
Oh, it's me.
It stopped. I forgot what I said now. What was my last
The
sentence?
Newcastle kind of look like they've lost interest in Newcastle. They're basically selling the players off and they're realising that they can only go so far with what they have at Newcastle. Therefore, they're looking at potential clubs that they could buy into. I agree with you, Meister. I can't see these owners being ENIC here, willing to invest what they have to invest every year. I can see them doing it for 1 year. I just can't see them doing it over a long-term period, which is what I've been saying. This is why I don't look at it as that change. Until it's over a consistent amount of years here, and we see it over a consistent amount of years, I don't constitute change. One summer doesn't make a swallow for me. One swallow doesn't make a summer for me. It takes multiple years of seeing it. I'm not saying Spurs should go out there and break their transfer records every season, but there has to be some level of investment in the squad and significant investment in the squad. And I don't think ENIC has the belly to do it every year. And that's why I them
with Newcastle, the owners of Newcastle, would they want to buy Spurs? Would they want to take over at Spurs? Would they want to win? Because I think what they've just learned, I think what they've just learned is that you go buy a club like Newcastle or Aston Villa, like I've argued with people over 3 years, and it's only just starting to show now, you're not going to get nothing out of them because you can't do nothing with them. And definitely in the short time anyway. Okay, Aston Villa's been in the Champions League, whatever, and that. Yeah, fair play. Newcastle got a cup. Yeah, but look at them. They're still both up shit street and ain't got a pot to piss in and had to sell their best players. Spurs finished 17th, 2 seasons on the trot. Okay, we was in the Champions League, but we could finish 17th for the next 3 years and still outspend all but maybe 1 club, 2 clubs in the Premier League because of the income that we make. Until someone takes over at Newcastle or Forest or Aston Villa, somewhere like that, and actually wants to make something off the club, it's going to take them about 4 or 5 years because they're going to have to build a stadium to basically mirror what Spurs have done, like all the other big clubs are doing, like Real Madrid and then ones in Italy are planning on doing it, but ain't got the money up front, and other places want to do it. Look what Everton have just done. You're not going to get nothing out of them, and you can't really do much with it, and it's not going to last long, basically. Like, look what's happened at Newcastle. It's fallen to shit. Look what's happening at Aston Villa now. They're having to sell their best players, even though they just got in the bloody Champions League because they've had 3 good seasons. Or is it 4? 3 good seasons. You're not going to be able to succeed with a team like that until you at least have some sort of income out of the football.
Yeah,
and the other
but it's not fair, Dan. It's not fair. Oh, it's not fair.
It's in a way, it is a holdback. Yeah, I do get the not fair bit because it is a holdback, but the rules are the rules, and it was basically made to stop clubs like that going under. And the other problem you've got when it comes to making money is, again, people don't like it when I use this phrase, but the further up north you go, the poorer you get. I can go and sell my place here and now for 450, 425. Bang, cash. There you go. I can then move up north, up Newcastle, up Liverpool, up Manchester, and buy 2 5-bedroom houses for that. There is the point. Why do you think events and that would all rather be in London than up in Manchester, Newcastle, Liverpool? Why? Because they wouldn't even be able to charge the same ticket prices for an event up there because people just don't have that money up there that goes into London, basically. If it wasn't for London, there'd be no such thing as Manchester or Liverpool, or even there'd be no Scotland, because Scotland 100% lives off bloody England as well when it comes to money and everything, because it can't produce its own money. Clubs up there that haven't got stadiums and income out of football, they're going to struggle big time. The money is in London. Why?
It does now, certainly. It didn't used to be that way.
Yeah.
It used to, the country used to be a lot more balanced. But I've been saying for a couple of years that, you know, people need to understand the Tottenham Hotspur Football Club or Tottenham Hotspur Group is bigger than just a football club. And what is ENIC? ENIC, at its heart, is a property investment company. What they're really, really interested in, or what they have been really, really interested in, is developing the stadium as a locus to invest in property around Tottenham and generate capital wealth. So that's what, that's the hotel, that's redeveloping all of those
the
flats.
Tavistock group, isn't it?
Exactly, the Tavistock group. So redeveloping all of the flats, and just that's where all the money is. And building the stadium was sort of phase zero, because it becomes a centre and it becomes an attraction to bring that money in to build to do all that property. The reality is that so I've worked in finance a long time, and the reality is, and I've done loads of M&As, and they could very, very easily go, we're going to hive off the stadium and the football club, we're going to sell that over there, and we're going to keep all of the property stuff, all of the land, all of the property investment that they want to do. They can keep that and just carry on doing it. And you know what, Cookie, I make you right. Which bit of that are the Saudis particularly interested in?
Yeah.
They're interested in the stadium, the events, the washing, right? That all could all do. They're interested in the razzmatazz that it would, the center of attention that it will give to them. That's what they're interested in. So I've for quite a while I've been saying I can see that happening. I can see those two bits of the business that they've built up in Tottenham Hotspur separating and then selling the football club.
Spurs are to an extent, we're a very easy club to take over. The thing that it will be is you will just have to put a lot of money down on the table to do it. But the foundations are built. Everything is there. I mean, people go on about that we're in £800 million debt for that stadium. When people say that, it sort of makes me laugh. Has anyone ever got a fucking mortgage in their life? There you go. The fact that we don't even pay for that stadium, basically, because the stadium pays for itself. Look at Arsenal. They had to go nearly 20 years selling their best players and scrimping and scraping with what they could get, with the odd big one here and there, to pay that stadium. We haven't had to do that. We don't have to do that. The events on their own basically bring in enough income to cover that stadium, the price that we pay a year for it. What is it, 35 mil? With a very low APR on it and everything. The stadium looks after itself. Everything is there. As all someone would have to do when they come in and take over at Spurs, obviously a big $5 billion to buy the place. They can just put that side aside. They haven't got to worry about it. It's there. The income is there. Spurs can finish 17th, 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 and 17th and still go and spend 200 million because of our excess income out of football as well. They'd just have to focus on the football, which is actually significantly cheaper than taking over at Newcastle or Aston Villa and having to build a whole new stadium, which now, if they build the Spurs stadium now,
their hands are tied.
I personally think you can easily double the price on that, if not treble the price on it, with just the cost of everything now. Yeah. So I mean, look at Man U when they go and rebuild their stadium. You're talking about a £4 billion to rebuild Old Trafford. Everything is there. As all they would have to do is concentrate on the football, which is actually probably the cheaper side than rebuilding a stadium and everything else that goes with it. Tottenham is there for the taking.
Well,
it's just the big money you pay up front. Yeah,
look at West Ham.
Money you have to pay up front.
Yeah, but
look at West Ham. They rent the stadium, don't they? West Ham. They rent.
Yeah. And when most of the money goes that it brings in, they have to pay a percentage of their tickets and everything that goes in out to the council.
It's going up, isn't it? Because they're in the championship, isn't it? Something.
Yeah, they're basically on a council estate. That is what West Ham are. They're a council club. They basically live in a council estate.
That's what Ipswich do and all. They rent their ground, Ipswich Town.
The Spurs, everything is there. As all they would have to focus on is the football. They wouldn't have to give a shit about anything else. Maybe extend the concerts, whatever else. Everything is there. The foundations are massively built, secured. Whether people want to say Levy done it or not, he did. And when it comes to it, everything is there. We just need the person to come in who wants to play the football and make us.
The Saudis may be able to fulfill the dream of Levy's dream of having an NFL franchise. Sorry, Rowley.
Sorry, I just
Yeah.
saying now. I've heard they're having like solar panels put on the roof, so it's
Yeah.
going to be self-contained for the electric. They ain't even going to have an electric bill.
What's
No,
going on
they will
behind
get money for it. They will get money for having the solar panels on there, like you do when you have them on top of your own yard. Because when you make over the electricity you use, it gets bought back off of you. Basically, is what they're going to be doing with it. They're actually going to be making money on the solar panels.
Is the hotel still happening? Is the hotel still happening for Euro 28?
I think they will, or maybe not for 28, but I think they're going to build them one way or another.
Do you know what? Do you know what I'm going to say? Yeah? I'm actually happy if Saudi take over because they're quite big into wrestling, right? Because they're actually having wrestling pay-per-views over in Saudi Arabia, and it's quite televised over there as well. So there could be a chance of WrestleMania happening at Tottenham Stadium, and I'll be there for that one. Believe me, I'll be there.
It's all, mate. It's all there. It's all there for the taking. Do you know
Think
what I mean?
of the money they're going to get in for the games at the Euro 28 games at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And everything else we can bring. Look at people are saying in the chat, which I agree with. I still think that Super League is they're still looking for it. But if we want to be really technical here, yeah, if we go by this is why when I look at Spurs, I don't look at Spurs as a big club. Okay, we've got the franchise, we've got this, we've got that, we've got the supporters and that. But over football over the years, we've been nothing more than a cup club. Nothing more. We have won the league as many times as Derby County, for God's sake, twice. Yeah. And there's all we've ever been is this cup club. But we're in London. We have a massive fan base, everything else. Now, if you take a book, 2 books, put one on the money side, on the franchise side, put one on the football side. You go and read that franchise book, you go and read that money book, and you read it. You look at that and say Tottenham Hotspur are up there with Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Chelsea, Man U, Liverpool, Inter Milan, AC, the list goes on. You then look at the football side of the one, something don't make sense here, and you'd put them as a tier 2 team that alongside with Aston Villa, Newcastle, and clubs like that, basically. Because on the football side, we've only ever been a cup club, nothing more. We've just got a massive fan base and everything else. It's about getting that to work together as such and actually making us a proper big elite club. Now, if the Super League comes in and it's the super teams, what right have Spurs as a football club got to go into that Super League? What have we done in 20 years that justifies us to be the 9th richest club, 9th biggest club on the planet? What have Spurs actually done to justify?
Because we're loaded.
Exactly that. Money talks at the end of the day. Whether people like it or not, the money, the business is bigger than the football now, basically. And when money takes over something, that is when it usually goes downhill because people get greedy, this and that happens and everything else. Spurs are only even invited into that Super League for the sheer fact that we've got money. That's all we've ever been is a cup club. Somebody make me wrong. I know people don't like hearing it.
Do you know what, Dan?
Cookie, I'd love it. I'd love it if it happened.
Well,
we get rinsed every week, though, results-wise. We get rinsed every week, guys. Come on.
Right,
there's only one club that makes more than us on a match day, if I remember right, and that's even if they do it anymore, and that was Man United, and that was purely because of the size. Apart from that, we make more on a match day than pretty much 98% of other teams in Europe. Who makes more than us on a match day? Possibly Barcelona, possibly Real Madrid and that, yeah? But we make that much money. I think every game we make something like 5 or 6 million, if I read it right.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think about 5 million every match day, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's just on a match day against playing someone like Fulham.
Yeah, there's merch, there's food, they got their own brewery, everything, man. It's all there.
Don't forget the cheese room, guys. Don't forget the cheese room.
The cheese room.
What I was going to say, right, I'm going to give Tottenham some praise this summer because finally, for the first time, they're actually doing something that a lot of big clubs like Real Madrid actually do. And Dan, you watch Italian football, and I want to talk about Como and Nico Paz. Nico Paz, had the opportunity to go back to Real Madrid this summer. But Nico Paz looks at Real Madrid's squad, looked at the likes of Arda Güler, who play in his position, realised that he wasn't going to get any game time there. And essentially, Real Madrid sold him to Como for £60 million, but put in a buyback clause and the sell-on clause, just in case they don't want to activate the buyback clause, but they get the sell-on clause. So not only will they make the 60 million from Nico Paz, but they'll also make money potentially when Como sell him on it again, which means they make money twice, which is what a big club does. Now, Tottenham, have done the same thing with, when you look at it, with Vuskovic, for example.
Vuskovic, yeah.
Right, so you're not going to get it paid once, you're going to get paid twice. You're going to get the money from Brighton, the initial pay from Brighton. Then when Brighton do potentially sell him off, if he hits the ground running and he becomes the world-class star, and Brighton do sell him on, guess what? Spurs get paid again because you've got a sell-on clause in his contract. So fair play to Tottenham Hotspur in doing that. And this is what people aren't actually analysing this summer. And they're not focusing on it enough that Spurs actually get money twice. And that's a good business, in my opinion, anyway.
Watch out, guys. Sam is in the chat.
But yeah, I can't stay on for too long, Cookmeister. I've got to go to work in the morning, 5 a.m. shift, brother. You know I love you, man. Danny, we will catch up, brother. I'm getting a new FIFA game soon, man. We'll catch up on that soon, brother. Bless everyone in the chat. Smash a like. Come over to Sportscentric, whatever. And see you guys later.
Yeah. Take care, buddy. Take care, mate.
I mean, it's another thing that people don't. I mean, we all see it different, but it's another thing that people don't like to accept. The way I portray it now, the FA Cup is just as much of a Mickey Mouse Cup as the League Cup, if we're going to be honest. Yes, it's still got sentimental value and everything else, but really, what does an FA Cup get you anymore? You get about 2 million for winning it, and okay, it gets you a Europa Cup place, which gets you pot piss money as well, basically. But the advantage it gives you is you can get to the Champions League. I remember when I was in my 20s and there used to be the FA Cup final, whether you supported the team or not, the pub was actually totally full. Everyone wanted to watch it. These days, 9 out of 10 people there are only supporters of the two teams in it, and then you've got a couple of others of the mates who will have a beer there. The FA Cup is just a little sentimental cup now. It is not what it was. If you want your club to progress and you actually want to build that club, whether people like it or not, winning FA Cups and League Cups won't get you nowhere unless you do it along with getting in the Champions League. If you go and finish 10th, 3-4 seasons on the trot and win the FA Cup, yeah, and what? But if you go and finish 4 seasons and finish 4th, you've now got a lot more money to spend, and you will have bigger players want to come to you because they want to play in the Champions League, not because you just won a bloody FA Cup and finished 10th. FA Cup and League Cup is pretty irrelevant now. If you can get them while you're finishing top 4, brilliant. But really, if you want to progress as a club, you've got to focus on Champions League. It's sad, but again, money talks, and money is what's taken over. That's how I see it.
See, I remember FA Cup used to be like the final used to be like start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what I mean?
Follow the team.
You'd have a build up all day, and you see the teams arrive, and you do the interviews and stuff, and it was like
see them come out the hotels, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3 o'clock kickoff and stuff, and now it's like 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. Do you know what I mean?
They took the magic away from it, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think TV's had a lot to do with that. Do you know what I mean?
I hate to say it, but I think there's been a couple of FA Cup finals where I haven't really noticed that it's happening until the day.
Whereas 20 years ago, you would have been down that pub. I can't vouch for anyone on here, but I can vouch for myself.
Absolutely.
I'd have been down the pub for a piss up and whatever and get a bit with my mates, have a proper night, like day and night out, even if it was Arsenal, Chelsea playing it or West Ham or whoever playing in it, because it was the FA Cup final. It meant something. Now, to me, it's just another sentimental little Mickey Mouse cup that really doesn't do anything for you, except, okay, it gives you something on your trophy cabinet. But as a club, where does it take you? Look at Newcastle. Where's one who winning the League Cup actually took them, you know? Crystal Palace winning something. Yes, it's nice, but where can you progress as a club from it, really? You need that top 4 to get the money in to progress as a club.
It's still a cracking day out for the participants, though, isn't it?
You know,
for the people in it. But that's it. But that's my point. It used to be everyone was there. Now it's only the people in the cups will go to it, basically, bar 1 or 2. That is how big it used to be. That is what it is now.
Years ago, Dan, it was the only one that was really televised, wasn't it? It was the only game that was televised. Was the FA Cup?
Everyone wanted to watch it.
To be true.
But like Rand said there, it's a day out for the people who are in the final, and
Absolutely. Yeah.
other people generally don't care. It is not what it used to be.
I will say this, guys. Though in the '99 when the cup final, we played Leicester, beaten 1-0. Yeah, I was in the pub from early doors right the way through till like about 4 or 5 hours after the game finished, mate. Getting pissed up, dancing on the stage, singing songs. Man.
We're still recovering.
I mean, we used to get about 15 minutes of Tottenham Hotspur on Match of the Day, wasn't it? And if we got through to the FA Cup, we could watch a whole game of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's the only time we could ever fucking watch them, unless we went to the game.
I know I'm a bit older than you lot, right? But Steve is right. I can remember it didn't matter who was in the cup final. Yeah, when I was 8, 9, 10, maybe a little bit younger than that. I can remember watching Arsenal Man United in the cup final when Alan Sunderland scored 3-2, I think it was, but I think that was the score. But I remember it being on from 9 o'clock in the morning, and you saw everything, the whole build up throughout the day. You'd see the match. After the match, it'd be on for a couple of hours as well. Oh, you know what I mean? And the whole day was consumed by it. I couldn't give a monkeys if Tottenham ain't in it no more. Honestly, I couldn't give a monkeys about it. I couldn't.
And there's my point.
Yeah.
Deadline.
What has done that though? The money has done that. I mean, look at the Europa Cup. When it was the UEFA Cup, it actually meant something still. But as soon as it became Europa Cup and went from there, who gives a shit about the Europa Cup? It's a minor. Who would even put the effort into it? There is only one reason why anyone even bothers with that Europa Cup, and that's the smart thing they've done with it. And at the end of it, you get in the Champions League because you're probably in the Europa Cup because you're not good enough to get in the Champions League in your league, basically. That is the only reason anyone even bothers with the Europa Cup.
Shall I tell you, I've got a theory. When they started playing the semi-finals and quarter-finals at Wembley, they took the magic away from playing a final at Wembley, and no one could give a shit after that.
Do you remember a semi-final against Forest in the early night? I think it was a year, maybe 2 years after we beat them in the final, and we played them at Forest, and then we played them on White Hart Lane. And there was a bomb scare, and the whole stadium got evacuated before the game, and things like that. And there was a muddy pitch; it was tucking it down with rain, and players were just sliding everywhere and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Proper FA Cup semi-final.
They just took the magic away from Wembley.
Didn't they move it to Wembley after the Hillsborough thing?
It's just crazy.
God, that was. What year was
it
that?
then?
Hillsborough was 86.
Yeah.
86, wasn't it?
86.
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
It just took all the magic away from it. Just playing all different kinds of matches at Wembley beforehand, you know what I mean? Like the semi-finals and things. You just want to see the whole... Because we played a lot at Villa Park, didn't we? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And places like that, in Sheffield Wednesday and places like that.
Elland Road.
Elland Road, yeah. They were the semi-final grounds, weren't they?
Yeah, because you get to the FA Cup final at Wembley because you deserve to be there. Do you know what I mean? It just took the whole fan.
The whole media took it away. Do you know what I mean? I think the actual TV and everything just ruined it for the FA Cup.
Yeah, it's the money at the end of the day that ruined it for it. Same as money ruins everything.
Yeah.
Where people get greedy. As soon as money gets severely involved in something, it usually goes downhill one way or another. It crashes because people get greedy. Whether it's films, whether it's games, whether it's sports, whether it's whatever, people get greedy.
Whether it's like sports organisations deciding that maybe they want to cash in by selling an age-old institution like the World Cup and try to frame it as getting investment when actually everybody knows they just want a slice.
It's like I said, it's years ago, you could only watch one full game of football. Do you know what I mean? Because that was like the FA Cup, unless you actually went to the football. Do you know what I mean? Because it was just match of the day.
Slowly, I remember, right? My dad used to get, before every season, this is before televised games and stuff, and they moved it about to stupid times on a Monday night. My dad used to get a fixture list for the whole season, and on a Saturday morning, he'd scroll down and see what teams were playing in London, and he'd go, right, we're off, and we'd go down, and it doesn't matter where it was. Majority of the time it was Tottenham, but it was QPR, Wimbledon, Crystal Palace,
Yeah.
West Ham, whatever. And he goes, I want to take you to football today, yeah? And this is when I was young, so I get the rivalry and stuff. And he'd go, right, we're going there, right? So we'd walk up to a stadium. If it was sold out, we'd go to the next one in London, and we'd get in there. And I remember turning up at QPR like 15 minutes in. We're getting a seat. Do you know what I mean? You can't do that now.
Yeah. Oh, of course you can't.
Ah,
No, I mean, it's
Got
so
some
hard to get a
news.
ticket to go and watch your own team.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
I
to
mean, the
butt
other
in,
thing is
everyone. Go on,
money.
Whoa,
Money again.
Cookie.
Don't tell me it's happened.
No,
No way.
no. I just wanted to say Adrian's just sent in a list of the
Has Ray-
Zerbi's
has Ray
hits
got a
at
bomber?
Bombers.
Oh,
Ray's got a
right,
bomber.
okay. Bomber
Come on, Ray.
It's no, Adrian. It's miss. I'm sorry, Adrian, but you've missed. Who have you missed? You've definitely missed. Definitely missed some people.
Rodrigo's got an ACL, hasn't he? He's injured apparently.
Osserman, you missed Osserman. It's definitely Osserman,
yeah.
mate.
Um, Let me just address this. First of all, Sava, thank you very much for the super chat. Let me get that in there quick. Much appreciated, mate. You didn't need to do that. Big up to you for that. And also, he follows that on with, once I can scroll down back to where I was again. There's a massive echo. I know, mate. I'm trying to sort it out. And I'm trying to be muted every time so I can let all these guys say their thing. It's been going on for about a week and a half now. And but Dan's given me some more tips that I can try tonight once the stream's finished. So
Fair enough.
hopefully those tips will work. I do apologise for any echo. All I can say is, people, while we are chatting, if someone's having a chat, just everyone else mute up and then just chirp in when you want to chirp in.
Yeah.
Chirp says, "Can I jump on, lads?" Chirps, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. And the problem is, Chirps, I will say to you, right, most people come on with their cameras on, and the people that don't come on with their cameras on, we know them. So we know we haven't got a problem with that. He's not my friend personally, but another YouTuber, Man United supporter.
Yeah, he had a big
225,000 subscribers to his channel, opened his stream up like we do a lot on here. Yeah, but mostly to people that want to come on, you know. So anyway, look, it is what it is. We just have to be a bit careful. But I'm going to trust this bloke. I don't know who he is. He can't be sitting there as an Arsenal man with a Spurs
Top looks good.
He can't be. So big up to you.
I'm all
sir.
good.
Hope you're well, man. Hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm good. Jimmy.
What would you like to say? Sorry. What's your name, sir?
I'm Dave.
Dave, how are you?
Another
What would
Dave.
you like to say? Go on, Dave. Can you hear me, Dave?
I'm Dave. I'm just driving in everyone else is saying.
Yeah. Got
Zerbi
anything?
seems to
Go on.
got it the right way now, and I'm hoping this is it.
Fair play.
So, do we think? I got a question. I got a question for people. Do we think? So, for me, the two preseason games so far have really been under 21 games, right? Do we think against Chelsea he's going to release some of the hounds?
Hope so.
He's got to, hasn't he?
Yeah, I really hope so, because you're running out of pre-season games, aren't you? Unless he waits until the Hoffenheim game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on whenever it is, 15th of August, I think. But then
That's
again,
when
that's a
they'll
week.
be back. They'll be back
that's
for
a
that
week
game.
before
I
season,
guarantee
isn't
it. Everyone will be back that's fit to play. Yeah, will be in the squad for the Hoffenheim game. Got no
It'll
doubt.
take him an hour to do all the new players on the pitch, right?
Probably, yeah. But I think that's when it will be. Honestly, I do. I think You might not necessarily get half and half like he has been doing, but you might see the lot in the first half come out in the start of the second half to 65, 70 minutes, depending
Yeah.
on how the results go. And then he might release the youth at the end.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. Anyone
Out
else
of
got an
question.
opinion on it?
I'm a bit worried about the Chelsea game. Do you know what I mean? Because they kick us to fuck, didn't they? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want our first team players playing, before the Premier League starts against Chelsea.
Does anyone even care about the friendlies?
Only
What
to
do the
the point of
friendlies
what
actually
Rowley
mean?
said, Dave. Only to what Rowley said. I agree with him there about getting some of the players getting the shit kicked out of them. I know it's all they're on the pitch and blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah. But we got enough problems, mate. Do you know what I mean? And I'd rather he just does whatever he does, and like you say, don't give a fuck about the friendlies. To be honest with you,
No.
just make
No.
sure you get the players in.
You still got to use the friendlies, ain't you?
I know you've got to play them. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, of course you have.
Of course you have. But
Do the players even care
results-wise,
about
I don't
friendlies?
really care. I just want to see.
But Chelsea
Yeah.
will kick you. Chelsea kick you to fuck.
Yeah, but will
I just
Chelsea
would
even
be-
play their proper team either? I mean, look at it this way. When it comes to friendlies, if you've got 5 friendlies,
It's a
you can win
battle,
all of
isn't
them 10-0 and then lose your first 5 games in the league. We've seen it
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Or you can lose your 5 friendlies and win your first 5
I'm
games
just worried
in the
about
league.
injuries
Friendlies
down
are
to our
just
top
irrelevant.
players. I'm just worried about it. And Chelsea do kick
William,
us.
William Barnett Brace against Chelsea. There you go.
He's called it. Hang on a
It's. I think it's just a poorly planned preseason. I understand why we do it. It's done 100% for money, but
Yeah.
like, I'm in two minds because I think our players need to get playing. Like some of the guys we've talked
Yeah.
about, Kudos
It's not
needs
Chelsea.
game time. Madison needs game time. These guys need to get ready to get back in there. But at the same time, when we're playing Chelsea, so we flew over there to waste games against Sydney and Auckland, which are useless games. They don't prepare you for anything. They're just run around games, right? Now we're going to play Chelsea, one game that's actually might be semi-competitive, and then you're getting on a plane and flying back to England. Like, I kind of don't want Madison to play because what's the point? It's a waste. He's going to play one game after flying over halfway around the world and then get on a plane and fly again. But at the same time, when you come back, you have what, 2 games? One against Hoffenheim and one, I don't know who the other one is against, but so I do
Genoa?
want them to play. It's
Whether
the
a
frustration
waste,
with these.
It's a risk. That's what it is because we haven't got first 11. Do you know what I mean? It's
I
a
mean, at
risk.
least last year when we played games against Arsenal, Bayern, some games that are actually can be somewhat competitive. But
Yeah.
Auckland and Sydney at their best, at their very best, they don't offer anything to you. They're not even remotely close. So this is the problem when your preseason is based on trying to go over to New Zealand and Australia and get money and get fans and do all that for them, is that you're then going to give up some sort of footballing. You're going to give up on the preseason that we need. And
I get.
So I
What
guess
health is that for the players? Travelling so far every time to play
No.
2 little games out there which are totally irrelevant. Why do you want to take your players halfway around the fucking planet?
Yeah, I
That's
agree,
another
Dan.
thing
It's
I
fucking
don't
stupid.
understand with that.
And-
Why would you
and-
want to
and-
take them around the planet and do
And
that?
Dan, the argument that those local, but the argument that those local fans get to see Tottenham, they're not.
Yeah.
They're seeing Malachi Hardy, right? They're seeing, they're seeing Solomon out on right wing. He's played more games for us in this pre-season than he's played for us in the last 18 months. They're not seeing Tottenham. They're seeing a bearish shell of a Tottenham.
They're seeing a couple of Tottenham shirts.
Exactly, they're seeing a badge.
You can understand why when we had Sonny and things like that going out to South Korea, because there's a hell of a lot of following from South Korea, isn't there? With supporters for
Exactly.
what
And he always
he
used to put a show on for them.
Of course he did, yeah.
and fair play to him.
But going to Auckland, New Zealand, and things like that, I just can't see it. I just don't.
I just think there's all of this money, blah, blah, blah. I still think there's something about going and playing some local games. I really do. I remember as an 8-year-old, some big clubs. It was actually Swansea came and played us came and played my local non-league team, and it was massive. There was so many people turned out to that game. You know, and Tottenham used to do the rounds. I still think there's something in it, and I don't understand why they don't do it.
I get the Hoffenheim game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, right? Because a lot of fans can't get down to Tottenham, right? And it's a day out for the kids, yeah. The kids who can't go to Spurs every week or have never been to Spurs get to see some of their players playing, right? I get it, right? But what I don't get is these behind closed doors games. You might as well just have a bloody training session, because that's all it is. And it's pointless.
The other joke with the friendlies that I find is the way, again, some of the fans get so hyped up with the players in the friendlies. It was a fucking friendly. It's like with Sarr last season. Yeah, he scored 2 goals in the game and looked good when we played on the bloody training pitch, for God's sake. Yes, Sarr's our man. He's going to be good now. He's going to be... Yeah, he ended up one of the shittest midfielders we've got, who has been and still is, basically. And again, just over a friendly game or two, you can change a whole Spurs community's mind on a bloody friendly. That is how simple this community is to change on a player. We've done it so many times.
Luca Williams Barnett. Right, boss. Luca Williams Barnett. The kid looks like he's got bags of talent. He looks like he's got loads of skills.
It's too early.
Give him 3 or 4 years to grow up. That's all I'm saying. Just give him 3 or 4 years to become a young man, because at the moment he's just a kid.
Yeah, but half of that is going to be making sure that De Zerbi's there for the long term to nurture him for those 3 or 4 years. Right?
I agree.
Because you can't have De Zerbi start nurturing him and then Spurs do what Spurs do always and go, oh, it's not working out with this manager. Let's get rid of him, and you start again. And that's the problem with like Graham Bergvall. Right now, I'm not saying they're great players, but they've had 4 different managers.
Yeah, can't settle.
So how are they supposed to develop?
But again, we'll say a youth player have, say, 3 good friendlies who wouldn't actually touch the first team because he just ain't good enough yet, but he's got in the friendlies. Next thing you know, you'll have people saying, give him a chance. We should be playing him. And then next thing you know, they'll be fucking moaning about ENIC not buying big players. Well, hang on, people. What do you want? What is this fascination that a lot of Spurs, that I see more of Tottenham than any other club with young players?
We've got too many young players, Dan. That's the problem at the moment.
Forget whether we got too many or not. I just find there is this massive fascination from Spurs fans, more than any other club, about getting a youth player in. Okay, he's had 3 good friendlies. Oh, so what? So now I give him a chance and not go and buy a left back. And then all of a sudden, you watch 90% less fan base turn. We want ENIC to be big. We want to be this big club. We want to buy a big player. Yet they're screaming on giving a 2-bob goalkeeper who's had 5 games because he deserves the season. A bloody young player. A young player because he's had a couple of good games as a left back in friendlies, and other younger players, oh, they're young, we got to give them a chance.
No.
But look at Sousa, right? Sousa come in, had 1 good half against Liverpool, 1 good shot against Liverpool, and everybody's like, he should be starting over in Doggy, he should be starting over Spence. He played 2 games, and now we're going to sell him on
20 minutes against Man United as well.
And now we're going to sell him on less than 6 months later for like 8 million profit. I mean, really?
I wouldn't say the 2 friendlies we've had have been all bad. I mean, we've been reminded of the tennis racket that's on the end of Richarlison's right foot. You know, that's still there.
We can see that even our Solanke and Richie can't even score when they're playing against the Auckland and Sydney. So you're right, Rain. I think the one thing I agree with you, Rain. The one thing I will say, Luca Williams Barnett has proven to me that he's better than the other youth around him. But I don't think he's shown that he's ready for the Premier League, which is good to see, right? He does look a step up from the other youth players, but he's not ready. If we're down, and I know what's going to happen, we're going to be 1-0 down against somebody, Brentford, maybe the first game of the season, and our fans will say, bring him on! And no, do not bring him on. I trust De Zerbi won't, but he's not ready for that. He's shown that he's somebody to look for in the future. That's what these games have been allows fans to get excited. But as Dan said as well, we need to have measured excitement, right? It's like, okay, Luca Williams-Barnett looks promising. Good. He doesn't look like he's ready for Premier League, and that's where the
We can't
problems
loan him
come in,
out
I think,
yet
with
though
our fan
till
base.
Yeah, that's the
sort
thing, though. That's the thing, though. We all know that if he was
End of the year.
old enough to be loaned out, he would have been loaned out, right? The fact is, he's not old enough, so he's got to stick around.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see him like if we get injuries again, which is probably likely going to happen. I don't want him then thrust on the left wing and relied on for like 10 games next season. That's what I don't want, which is why we need to invest on left wingers.
Yeah, but I do, going back to the original one, it'll be interesting to see what team we see against Chelsea, if it is not a real team, but a more of a Tonali, Fernandez, I don't even
That
know
worries
who
the
else is
shit
there.
out of me.
Richarlison, Madison, if we're going to see more of that, or if it's going to be the continuation of a bit of mix. Maybe, I'm not surprised, right? Tonali and Fernandez were there the first half of the first game to get some excitement for the fans. Since then, they've been pretty sparingly used, if at all.
Well, you ain't seeing Fernandez because he's got a calf. What is it? Fatigue in his calf or something? So DeSerbi's already said Fernandez they're going to be playing any minute.
Apparently. There you go, Carl. I'm just going to jump in. Adrian, welcome. Welcome to the show. I take it you've been listening about what everyone's saying about the youth and particularly Luca Williams-Barnett. What's your take on him, Adrian? Because I know you watch a lot of games, you watch a lot of youth games. You've obviously seen him develop as he's come through. Where are you at with him as far as we can't loan him out till he's 18? As we've spoke about before, there's no such thing as a football combination anymore. Right, which would be perfect for Luca Williams-Barnett at the moment, I think, to introduce him to proper men in football. For people that don't know what the football combination was, it was basically a reserve league. And you'd have players from clubs that could be coming back from injury. You'd have young players like maybe a Luca Williams-Barnett that would get shoved on at half time, but he'd be playing against men. Yeah, they haven't got that at the moment. The best that they can do is he's playing in under 23 games. Adrian, where are you at with it?
I don't know. I know that Mikey Moore's 19 in August. I don't know when Luca. I can't recall.
It's October, Adrian. He's
right. Well, then he definitely stays till January, doesn't he? Well, then he stays with the club until January, and then you loan him out. Same as Mikey Moore. They're young enough to be loaned out. But players like Scarlett and Lancashire, and I was gutted when Vuskovic went. I was gutted when Lancashire went because I've watched a lot of my like players. But you've got a situation now where you're going to have to get used to us selling players that come through the academy. And they'll be good because we pay the money. So we compete with the elite academies out there, and they go. And if your scholarship, you can sign a 2-year scholarship at 16, but only with a 1-year professional contract. So when you're 18 or coming to 18, other clubs will come sniffing around our players, and we'll go sniffing around theirs and try and offer them a promise of success and trophies and all that. And if you do well, you get through the team. If not, you'll move on, whatever. That's it. They should be loaned out, but it's good to look at them. You need the pre-season to look at them, and you're going to need them 3 games at home, the one against Getafe and the 2 against Hoffenheim, because it's not when you've got players coming back from pre-season holiday or even injuries. It's not a question whether they're not fit to play. They've got to get back to. They've got to be sharp, and by that I mean they've got to have the speed of thought on the football pitch. You can be as fit as anything, but you need to have that sharpness between your ears when you're on that pitch, and that only comes with game times, and it comes with competitive matches, right? So you need that. This is why I've seen. I don't know if I'm making excuses, either bad play or sloppy play, because we haven't seen that in some of the players, right? But there've been some good performances by people out there. You can only play what you're playing, right? I mean, it shouldn't have gone to penalties. That game should have been out of sight. So should the other one. So we haven't looked. We've looked pants up front, which we've done for a couple of seasons now, and we'll see who the new striker comes in, and the BOMBA striker, and I think it will be a striker. and I think it'll be Vlahovic. And if not Vlahovic, he said something unusual. I don't know if there's anything in this or not. If you listen to De Zerbi's report, he said, I'm a shark. I get what I want in a window and all that, right? Well, look, something just for you on your minds, guys. Torres is known as the shark at Barcelona. Okay? So whether it's a Freudian slip by De Zerbi, I don't know, right? But I think because we need a striker, don't we? And we need to bring at least one in. We know Solanke's staying, and even Richarlison might dig his heels in and stay, but he won't get much game time if you get someone in like Torres or Vlahovic, will he? So yeah, but the youth players onto that. Yeah, there's lots of good youth players at this club. Malachi Heidi's done very well. I mean, but it's a big step up. Look at more to Rangers. Under the
how many of them will make it, Adrian? How many of them will actually make it through? It's not even 0.9%.
Right. Okay. For elite academy clubs, right, less than 3% of their academy players make it down to be actually members of the 25 squad, let alone get any game time. Because all the elite academy clubs, they go out and fix a position by buying a player. So unless you've got Europe and you're playing poor opposition, you draw teams in the FA League Cup that you consider you can beat quite easily. You don't, they're not going to get game time. You've got to make your mark. Well, if you get a chance, you've got to take it.
I agree totally. What we should do, I think, just use them for what they're there for. Cannon fodder, nothing more, nothing less. Load them out, get the money off of them. There you go, 5 million for him, 10 million for it. If he comes good, there's a 1% chance that he actually comes good for a Premier League standard.
Because all of them at our academy and elite academies are all going to have good careers elsewhere, even if it's lower divisions. They're all going to be millionaires, right?
Yeah.
And for kids, they're giving thousands, or their parents get it. I don't know how it works in a trust or whatever. I don't know if they do all of that. And those kids like Barnett and Mikey Moore, they'll still be on thousands of pounds a week.
Exactly. We trained them up as well. Give them the university.
And you're given a chance to prove yourself. If you don't prove yourself, well, that's down to you.
Right. Yeah. So I want to answer.
Good enough to get in that team.
Yeah, this is all great. I want to answer John, who said, "What's the big deal with Lancashire? He's average." And I'll tell you what's the big deal with Lancashire is, firstly, he's 21, so you've only got a few years worth of information on him. But everywhere he's been, every challenge he's been given, he's stepped up and he's actually delivered on it against it. That's the big thing with Lancashire. So he may not be a superstar striker, but if he steps up and steps up to the challenge for everything, and look, I need to get this off my chest, right? Because a lot of people go on about kids as though they need to be superstars out the womb. The harsh reality with human beings is, if you give a human being a drop of water on the floor and tell them to get over it, they will step, right? If you give them a puddle, they might give you a tiny little jump. If you give them a stream, they might do a standing jump and go across. If you give them a river, they might take a run up and jump across the river. But you can't say to that first person where there was a little drop of water on the floor and you said, step across that, just because they didn't take a running jump and jump like 2 or 3 meters across it, it doesn't mean they're not capable of it, right? So human beings rise to the challenge that they're given. And we're very, very, very good. We're very, very good at being efficient. We're very good at being efficient. If we're asked to do, 5 minutes worth of work, we're very good at doing 5 minutes worth of work and not 10. It's just facts. And
that's
whereas
mentality.
No, it's just harsh reality. It's human nature, right? So and that's the problem that people have with kids. We send them out to League 2 and League 1 on loan, and they expect to see some kind of Champions League footballer. Well, do you know what? You send them out to League 1, you're going to get a League 1 performance. And actually, that's what you need from them. What you need from them is a League 1 performance, and then you send them to the Championship, and they do exactly what Lancashire did, which is didn't look out of place in the Championship. Right, okay. So he's done League 1, he's done the Championship. Now, you never know, he might get the chance in the next 2 or 3 seasons to to be a Premier League player, will he step up to look that way? A player that everybody's talking about, Adam Scott, right? He's worked his way up, and a lot of people were writing him off 3 or 4 years ago, and he's worked his way up. That's what happens. It's not everyone is a superstar aged 20 years old.
No, of course not. I can see where you're coming from.
Every player that you see in the Premier League, every player that's in the England squad, they've all come through their academy levels. They all came through.
I can see where you're coming from, Rain, on that one. But what I'd realistically expect of someone, again, I can only vouch myself. If I've got a point to prove and you tell me to, let's put it in the way you did, step over that drop of water, whatever, I'm taking a running jump because I've got a point to prove. Not just stepping over it. That's what someone with a real winning mentality wants to do. If there's that many losers out there with that many losing mentality, then so be it, yeah? But if somebody's that good and I've put them in League One and I'm expecting them to be that good, I expect them to shine in League One and look better than League One. I now go and put him in the Championship because he's meant to be better than that to become a player. I want him to stand out in the Championship as such. Not being necessarily the best player there, but give it 110% and stand out. If you're that good, you could be at a crap team and still stand out if you're that good.
Dan,
but I agree
you know
with the youth players. They ain't going to be as great as a lot of people want them to be.
Yeah, Dan, do you know what you really, really want from a young player? Is someone who you send doesn't look like they're a Championship player at the start, but looks like they're a Championship player at the end. That's what you really want. You want a player. You want someone who's got the character to not be good enough at the start and then look good enough at the end. That's what you really want.
Basically,
because
saying you want to see someone build on what they are, sort of thing.
I want someone. I think you're going to agree with me. You want someone who's got the character to strive, because those are the players. Those are the people who are really going to make it. There's so many players. It's littered with them. The football is littered with them who looked like world beaters at age 18, 19, right? And they ended up being nothing. They ended up being very, very average, and that's because do you know what? Brennan Johnson is a perfect example. He looked levels above when he was 18, 19, 20. He looked absolutely levels. Why? Because he's really, really quick. But he wasn't a striver, so he never actually leveled up. Never.
Do you reckon
got
it's a poor mentality thing, though? Do you reckon it's actually where modern day youth have just got a weaker mentality in general to what people did 20, 30 years ago? Makes myself sound old saying it, but I'd say younger people these days are a lot more mentally brittle than a lot of us were, because you just couldn't be like that then. Do you think it might just be down to the mentality on a lot of them, where they've got the quality but just ain't got the charisma for it or the fight for it?
But just cycling it back round to the Lancashire thing. Lancashire went to Oxford and he worked his heart out, and by the end of it, he was a mainstay in that team. He was Player of the Year for them, and he was absolutely, and teams in the Championship are, there's a player here. So he started. So he had that character. Do you know who else who had that character? Was Mikey Moore. Fair play to him. Went up, had a hard start at Rangers, and then showed some cojones to actually drag himself back up. Does that mean that they're going to be Champions League level players? No, it doesn't. But in my mind, I want to see that more than somebody who's just flash. I want to see someone who's got character rather than flashy.
The maths are against them as well, players, aren't there? The maths are against them.
Do you think we missed a trick in keeping Lancashire for the pre-season?
Yeah, I do.
No, I think 20 million is really good business.
Yeah, it's a good deal, but should we have given him a few games just to see what he can do?
Nah.
He played against Galatasaray.
Not when you can get 20 million.
Scored and got sent off.
I understand the money, but still, he could have turned into something, couldn't he?
Well, there is a very good chance. There is a very good chance that we better than Solanke and Richarlison.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
But do you want a player that can do it now? Do you want to be this big club? Do you want to be a player that can do it now? Boy, I want that 80 million striker who's going to bang in 20 goals, 15 goals.
Yeah, I agree.
Or do we sit here and go to the sentimental side of Spurs again? Yeah, but he could be good. He might be good. Let's give him a shot. Yeah, and that's just cost us half season.
Because we don't do that now again. Because the big shining crop that are coming through now that are going into the under 21s, they are 18 and 19. But as Rain correctly said, I mean, Lancashire, although I didn't want him to go because he got 30 goals in the 24 season, 24 in the league, and about 6 in a cup or something. Like, he was 21. It's the older ones in the academy now that need to be shipped on. And the maths are against these players. I mean, you'll all remember years ago, clubs didn't have academies going down to level 8, whatever the legal law is, down to 8 years old. So now you've got 20 elite. Well, they're not all elite. You've got 20 squads in the Premiership, 25-man squads, 500 players, right? There's thousands of kids out there that want to make it. Thousands now. But you didn't have so many before years ago when I was watching Spurs. We only had a first-team squad of 14 when we went in the UEFA Cup in 84 and things like that. So, and you'd think that out of all those thousands, more would come through. But even in Europe, you've only got the generational talents come through that you see, like Yamal, Nico Williams. I mean, we know Messi and Ronaldo come through, and Kane's come through, obviously, and you had Lewandowski, but very, very few. This seems to be fewer coming through now than ever before.
Is it John?
Talent at Spurs, but will they make it? I don't know. I mean, if Mikey Moore, who's shone a little bit, not much in his team, Barnett's outshone him and Malachi Diaz. If he can produce that form, if he can produce the form he's produced at Rangers in the Premier League, he'll be a Premier League player, and then we'll see.
Is it a big risk? Sorry, Steve, you go ahead, mate.
Is it John down the bottom there? You know, John? I didn't catch your name.
This is Adrian, and this is Dave.
All right. You're saying about we only saw a squad of 14, yeah? Right? We only had a squad of 14 last season, so we've all seen it. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there when you said about the squad of 14.
Now, Mikey Moore is a good case in point, right? He is someone who, age 17, 18, clearly, was talked about as a superstar, as a potential superstar. And there is a big risk that he doesn't level up. There was a big risk that
you don't know that. Exactly. He scored goals at every level for England, every age group for England. I mean, I watched the kid. He's got this centre of gravity and balance to his play. What I like about the young kids, they seem to be brave. I mean, like, even in the pre-season, you see what he does, right? He was everything went for him at Rangers, right? So he's playing on the left, he's playing on the left, right? And unless he's really forced to pass the ball back, you'll notice if he's got a player in front of him, to lose the player, because he's not the fastest in the world more, he will cut inside across the pitch. And you'll see him cut inside across the pitch. Does it for Rangers and all that. And the player that was going to mark him is either got to lose the shape of his team and follow him, or let him go and someone else deal with him.
Yeah, I completely agree with Cyril. This is the point. The point is Moore needs to be challenged. He needs to do what I said. He needs to go somewhere. This was my problem with Vuskovic, right? Vuskovic just wanted to play, right? What Vuskovic didn't want to do was not be good enough to start with and strive to become good enough, right? He didn't want to do that work. And you know what? That shows bad character to me.
And a big issue, Rain, is, and a lot of you, is the fact we've been so shit at loaning these players out that we've loaned them out to the wrong clubs, and then they haven't been given the game time. And now we've put in rules that if you don't play them, we're pulling them back in January. We didn't do that before, right? So, I mean, look at Scarlett. I watched him at 17, fantastic talent. He got loaned out of Ipswich under McKenna, didn't get a game, right? Mikey Moore, Ipswich come to us and asked to loan more. We turned them down. So what went on behind the scenes there? We would have put some conditions in. Ipswich would have said, I can't guarantee that. And we've gone, well, you ain't having him then, right? And Chelsea wouldn't have paid 20 mil for him last year. I mean, we need to, look, we've got off 2 kids I thought would make it, right? And it doesn't mean I'm right, but we need to keep more. We definitely need to keep more. It is something a bit special. You probably haven't seen it in he just looks it. You know, when I watch him play, his balance, left foot, right foot, it's the way he slalom.
What games has he looked it in? What games has he actually stood out in?
Oh, quite a few of the Rangers games. You watch the highlights. Everything goes through him.
me and you could go to Rangers or Celtic and stand out in Scotland. It's ranked lower than our league.
Well,
One, for God's sake.
how are you going to find out? I mean, you look great at all academy levels. You look great at all England levels. So how are you going to find out? That way,
No, but I'm asking you genuinely, where else has he stood? Where else has he stood out like bigger when he's played for us? I think he's
developing,
played.
isn't
Has
he?
he played? How many times has he played for us? I'm just
What,
asking
for
the
us?
questions. About 5 or 6, isn't it? Something like that.
What, in
I think he
Europe?
played in Europe a couple of times, didn't he?
Yeah, he scored against Delford when Ajayi scored and Scarlett scored, didn't he? He scored and he had a good 20 minutes on a wing against some team in Europe. That was the only chances he was given though in the first team, but he didn't let us down. Oh, he was given a start by Ange, and I remember in one half he was completely flat. The game just flew over his head, right? That can happen to any player, anyone who plays wide anyway. So yeah, so he had a flat game now, but he needs look, he's young enough to have another loan. But what you're getting now, and it depends who he's got surrounding him, with Bergvall, with Vuskovic, their agents want money. It suits them when the players move. You get these noises. These players are out of the World Cup, and you're getting quotes of Vuskovic.
I agree.
He needs to be challenged.
I
He needs
agree
to be
on the loan
challenged
amount.
in the championship.
Yeah,
in
Loan
a
him
high,
out, but
in
if-
a good championship side.
If someone come in and offered 25 mil for Mikey Moore now, 20 mil, would you take it?
no,
Right, as fast as you could. Yep.
no.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like playing poker. I mean, I don't know how many people on here play poker, but for me, it's like playing poker. There's times where, you just tap out and you throw your cards down. There's other times where you hold on for it a little bit and then you realize, no, maybe I should tap out or maybe I can ride it. And that's when you know you've got a good deck of cards and you're willing to go all the way. Again, the percentage says Mikey Moore ain't going to make it. If we just go by percentage, because only 1% actually make it through. I don't even think it's 1% from what I last read. It was like 0.9%, but some say 3, some say 1. So let's say 2% actually make it. Is he going to be that 2% that make it? Do you want to take that gamble with 2% and then in 2-3 years' time he turns out a piece of shit that you can't even get rid of?
Well,
Personally,
you're right. I
I
mean,
take the 20 million and
Yeah.
I go and put it towards a player that is established
Well,
now that
he's-
can do it now.
He is young enough to be loaned out.
Yeah.
If you've got a player
Yeah.
of 2021 now, then you consider selling them. But I mean, like, he's,
So that's a fair
he
point.
should go
That's a
out.
fair
But this is
point.
the thing with recruitment.
That's-
You need to farm them out. It doesn't have. See, they might want to go to the most glamorous ECL clubs or whatever, or to Rangers or Celtic, right? But the first thing the recruitment team is, do they need a player like Mikey Moore on their team who's going to be playing on the left, who's going to play as a 10 on the left? He can play across the complete middle, but do you want him playing? Are you going to? Do you have need for a player there? If not, don't loan him out. You need to loan him where a player who plays in his position, who acts as a playmaker on the left-hand side of the field and cuts into centre midfield. That's what they need, right? So we've done it. I mean, Ash Phillips is another good player at the level.
Let me just come in on more. So it's too early to be taking money for more, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We need to be working out 25 million. It would depend who the club is as well. Quite happy to sell Lancashire for 20 million to Middlesbrough. I wouldn't be happy to sell Lancashire for 20 million to Chelsea. Let me make that perfectly clear, right? Because you're wondering, why are they spending 20 million on this young player that we've got? But quite happy for him to go to Borough. But with more, we have to have a pathway for the young players. We have to be able to. We have to be able. If we're going to have an academy, then we have to be able to attract decent young players into that academy. Because
Chelsea
we all want
Chelsea don't.
We all want the next.
give them
Yeah,
a
but
step
Chelsea actually promote them into their first team. Chelsea
Very
actually
rarely.
promote
Chelsea usually loan them out 95% of the time, and then they have
To
a good couple of
own-
loans, and then sell them
to
to
the-
make the money, basically.
to their own multi-club ownership model.
Either way, but then they go.
so-
Then maybe we should do that, so we can then sell them for 5 mil,
Absolutely.
10 mil, 20 mil,
Yeah,
and just
then
use it
let's
as
do
cannon
that.
fodder. Like
Couldn't
everyone
disagree
else
more.
does.
Sorry, couldn't agree more. Wait a minute, let me come back to more. So with more, the only reason why I'm not taking 25 million out, and it is harsh. It is hard not to take that money. It's a little bit too early. So, like Adrian says, in a year or
Fair
two, if I was offered it in a year or two, and he's still not sort of shown anything really sort of spectacular, then yeah, I'm taking it. But
not
what I
excelled and
don't
then
want,
do it.
what I don't want, is those 14-year-olds who are currently considering whether it's Arsenal or Tottenham, and that 1% number, they don't care about that. All they want to do is play Premier League football.
And
They don't care. They don't care about. They don't care whether it's 1% or 99%. They just want to play Premier League football at age 14, and they will pick Arsenal if they think, or Chelsea if they think there is a path to being a Premier League footballer.
And you get the odd youngster who thinks he's ready when he isn't. I mean, Tyrus Hall, good ball carrying midfielder. If he develops, he could do what he does in some games, carrying the ball, being so skillful. In the Premier League, he'd be an absolute superstar. But he was one who had disagreement with Ange when he was there, because Ange wouldn't put him in the team. Then you had a player who never got a loan. I don't know if any have heard of Dylan Marcandy. Did you know Dylan Marcandy at all? He was the Asian player, right? He wanted to run before he could walk. Unfortunately, he went to Blackburn. I think he did his ACL games in Scotland and all that. He was doing well at the academy. And I think these young kids have got agents now, and I think they're whispering in their ears to get them moved just to make money, and it's detrimental to their careers. And they should hang in there. I mean, they're like 18, 19 years of age. They've got time. What's the rush? What's the rush? And
what's the rush? Is you need it now, not tomorrow, not yesterday, not to.
Well,
you need it now.
If you're an elite Premier League club, one, you're getting good money anyway, and two, you've got all the best facilities around you, and best staff around you that can help you to develop, right?
And you act like a big club.
Hooks, right? As much as Lampard, maybe a future England manager with Carrick, I don't know, it's done well. He didn't get a game at Coventry. Not a game.
Have we actually been offered 20 million for
no.
Moore? Well, there you go then.
Chelsea
we're just assuming, aren't we?
They
we're
offered
assuming,
20
so therefore
last season. It was last season. They offered 20 million.
We're not this season. So this
no, not this season. No.
So this is the thing. He's just got to go out on loan to a better class standards than the Scottish Premiership, right?
And
whether that's the Bundesliga.
I think he needs a bigger step up.
Dortmund are gunning for him,
apparently Dortmund like him, and I'd send him to Dortmund.
Yeah, they
take learn
youngsters.
A fucking lot at Dortmund.
Yeah, they're good with youngsters at Dortmund.
They don't.
The problem is though with that they want Dortmund won't do a deal on loan unless there's a buy option. That's not how they do their football, is it?
Exactly. It's 100%,
yeah, but then we got a buy option with a 20% loan. Boom, we've got some money, haven't we?
Why would Dortmund do that?
But this is what Dortmund do.
They don't want Mikey Moore. If they did that, Mikey Moore isn't going to play for them. He's not close to good enough.
They
inquired about Mikey Moore.
It's not him outright to develop him potentially for them in the future.
Sancho, they've took players in the past. Right.
Look, I'd send him to Dortmund. If I could send him to Dortmund,
good players in the past and play them. Mikey Moore can't play in the Bundesliga. He's not good enough, especially not for Dortmund.
It is a massive
because we see what he did at Scotland last year.
Well, he needs to go in the ECL. He needs to go in the ECL, or chances are one of the promoted Premier League clubs that have been promoted.
Coventry or someone like that, maybe.
Why would Coventry want him? He's not good enough.
He's not getting in no Premier League club. He's not good enough to play in any Premier League club.
Then he's got
not good enough for the top clubs in the Championship.
If he's not judged
Chuck him in
by
West
those
Ham,
at the club, then I don't think they want him going abroad. I think they'd rather he went to an ECL club or a Premier League club, because we need to see what he can do over a season.
I mean, if Dortmund wanted him on loan and was willing to take him on loan for a year or two, yeah, go there. Dortmund are good at that. Will he get game time is a different story. I mean, Bundesliga is what?
That's always the issue, Dan. Game time is always the issue.
So I agree with what you said earlier. When you put a player on loan, it should be right. You're loaning that player. I expect him to play 60% of the games for you, as long as he's not injured. Right. By the time it comes to 3 months later and he hasn't been playing, right, back to us. You're going to that one on loan. That I agree with you on how we should do that.
You have the option to pull them back in January now.
Yeah. Either way, whatever you can do it. I agree with we want 50%, 75% game time on him. If you ain't doing it, we're having him back, basically. I agree with that, because what's the point of loaning the player out when he don't even get a fucking game? It's
I'll
just
send
no
him
point.
to a good championship side like Norwich that can pass the ball
See you later,
around,
Dave.
things like that. Do you know what I mean?
Did you want to say something, Dave, or are you saying?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, why are we not trying Mikey Moore at number 10 in pre-season with all the youngsters coming in? Why not try him at 10?
He's been playing Donnelly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that I don't get.
Yeah.
I think to this point, right? I don't think Donnelly stepped up. I think Donnelly's plateaued. He looks decent, and he looked decent, but then he's gone out. He's had a few challenging loans, and he hasn't stepped up to the plate.
Again,
whereas
are
we going back on,
like you said, we're going back on. Oh yeah, he's a Spurs boy.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. No. I think they would. I think they would take money for. I mean, I would take if you're offering me 10 million for Donnelly. I'm taking it now.
Donnelly's got a few caps. Got a few caps for Northern Ireland now. He was brought into Spurs as a striker from Northern Ireland. Wayne Burnett, who's done a fantastic job at the academy, right, converted him to a number 10. Now, as pace goes, you'd class him as slow because he's about 2 kilometres slower than the average pace of Premier League players. But he's got this between his head and he's good on the ball. He's got a killer forward pass on him, right? But I mean, and he did okay at Orient, right? He was at Oxford as well. Not so hot there. They were a team getting relegated, so that has an effect. But
Adrian, that's the point.
I don't know if he's going to make it.
But Adrian, that's the point.
He's not making it. Donnelly's not.
Lancashire and Donnelly went to Oxford, and one of them came out smelling of roses, and the other one didn't. And unfortunately, that's the harsh reality of becoming a professional. That's why Lancashire has now got a £20 million move, and Donnelly is still waiting for that offer to come in. And make no doubt, Tottenham would snap the hands off.
He's one of those players. He's got great vision and he makes time for himself on the ball. And if you're
Adrian,
he can't even start for Stoke. He got put on the bench at Stoke.
Adrian, he hasn't made it. He hasn't made it, mate. We'll be lucky to get 5 to 10 million. He is.
They'll probably sell him. But I mean, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying he'll have a good career as a good footballer.
Guys, I just want to say this, right? It's all very well talking about youth and stuff, but I want the players for the here and now, experienced players, to start getting us back up that bloody league, right? Not finish in 17th, because we all know what's happened the last couple of years with having to play youngsters in our team. It's not worked, right? We've bought you, Gray, Bergvall, whatever, it's not working out, right? So I want experienced players in now so we can start building a squad to get us up that league. And if there's a youth player like a Williams Barnett that our manager, whoever it is, sees in him, give him time to get him around the first team, not necessarily play him, just develop him, get him experienced, and then maybe drop him in for like 10, 15 minutes later on down the line, But this whole thing about youth, I don't want to see it right now, because this is literally why we're in this position, and we have been in this position.
To be honest, Steve, I just want to know how much money we're going to get for him. That's what. How much money can we get for him?
I 100% agree with you, Rain, honestly. But I mean, at the moment, it's quite clear that us going, we need to start playing Mikey Moore, or we need to start playing this player and this young player and that young player, ain't going to work, and it's been proven. So
I mean, Bergvall.
Can I just say
Bergvall? I would. That's all right, Danny. You can wait for a second. Bergvall, I would absolutely snap whoever's offering us 50, 60 million for Bergvall. I would absolutely snap their hands off. Go, mate. You go for it.
Calm down, right?
You've just joined. You have to do your minutes.
But I was about to say something, and you still want to fucking talk.
You've just joined,
mate.
Hang on. Let's just have a football conversation, please. I don't want the antics of the other night. Let's just talk football. We can all disagree and agree to disagree and all that stuff, but please, all of us, just football. I'm not worried about anything else. Thank you. Please continue, people. I'm going back on mute.
Well, Donnelly isn't shit. None of the players at our academy are shit. They might not be good enough to make the grade, but it's very ignorant of a lot of Spurs fans to turn and say these players shit when they haven't even seen them play or made them see them play one pre-season game. I get this all the time, but I keep stub about it because I just know you're making fools of yourself. If you've seen, I watched every under-21 game, right, when they won the double and everything. So I watch a lot of academy football, and I slam all the Shoot Hugo films, all the little videos I put in the WhatsApp group. Don't ram them down people's throats. If you want to watch them, they're there. Have a look. See what you think.
I just, you know what, Adrian, I can't listen to this. I'm sorry, mate.
Fair enough.
Like, it is just waffle, right? I know how you are because you watch the youngsters and you watch all the under-21 games, but I'm sorry, man. We none of our youngsters are actually good enough, because if they were good enough, they'd be playing, right? And I think it's very clear and evident for the manager, someone like De Zerbi, who he's very openly said, and also if you look back on his history, he is someone that likes to give the youth a chance. He doesn't give a shit the age of the player. He just gives a shit about how good they are. And the truth is, the majority of our youngsters are not good enough to even lay on the grass or on the pitch for the first team, Adrian. Jamie Donnelly, Dane Scarlett, Will Lancashire, all of them are not good enough, because if they were, they'd be at Spurs and they wouldn't have sold them. Mikey Moore is another example of a player who played in the 40th ranked league in the world, which, just to remind you, the Cypriot league in Cyprus is ranked higher in the world, right? That's how bad the Scottish league is. It is a joke, right? And Mikey Moore did not. James Flower said it spot on the other day, right? If Mikey Moore went to the Scottish league and banged in 20 goals, then I'd be sitting there being like, do you know what? I'd actually like to get a chance, because he's ripping it up in the league like that, right? Because if you can do that, then what can he do in a higher division, in a higher stronger league, right? But he didn't show anything. And every time I've seen Mikey Moore, he just looks like another bang average player who can't do anything, right? The only player that's actually impressed me a little bit from our youngsters in the last few years is Luca Williams-Barnett. He's the only one, because he looks like he's got something about him, right? But let's be honest, Adrian, how many times in the last 50 years have we actually seen a quality player come through Spurs Academy? Ledley King, Harry Kane, and there's one more, Sol Campbell. They're the last. And mate I can't remember. Did Mabak come through the academy as well?
We bought him off of Bristol Rovers.
Right, so even he didn't come through the academy. So in the last 40 odd years, we've had 3 players who've actually came into the team, right, and actually performed at a high level.
And we buy Oderberts and Greys and Tells to block their places. So that says it all.
By saying you defeat your own argument. This is what gets me.
I agree with Danny.
I'm a fan of the academy. And you defeat your own argument when you say they ain't good enough. Listen,
they're not good enough.
They're at the academy developing. It's as if the Spurs fans expect every 17, 18-year-old and 19-year-old and 20-year-old to be oven ready.
How old was Archie Gray?
That's what you expect, Adrian.
How old was Archie Gray?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I want to look at up talent and hope that up and coming talent come through. Others hit the crossbar. Marcus Edwards hit the crossbar. You had Skim.
How old was Archie Gray when we bought him?
Rubbish.
They weren't good.
That's why he went to Burnley.
Yeah, but yes, they weren't good enough, right? But with
most of them are not good enough, Adrian. It's a very. Do you know how rare it is for a player of a quality of a Ledley King or someone like that to come through?
When someone says an 18-year-old shit, I mean, like, go and
you're
read
not giving time to develop, are you?
Of course, but
we go and buy Archie Grays. Archie Gray was about 18 when we got him, wasn't he? If our youth was that good, why the fuck do we go out and spend 40 million on a waste like Archie Gray if you've got compatible, good enough 18-year-olds down there?
That was just
if
stupid
got
club
good enough
decision.
on the left wing, why do we go out and buy bog standard players like Oderbert and Tell to take their places?
Just as I've said, these players are at the academy to develop.
You've got to give them a chance to develop, or they're not going to, are they?
And this is where
they
sentimental
go.
thing comes in.
If the coaching staff at the club don't like them, they let so many go each season and get a new crop in. That's the way it works.
If Tottenham want to be a big club and a successful club, you got to take sentimental stuff out of it and literally stop relying on bloody youth and get the here and now and then build a squad and a team that can start.
We should be. Do you know what? Can I just say one thing?
17th, the last 2 seasons, because, right, tell me how many times towards the end of the season, or during the season, did we have a bench full of youth players, right? A bench full of youth players, because we had no first teamers available.
That was terrible.
Right? And how many of them got their chance? Maybe 5-10 minutes here and there. Yeah, that was it at the end of the
We
game.
wouldn't if we actually had players that we should have bought in the first place.
Exactly. So I'm fed up with relying on you to, right, seriously, because 17th the last 2 seasons is not acceptable. I want my team now to, like they've started doing, and I hope they continue with it, buy experienced Premier League players for the now, right? And just get us up that bloody table, and then start and keep investing on experienced players. And if there is a youth player like a Williams Barnett, like come out and said he's a diamond, nurture him the proper way, integrate him in slowly, not relying on him when we've got no players available. That's what
I agree with that.
But it's also to do that. You need to build on the 11 to do that
into a team when you've got Graham Bergvall in there, and like you've got Tell and Odebert, because you've already got kids in there. The right way to do it was the way we did it in the past. When we had a squad, you'd have 10.
We've never done it in the past.
You'd have 10. Going back in the past, you'd have 10 seasoned professionals in that team, and you would introduce a kid.
So they can I just say something, Adrian? Right?
Well,
Adrian,
Cookie's seen it. He's not in, right? You don't throw 4 in a team at the same time, and I agree. Oven-ready players are the solution,
right?
And the Premier League have got the money, right, to go. And most teams have got the money to fix their solution. This is why the kids in Europe develop faster, because those kids in Europe, Italy, they can't.
No, that's not the reason. That's not.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's part
of the reason. The reason. Adrian, can I just say something, right?
They get played in. They get more game time to start off with in Europe. That's why they come through, right? That's why they come through.
The reason why that happens,
they aren't developed enough. It's not a question.
Right? Yeah. No, but you're not listening.
People say these players are shit. They're not.
The reason, Adrian, 1 second. The reason why players in the academies don't get the chance is because in the Premier League, it is where it's the most globally watched league on the planet. It's the most money revenue generated league on the planet. The reason why it's like that is because they buy the best players, and they can afford. Every team in the Premier League can spend 40-50 million pounds on a player nowadays, right? And because of that reason, right, the youngsters will never get a chance, because the Premier League go and buy the best talent from around the world, all the clubs, right? The only way academies in the UK can ever get to the level of the Spanish academies or the Italian or all the other academies is if the Premier League decide to put a block on what they allowed in with foreign players, right? That's the only way it will ever work, because until then, it's never going to work. And that's why it's so difficult. And that's why you're seeing more and more youth academy prospects in England go abroad to try and make it, because they've got a better chance of doing it. That's the only reason, right? Now, the problem is,
it's
Adrian,
lower standards.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's not just that, Dan. It's not even just the lower standards. They could develop. Adrian is right what he's saying about if the teams develop the youngsters, right, we'd actually unearth a lot more British talent, right? All the teams would, right? But the problem is no one gives those youngsters a chance because of how much money is involved in the Premier League. And with the teams wanting to stay in the division to earn that money, they go and buy players, exports, because the exports in other leagues, other youngsters in other leagues are better than the English youngsters.
Don't you think you're going to run out of international players soon then, Danny?
No, not at all. Not at all. But the one other thing I was going to say just quickly on this is that if you look at how the big clubs act, how Arsenal, Man United, Chelsea, Liverpool, right, these clubs, they go and buy the best players on the planet, right, in terms of for their first 11. And it touches on what Dan was saying. You need to have a squad, a 20-man squad that is full of senior players, like quality players. When you can do that,
player, though.
Yeah, when you do that and you have a top quality team, then it's easier to bring in a youngster, right, or two, or even three, because you can bring them in when you're 2-0 up or 3-0 up in a game, right? And because you've got so many quality players around you, they're not going to sink, right? Because you've got higher level players around you. It's like if you had like Modric, Moussa Dembele, Gareth Bale, and then you go and bring in a Barnett when you're 2-0 up, right? It's a different kettle of fish because he's playing with top level
not
players.
make a youth team and then try and attract a bloody big player from it because you've got a youth team. People want Man United of '95 and still thinks that shit can happen. It's done. It's dusted. That's old school. It is never gonna happen again. But Adrian's right on what he's saying. In Italy, in Spain, and Germany, and everything, the clubs are so much smaller than ours, apart from their top 2 big clubs or maybe even 3. That they have to bring their youth academy through because they can't go out and buy players like even bloody Coventry can, for God's sake. So the way to do is build your 11, build your squad because you want to win now and attract big players now, and then you can start milking in some youth players to give them a shot. Not go and sit there and say, "Oh, do you know what? He's had a couple of good games, so give him a chance."
If you want to create a pathway, it could be done, but the Premier League would have to take the lead. But I wouldn't trust Rick Perry and his cohorts to do anything right. You could do what is done in Europe, right? You could say, right, instead of 9 substitutes, you'll have 12, and then you could have a rule. 2 of those.
It won't work, Adrian. I just explained why it won't work.
Adrian,
it's too much money, Adrian.
Look, hold on.
It's too much money, mate.
This is the thing, you see. If at first all possible objections have to be overcome, nothing will ever be achieved, right? With a negative approach to that, like that game, you'd never achieve anything. You'll never change anything, right? What you need is a rule change. Now, if you're increasing subs from 9 to 12,
I'm not disagreeing with that, Adrian. I'm saying it won't happen because again, it goes back to what Dan was saying. There's too much money in it. Look what Gianni Infantino's doing. Gianni Infantino's trying to sell the World Cup. He's literally trying to sell the World Cup off to private investors. You think the Premier League is going to stop doing that and have less players, less exports come in, and less money generated from revenue?
Danny, can I read what he's got to say?
Subs, the manager who's used to having 9 is not penalised in any way if 2 of those subs are academy pathway players for the experience of match day or whatever, doing whatever, and perhaps getting 5 or 10 minutes if you're thrashing a team 4-0, something like that. But something needs to be introduced to do this, because to come into academies, there's not the pathway. A lot of fans don't even watch an academy game and they criticise players, right? But like, there's a lot of good quality at this football club. Will they make it? No, probably not. We're probably upselling them again. But if you create that pathway, you'll give them kids when their mums and dads go up there with their player and they'll sign for the club. They'll sign for Spurs at the moment because the kids at all levels are winning trophies.
Right, Adrian, let me put this to you, right? So if we'd gone down, we got relegated, right? You can guarantee that all our top stars would have gone, yeah? And we would have to rely on you for next season, right? So what would you be saying about these players in the Championship next season? If 95% of our team and our squad were youth players and they finished 15th in the Championship for the first season, would you say they were good enough?
I don't believe all our players would have left, like you said. Like that.
They would have left. There is no way your Zabbies, if he wasn't injured, your Romero's, your Vicarios, maybe Kulusevski and Adanso, maybe, but all of them would have had to be sold because they would need the money to generate for the money they lost of being relegated. Right? So you can't. And who are you going to be? Who are you going to be attracting? Look at Senesi, look at Robertson, for example, right? Free transfer. They were only coming on the basis of we stayed in the Premier League. So you wouldn't even get players like that.
No arguments. But players are under contract. They can't just jump ship. They can moan, but they just can't jump ship, right?
No, but they would have had to sold them to generate the money because of the money we lost. We would have lost what? 250 million.
To push in 300 million.
It was 150 to 160 million that Spurs would have lost.
Right, and do you think?
Hold on, let me finish because I researched this. I always go with facts, right? And Kieran Maguire was saying at the time that Spurs were in a position they could suffer that loss for one season in the Championship, for one season. There was so much rumour mongering and so much toxicity about the club, which we finished 17th or in fear of relegation, and that wanker Lange didn't do nothing in the January transfer window, so should have been sacked, right? Rather than drag us through to the last game of the season, but fair play to deserving. But no, we would have been all right for 1 year if we didn't come up, and like you would have come up the following year because it goes down to 8 places now, believe it or not, in the ECL. It goes down to 8 places if you didn't know, right? So we would have got promoted. But
we're all talking about what ifs all the time. I mean, It's crap.
Do you know who I blame for this, Chief? I'll tell you who I blame for this. Still is the reason why we're talking about this, because you know what? This didn't come up until he started going on about it. Let me say something, if you don't mind. I am fucking sick and tired of people moaning about the youth players. Spurs
Happy 40th birthday, mate.
Go fuck yourself. I'm not 40.
Can we, just before Benji continues, just let me say, I'm sure on behalf of everyone, happy birthday, Benji.
Happy 40th, Benji.
I'm not 40.
You, man.
Happy 40th, Benji.
I'm not 40. I'm 31.
Happy 44th, Benji.
Let's have
Come
some
on,
more
Benji, let's have the rant.
people, please.
Benji, I want to hear the rant. Come on, let's hear the rant.
Yeah, okay, here comes a rant. So listen, look, again, I blame Stel for what's going on right now, and shame on all of you for getting on the train. Listen, bollocks to the youth team. Nobody cares. We're out making big boy moves. We're buying players like Fernandez, Van Hecke, Tonali. Come on now. We're talking about youth. Do you know what this really is? This is people just wanting something to have a fucking moan about. 6 months ago, when we're complaining, we're in a position we are because Spurs keep playing youth. Why do you think we bought Bray? Why do you think we bought Bergvall? Because our youth players ain't good enough. And I'll tell you something else as well, right? It's flavour of the month. This month, it happens to be Lucas Williams-Barnett. Last month, it was fucking Mikey Moore. Season before that, Scarlett. Season before that, Skip. It's boring. These players aren't good enough. They're great at youth level, but they can't elevate. How many Spurs youth academy products have you seen that have even moved on from Tottenham and made something of themselves? The most recent was Madueke, and he's dog shit. He's dog shit. So all I'm saying is I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing about the youth. What are we doing here? Why are we even talking about it?
Benji, I mean, It's hard to believe we're European champions this season. We should have a warm glow inside going into this season as European champions, right? I mean, like, you wouldn't think we'd won a trophy, would you? You wouldn't think it. Right?
No.
Do you know, I thought I'd make a point as well. Like,
go on, Dave.
Your reason why, like, you got your countries and stuff like Spain, Brazil, Portugal, obviously poorer standard of living than us. Why their academies are so good and why they bring through such top talent? Because pretty much that's lineage. That's their country's footballing mentality. Literally from the second they take their first steps, they're taught how to kick a ball. Do you know what I mean? Their education system's poor in their country, so they're what? Do you know what I mean? And it's a poor standard of living. Not every kid over there has got a games console sitting there playing Fortnite and stuff. No, they're not. They're out in their gardens, out in the fields playing football. Do you know what I mean? So they're doing it from such a young age. And Barcelona are a prime example of it, because look who they've brought through over the last 2-3 years: Yamal, Pedri, Gavi. That's just to name a couple. Just to name it, and there's more there as well. Do you know what I mean? So, and they're all of their nationality. So
the top clubs in Spain, you're right. I mean, and they do develop players better abroad and quicker than we do. But the top clubs, like, what youngster doesn't want to go and play for the academy at Bayern? What youngster doesn't want to be in Real Madrid or Barcelona? Those clubs, they get the pick. We've got about 6 elite clubs in this, or 8 if you believe it, in the Premier League.
Yeah, but they can also sell to the bigger teams, Adrian. What they can do, Barcelona can milk a bog standard player through and sell them to people in their first league, because their first league is so much lower than ours. We can't do that. We can't sell bang average players in the Premier League kids.
But I bet because they've got the pick of the crop, I wonder what their turnover is. I wonder what the turnover of the Santa players. Sorry, we're not taking you on next season. You know, I wonder what maybe they're a bit more ruthless with it. It might not be worse than it is here, or it might be. I don't know. I should imagine that clubs like Bayern and those clubs, PSG. I mean, PSG's academy is superb. I mean, if you and Barcelona and Real Madrid, I mean, like they just get the best if you're at another club, you're going there. You know, so here there's a bigger group to go to. There's more choice, I think. You got Chelsea, Arsenal, Spurs, Man United, Man City, Liverpool, yeah, what maybe Villa and whatever. I don't know. You know, there's a few more extra teams to spread the young talent out. But no, I mean, like they've just got superb academies abroad in PSG. I mean, like.
Either way, when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, let's just all accept it that our youth academy is not good enough, because if it was, we wouldn't have bought bloody Archie Grays and Odeberts. We need players that can do the job now, that can get us up that bloody table. We need someone that we can rely on, or any player can be a gamble, I know that, but a player that you know has a very high chance of doing well because he's been playing in the top leagues for 5-6 years and everything, and he's established and he's produced, instead of just keep going on about, yeah, but we got to give this youth academy a shot. Fuck the youth academy, cannon fodder, sell them like the other clubs do. If someone's that good, that 1%, hang on to them, get rid of the rest. But again, the sentimental side of Spurs will turn around and say, but give them a chance. No, bollocks. It's business.
Nothing will
anything else anymore. It's business.
Nothing will change unless the clubs, 14 clubs that vote for a change. And like I said,
and they ain't going to vote for a change because it'll cost them money.
Not to bring academy players onto a subs bench, it wouldn't. I mean, if you were allowed 12 subs, you could make the rule and say 2.
Okay, what makes the league bigger then, Adrian? 12 established players on a team, or 8 players on the team with 4 youth subs?
But you wouldn't have a problem like that. You wouldn't even have a problem.
It's about money.
If it was a rule, you wouldn't have a player saying, "Why is the kid on the bench?"
Why would they want to make that rule and make the league and make the Premier League technically smaller?
Well, no,
on the money side.
That in the long term, right? Providing these kids weren't brought in from foreign currencies, that would benefit the England team as well.
Yeah, but what
they don't care about that.
That's all they care
no,
about.
I don't care
is
about
money.
the England team, but it's just a positive that would happen. Right?
I'm not denying that. But again, it comes down to money. They would rather have 10 established players in that subs bench because it looks better for the league as a whole, instead of having to stick 4 youth in there and that. It makes the league look smaller in that aspect. It is all about money. Nothing more, nothing less.
Increasing the subs by 1 experienced players and putting 2.
You might well be, but
on the bench.
Yeah, but you're thinking from a football mentality. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, the Premier League is not sport; it is business. Business is bigger than the sport itself.
You need, otherwise you're not gonna create a pathway. You're just gonna hope that generation talent.
And does the Premier League give a shit by doing that? It's the biggest league in the world. We was behind Spain, Italy. What do they give a shit?
Well, boys, do we not think Spurs are doing it right though? Spurs are doing it right. I was going to say, hold on, get this. We've pumped money, right? This season, we've pumped extra money into the youth academy. Why? Because next season, fingers crossed, we get back into Europe, it's going to be a lot more relevant then. Spurs are just looking to pump their money into the first team because we've all complained, we've all moaned. We don't have a safe, stable first team to even bring these youth players into anyway.
It's not a stable environment.
It's not
an unstable environment.
100%. 100%.
And also, I've got to call this out as well, right? I thought that every like what James is saying, I thought everyone wants to care about winning now. I thought we don't give a shit about pathways. I want to see Tottenham win a Premier League and a Champions League in my lifetime. That's what I want to see, right? So in order to do that, I don't want to see these kids coming through. What I want to see Tottenham do is adopt the Chelsea and Man City model, which is to sell the players on for good fees, like we seem to be doing. We've made over 100 million already on our youngsters.
I'm all for developing players and selling them on because you know you're going to do that.
Yeah, but it means that they'll never touch the first team.
It's rare that any of them come through. So
I just want to say this to
Adrian. Get a Harry Kane who was shit on all his loans. Van der Vaart said, happened, you know, and we know, and now 500 goals plus later, right? You know, so you don't know what you're going to get. Some players look good early, some develop late, like an Ian Wright or something like that. You know, so it's not an exact science, but I'm saying if you want to create a pathway
You need a rules to do that. And
But
I
when
think
it comes to a business, Adrian, you take the
It's not
least
gonna happen.
gamble that you have to in a way
Yeah.
to make the money. When you want to be a business and a big business, you don't chuck all your money under the fucking bus with that 1% chance that fella comes
Yeah.
in and basically
It's a less than
buys your
1%
company
chance,
with
man.
what he's worth. Yeah, you don't do that. That would just be
But you do.
stupid.
The reason you do it.
No,
but
you
do.
don't.
No,
do.
you don't.
And I'll tell
You
you why
don't.
you do it. And I'll tell you why you do it. And you go out and get these young kids in, right?
Oh my
You go out and
god.
get them in if they show quality, because you want to get them on the cheap before they become unattainable. You look how much Krupi was what they wanted for Krupi before he got injured. 19, 20-year-old, right? You're talking about 85 to 100 million, right? So they want for that. So now clubs will do it, and they're doing it because they've taken a chance. If they get in 5 or 6 kids and they pay 5 million for each of them, that's peanuts at the end of the day if you sell a couple for 20 mil and you've paid for your
Right.
academy.
Can I ask you a question, Adrian?
What
Can I
I
ask
will
you a
say
question?
to that is Bournemouth has got big aspirations as what Tottenham Hotspur has.
Yeah.
So they can afford to risk a youngster to go
Yeah.
through and hopefully we don't do that. We've never done that because it's too risky for a big club like us.
Bournemouth and Brighton have been brilliant with their recruitment, haven't they? They've been brilliant.
Can I ask you a question, Adrian, about the youngsters? Can I ask you a quick question? Do you think the kids develop more sitting on the bench or playing every week in a league below?
Well, you've just answered your own question.
I'm asking you. Do the players develop more? They're sitting on the bench at Tottenham, or they're playing in the league below, week in, week out.
I answered that earlier when I said if you're going to have 12 subs, 2 have to be academy players, right? And they're on the bench. They'll get match day experience. You might not have the same kids on the bench each time, and possibly, if you're thrashing a team 3 or 4-0 with 20 minutes to go, you might blood them. Show us what you can
That
do.
bit I agree with, but on the other side of it, they ain't going to get a look of it because they're only on the bench because the team has been told they have to put them on the bench.
So what
and
you
who are you going to make the
sub?
sub? And who are you going to make the sub with at 1-1?
Basically,
Are you going to bring in the? Are you going to bring in the? Hang on, Adrian. Hang on. Are you going to bring the kid in when you're 1-1? Or even 2-1 up, or are you going to bring the established player? It's going to be the established player, but I agree with if you're 3-4-0 up, then yeah,
it
don't depend on nothing. You are not going to bring on some 18-year-old that you have been told has to be on that bench over a player that you've paid 40 million for. It's not going to happen. Unless you're 4-0 up, then I'll agree.
That's why I said there'd have to be a rule. And then players left out of that squad, you've got a 25-man squad.
But they're still not going to bloody play.
You've got 9 subs, that's 20 players. 5 are not in that squad anyway. Now, if everyone's fit, right, and I look at this, I'll be looking at this in Deserby's games. If everyone's fit, I'm going to be very interested in the first half a dozen games who Deserby has on a bench to get into his mind. See, try. And I'm also for that kids. I'm also going to be interested in seeing who the 5 players are that are left out of the match.
Who would you rather have on your subs bench? 9 established players. Would you have 9 established players on there?
The only new player getting anywhere near this first team this year, whether it's, and I don't even think he'll be on the bench, is William Barnett. That's the only youth player that's going to get anywhere near.
Why the hell would anyone want a youth player because they've been told to have him on the bloody subs bench when they could have an established player on there? That's
we
just
shouldn't be relying on
that's off key.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the fact that they've been told, the only reason they'd be there is because they've been told they have to have them there. The manager is still going to look aside of them and only going to bring them on if you're 4-0 up or if it is in a situation where there's no one else there, because they're only there because they've been told they would have to be there, not because the manager wants them there. What do you want on your team? Do you want it as in we have 9 established players in that subs bench or 6 established players and you want 3 youth on there? What do you want?
I don't even want Bergwall or Gray near the top bench next season because they got 185 million for Tonali and Fernandez. What that tell you? Just Derby obviously doesn't think that Bergwall and Gray are good enough.
I think Bergwall's going anyway, and I can't wait for him to go. To be honest,
I do as well. I think Bergwall's going. I'm not sure about.
Would you send Gray out on loan? Would you send Gray out on loan?
No.
Gray will stay because he's a utility man.
Yeah, Gray and Bentford will be our backups.
And he's homegrown. We've got 7 homegrown. Solanke, Madison.
Gray.
But unfortunately, it will never change in England because the people are too greedy. The people who are running the Premier League and the finances and all the revenues that they get from all the different countries on the planet where they have TV licenses to play the Premier League. There's too much money involved, and until the Premier League decide they don't want that and they want it, which they're never going to do because they don't give a shit about England. They only care about the money.
Fine.
Because unfortunately, Adrian, greed is a very powerful thing in life.
Hold on. But the money doesn't influence the manager. The manager picks the team. Deserby said age is the number. He says age is just the number. He'll pick the team. Now, he has got... I mean, all this talk about other managers playing young players in the Premier League is just utter bullshit, right? They don't. The only reason McTominay got in the Man United side a few seasons ago was because they had so many injuries, right? Sancho couldn't get game time. He went off to Dortmund, and others and all like that. It doesn't happen, right? So you would need...
now.
Otherwise, we might as well say, right, scrap all the academies. Keegan didn't have one at Newcastle, right? Scrap the academies then. Just scrap them. Yeah.
Adrian, can I just tell you, Adrian, right?
Go on, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Adrian, can I just tell you, right? Listen, I absolutely respect your opinion. You clearly have a lot of knowledge on the youth of Spurs. But it comes down to me, one simple question. Do you think youth right now is a priority at Spurs?
No.
So then why is this a conversation?
It's part...
I said that, Benji, earlier. I said I don't want to rely on youth anymore. I want experienced players for the here and now to get us up that table. That's what I said.
We're talking about women Osimhen's and that.
It's Boulder interested in all aspects of the club, but obviously, the first team comes first. That's why it's the first team. It comes first.
But can we get a first team in that actually comes first, and then we can worry about youth later on?
I agree. Listen, I agree that we've had two.
Yeah, but you saying you wanted Mikey Moore and stuff. You were picking up Mikey Moore earlier.
I said, if Mikey Moore can produce that form he's shown at Rangers,
what form?
Like Dan said, what form?
Well, he scored 7 goals. Everything went for him at Rangers, right? And he
Let
me finish before you talk yourself into a big hole, right? He got Scottish Player of the Season. Why did he get Scottish Player of the Season? Because he's shit.
Because he's in the 40th league in the world, mate. Their league is ranked lower than our League 2, for God's sake. That's why. Me and you
we're not spent enough time talking about
but he's gone there as part of his development. This kills me with you lot. You're so negative. You're so toxic and negative. You're not happy.
40 minutes about Mikey fucking Moore. Who cares?
Yeah, and why isn't Mikey Moore gone back to Rangers yet then? Why did Rangers come in from straight away then? And said, yeah, we'll take him back on loan again.
Because obviously they like him. He was Scottish Player of the Year.
They don't like him.
No, I said because they like him. Don't twist my words.
No, yeah, but they haven't gone back
liked him, they'd have already got him back. If they liked him, they'd have already said we want him back.
Spurs have turned them down, as far as the voice I've heard, the whispers I've heard. They've turned them down.
I mean,
so they obviously play against who you're playing against, yeah. So they've obviously got something in mind from. Then maybe Deserby might take him on. Who knows? Who knows? Or he'll get.
If you say negative, Adrian, if you say we're all that negative than that, I'm going to turn this round and say, okay, we're toxic negative, you're toxic positive.
Fine, I can live with that.
Yep, it's just opinions at the end of the day.
I don't think.
On that note, we're going to change tact. We have spent over an hour.
In a long time
talking about fucking nothing.
Good show, guys. I'm loving the show, honestly.
Good. I'm great. I'm glad you are, Adrian. No, what I'm saying is we're talking about stuff that's probably not going to happen.
Exactly. Thank God.
You're not going to get that unless someone stands out that much in a position. How often does Wayne Rooney come around?
Exactly.
How often does Jamal come round? How often does Harry Kane come round?
Like 0.1% sort of thing.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Am I right in saying 40 years we've produced King and Kane? Is that it? Am I wrong?
Yes,
Campbell.
I said earlier on.
Yeah,
And Campbell. Okay, three in 40 years, not bad.
We've had players come through like Steve Carr, Simon Davies, and all that. But I'm not sure
And what happened to Kane and Campbell? What happened to Kane and Campbell? Where did they go? Are they still?
Simon Davis from someone else.
Can I ask Dave a question? Dave, what do you think about Mikey Moore, mate?
We should move on.
Yeah, you go. What do you think about Mikey Moore?
Guys, how many more signings do you think we're getting? Come on, let's move on.
I was
three.
going to
Max.
say, Adrian, we'll move on from the
Two.
youth because I did want to give a bit of time to it. I did, honestly. I wanted to hear what everyone's opinions were, but
sorry for getting hit,
Spurs
guys.
supporters.
That's
well,
okay.
as
I'm
Tottenham
passionate
Hotspur
about the academy.
we listen.
Yeah.
Tottenham Hotspur supporters, don't, because yeah, as Tottenham Hotspur supporters, we do have more pressing things going on as far as our forward line is concerned. Now, we heard earlier on in the afternoon there was some sort of BOMBA. That's the word to use. It's what the word all the kids use, apparently. Bad them all. I've got done for that. What are we doing? But any ideas, or I know a couple of you are closer to the club than most people, and you've got your inside people and all that. Is there any rumours for anyone in particular that you think the BOMBA might be about?
I don't know. I'll call my ITK, see what he says.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
normally these stories break.
Ask Sheriff, he's close to the club, and he's Sheriff with him.
Well, go on, Adrian.
What do you guys think about Welbeck?
He's off to Chelsea, isn't he?
First class, I don't
Yeah, but it's not done yet, is it?
It's
So that's the
Welbeck's
bomb,
got Henderson
the
as well. Henderson and Welbeck are going to Chelsea, aren't they?
Yeah.
What is that about? What is that
It's not done
about?
yet, is it? It's not done yet.
That's crazy.
I must admit, I'd struggle to see what that's about.
Well, the only
They're
thing
obviously
I
not going down the youth route anymore.
Welbeck.
Hang on. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that Xabi Alonso has walked in that dressing room and thought to himself, I've got everything here that I need, apart from players with experience. That's the only thing that I can think that he would go and get a Welbeck and a totally fucked Jordan Henderson, in my opinion. But I'm not as someone put earlier, we're not football people. We're not in the football club. So again, I don't
Busted
know,
his arm,
I don't
innit?
know how you look at it, but go on.
I found out who the bomber is, by the way.
Oh.
We're finally signing Leonardo Di Matteo. Remember that
I
guy?
heard that one earlier.
What are we doing?
Cookie, I think you're onto it.
He's coming out of retirement, apparently.
Well,
The problem Chelsea's had is they've just brought in so many. Look, they went from Poch, then they went to Maresca for half a season. They've brought in so many players. I think it's when you have somebody like Alonso who knows what a proper club is supposed to look like, who knows what a proper club is supposed to be run like. He's trying to bring in some stability to that team because it's such a mess. And even if you have good players, like they've just cycled through so many players there. And I think what he wants with Welbeck and what he wants with Henderson is to get a little stability in the squad because they don't have
Like
that.
why
and
we've
they
got
haven't had that.
Robertson. Like why we've got
like
Robertson.
The same idea with Robertson is you have some guys that know what it's like to be a professional in the Premier League. And as much as people might not like Danny Welbeck, if I'm not mistaken, he scored double-digit goals the last 2 seasons. Yeah. He's not who you want leading your line for a top 6 side, but they have João Pedro, they have Morgan Rogers, they have Cole Palmer. They have other talent there, right, that can do that for them. So,
and
to be honest,
like Solanke and Richie.
Yeah,
that some
I don't
people
want
defend.
Welbeck, but he's better than Solanke and Richie. So,
Richie's got the trampoline, hasn't he? You know, he's got a trampoline touch for Richarlison. He needs to go, doesn't he? I don't see us getting rid of both strikers. On the subject, Mark, what you're saying, Brinkman, I think when most stories break, someone in the now the most person to know is Ornstein because the Athletic are close to the club. Because if you're a season ticket holder, you get free subscription to the Athletic, right? Then you'll get, ZY and you'll get Fabrizio Romano, but they're clever after the facts, right? I mean, it's as if people think that the board actually tell reporters who they're in for. right? The quietest deals that we've done throughout history have been sort of with Real Madrid, even Barca, when nothing sort of broke, the deal's done, when we got Van der Vaart in, blah, 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 sort of like done. But that was Levy last day of the season stuff. So I'm trying to read between the lines with who we're going to get in. And so who's out there that there's no big entourage around? Well, Vlahovic is out there. And we know Barcelona want to get rid of Torres, who's known as the Shark, and De Zerbi, whether it's a Freudian slip I mentioned earlier, mentioned the word shark earlier in the what's name. I would take either of those. They're better than what we got.
You'd take Vlahovic.
Yeah, I would.
Richarlison's outperformed him for 2 seasons. I wouldn't go anywhere near that guy.
Yeah,
Vlahovic is technically so much better than Richarlison.
No, he's
and
really
I
not.
would like to believe that with 2 good wingers either side, we see. I like Vlahovic. I've watched quite a few videos of him. I like him.
Videos.
I've actually watched him play
Sorry.
a lot of games because I follow
So
Serie
have
A. He ain't been great. But look, I've got to shoot. Cheers for having me on.
Cheers,
Mark,
Dan.
it's appreciated.
Cheers,
See you
Dan.
later, everyone.
See you, Dan.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, man.
You think Richie's got a bad touch? That Vlahovic, good lord, he's so slow as well. I mean, the only way you'd be able to use him,
I mean, it's subjective with players. I like
fair
players.
enough.
It's normal, you know what I mean? So
No, Dan and myself, we watch a lot of Serie A. I can tell you, you wouldn't like Vlahovic, my man. The only thing you could use that beanpole for, I suppose, is hold-up play. But like I say, it's a 50-50 whether he can get the ball under control half the time. You would not want him at Spurs. I can promise you that. At this point, we need to be elevating, not sort of sticking on that same level. Huh?
We need a striker. Bring in Endrick in. Bring Endrick in.
Do you know what? That's a good shout. I'm interested in what people think.
Real Madrid signed a striker today.
We're not getting Endrick, are we?
Well, I think
don't know.
Real Madrid. The rumor was Real Madrid. Oh, you'd have to check this. Google this, guys. I was going to check it.
They already signed him.
They signed him, yeah. Will they get in?
We're not getting Endrick. Come on.
What's his name?
What?
Espy,
What?
Carlos Espy, I think his name is.
Right.
Really?
He scored double-digit goals for one of the lower-level clubs. Levante, I think. I could be wrong about that.
I don't know why I keep going back to Kane, man, as this bomber. I don't know. Something.
Kane's not coming back, seriously.
Because on Football Manager, he comes back without putting up any fight. That's why he's coming home.
Exactly, Benji. He ain't coming back. Let's face it.
I mean, it could be ended, but we know we need a striker, an out-and-out striker. So unless deserving that, I think, well, look, there just isn't anyone good enough out there that we want or that's available. We're going to stick with the 2 we got and get 2 wingers in instead. You know, I mean, Yildiz, Leal. You know, I mean, there's so many wingers out there that you could bring in. You could go for Noosa. He did fail a medical at Brentford, though, didn't he? Because he's had ankle, knee, and back injuries or something. But he played for Norway. Let's shoulder up for Norway on the wing. Looked okay. The guy I'd like to bring in is the one at Real Betis, Azu Zulu, because he scores goals. He scores bangers. I like him. But there's Gots. I mean, there's loads of wingers out there. There's a couple of young number 9s out there. One's 23 and one's 21. You've got Tzolis and you've got
He just went to Arsenal. We can't get him.
Yeah, 40
We're playing
million.
Hoffenheim twice, and they're 6'2", and the striker who plays up for them.
Trying to sign for Arsenal, Adrian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Trying to sign for Arsenal.
Let me just have a look because I'm obviously.
Yeah, he signed 40 mil.
You can have the best wingers in the world, right?
You've got Azalani of Hoffenheim. He's 23 years of age, right? He's a striker, 40 appearances. I was on 10 goals, 7 assists.
Yeah.
Now, young, right? And the other one is Frank. No, it's the other guy.
But
But
you can
I
have.
still believe we're going to sign a left winger and a right winger, and we are not signing a striker.
Yeah.
We're back in trouble if that's the case then. Because in Solanke, no, I can't.
Nico Williams' buyout clause now is 85.
We're not getting Nico Williams, are we?
It's 90 to 100. No. It's 85 million. Well, if we're talking about,
he's on like 4
I don't class Rashford as a bomber, but we might get him. You never know.
Oh my God!
Be serious.
I mean, I'm not saying we will.
Come
Benji,
on, be
but
serious.
who are we getting? I mean, you've got Leal.
I got 3 names for you.
You got Leal.
Do you know?
Yildiz. You got.
Do you know who I think we're going to get?
for you.
I actually think we're going to get Ferran Torres. If you look at his goal record last season, 21 goals and 3 assists, right? He got 3 goals in the Champions League, 16 in the league. No, he played centre forward a lot of the time last season. Yeah, most of his games he played centre forward.
Yeah, but
he played 16. He played. Look, I'll tell you what he played last season. He's played 16 games as a centre forward, right? 5 games as a left winger. Sorry, 38 games as centre forward, 6 games as a left winger, and 4 games as a right winger last season. As total appearances. So he played 38 times and scored 16 goals from a striker. That's not bad.
Why are we not looking at players like Pavlidis? Does anyone know or have any information on Pavlidis?
Yeah, Benfica,
Let me tell you, that guy is mustard. For me, 3 players. Scott from Bournemouth, Pavlidis, and Savinho. If we got those 3 players in, I think we would be cooking.
I agree with Pavlidis, yeah.
And with like...
we've done them up front.
Tonight it's been rumoured interest in Marmouche again. Right?
Yeah.
Whether we're going to make another raid on Man City or not, I don't know. Would you take Marmouche, guys?
No, I would.
Yeah, definitely.
Is Marmouche better than Richie and Solanke? Fuck
yes.
yeah.
Light years better.
Yes.
So is Ferran Torres. Ferran Torres is elite.
The fucking corner flag's better than fucking Solanke.
Emil Heskey would be better than those 2 boys.
And he suits De Zerbi because Zerbi likes his forward pass, and he likes to play the ball in behind. Like a young Ollie Watkins would be perfect for De Zerbi ball, right? Because he likes the strikers to be able to run in behind. So and he likes his wingers to have pace.
And
I think we're definitely getting Silvino, and we'll get another, but I don't know who.
And Adrian, by the way, I'll just say, what's his name? Who was you talking about just now?
Pavlidis.
Name's not Savinho, the one before that.
Pavlidis, Alex,
Leao,
Marmouche. Do you think there could be any legs in that, Adrian? Bearing in mind Mawson deals with the money now.
Yeah,
and
because...
then bearing in mind that we're just being fucked about Savinho and all that shit as well.
I think Silvino, everything's there and done, right? We're just waiting for Man City for whatever reason. Man City want to sell Marmouche. That's the stories that's coming out. They want him gone, right? Don't know why, but they've got a lot. They've got a lot on the wings. They've got Semenyo. They've got Ryan Cherky, right? They've got the other winger. You've got Foden's there who can't get game time. I love that player. I'll take him. Right, a pinch. And you've got they got that Monger off of Leicester. They've got and people saying like they're waiting to get a replacement. I'm not going with that story. They've got a fantastic squad, right? We know that, right? Yeah. And Marmouche is one of them as well. And he isn't getting any game time, and he's not happy. Silvino
as well,
a big pay rise, but he's not happy, so he wants to go. Well, they'll end up in a situation if they don't release these players, they'll have unhappy players. So
there's just a quick question, a quick one here on Ferran Torres. Right, I was just looking at his stats. When he only had a season in the Premier League, but he had 13 goals and 3 assists. Right,
yeah, that's good.
He had a mixture of playing up front, centre forward, and left wing, very similar, and similar numbers where he scored the goals from as well. He actually scored the most goals in that season from centre forward and from the right wing, right? But I think what's good about Ferran Torres, which is why I think it's going to be him, is because he's very versatile. But what's impressive about Ferran Torres, when you actually look at his stats since he moved to Barcelona, every year he's progressively got better and better with his output. And last season was his best yet. So the fact that he's only 26 years old and every season he's got better and better and he's scoring more goals every season, that shows that he's actually improving year in, year out. And for the fact that he's a 26-year-old who's already played in the Premier League, right?
Yeah,
and he's actually improving, right? Yeah. That is someone I'd take a punt on because I don't think you're going to get worse than what he's producing. And even if you get
I don't think it'd be that much of a risk.
No.
Don't worry about that. Him improving.
But he's only 26, isn't he? I'm sure.
Yeah, he's 26 years old. But what's good is that
as he's getting older, he's started to play more as an actual centre forward, and I think that's where his game is best. But the brilliant thing about him is that he can play on the left wing and as a right wing if you need. So I think that's the kind of model we're going down, is this kind of like Paris Saint-Germain type model, Arsenal type model, where you have a false nine type of player. But then again, Torres has become more and more like a centre forward. So for 21 goals in all competitions for Barcelona, that's not a feat you can bypass.
With Torres, he can hit the ball from anywhere.
Yeah,
He can score from anywhere.
He can. He's got a good range of scoring, heading. He's decent at left
do you
foot, right
think he'd
foot.
want to leave Barcelona though? Because is that not his boyhood club?
He wants to play football, mate.
Yeah.
Benji.
And he ain't getting
He wants to
And
play
they've just
football.
signed. They've just signed. Who did they sign? They signed Adeyemi. They just signed
Anthony
Gordon.
Anthony Gordon.
And they're trying to get Alvarez as well. And if they get Alvarez, then he's not going to get game time, is he?
Alfie Hall here, right?
Rashford as well, don't
596
they?
is
They still
Adrian,
want
Shepherd, the
Rashford.
nickname of the video man. He always references watching videos of players. Videos can make anyone look good. Okay, let me answer that, right? When I'm watching midfielders and attackers, forwards, what I want to see from a player is a player with vision that moves the ball quickly and can make things happen. So this is why when I watch these videos, I know them players are going to look good. I don't want to see a tap immersion. I'm not a fan of Osimhen, right? I know he gets a lot of respect. Fair enough. And I could be wrong if we ever went in for someone like him, right? I could be totally wrong, but that's what I look for. With defenders, it's positional play, intelligent awareness, whether they're capable of stopping the opposing team's number 10 through playing through the lines. There's a lot to defending as well. Obviously, they've got to tackle and head the ball, the obvious stuff, right? But I watch for stuff like that now, and then I decide whether I like the player or not. So that's what I do at Alfie. Okay, just to answer your query.
Is that Ellie who's on?
Go on, Dan.
No, is that Ellie? Is that Ellie who's just come on?
Ellie's here.
Hello,
yeah.
Ellie.
All right, Ellie.
What else?
Ellie, you're on
She-
mute.
She on
Are you
mute.
there, Ellie?
Torres is a good call, though, Dan. I'll take it.
I think he's the best option right now at the moment.
50-50.
Go on,
Do
Dave.
you think more so than Pavlidis?
Go on, Dave.
Both players, I'm 50-50 on. Don't know, do you? They've never played. Well, Averroes has played in the Premier League, but Pavlidis not. But we could get Pavlidis in, and he can set the world alight. You don't know, do you?
I'll take Watkins.
How quick is he, Benji? How quick is he? Because
He's not slow. So the funny thing is, he can also play. I don't want to compare him, obviously, but you see how Krupi plays just behind. Not only can Pavlidis play as striker, but he can also do that as well. So he's quite versatile in that respect, which I think, given our number 10 issue, I feel like that could be quite handy, right? But if you go look at Pavlidis' numbers this season alone,
what was it, Benji?
I understand what Dave is saying. Look, listen, there is a risk in bringing someone like that in. Someone like him in. He's 27 years old. He's just hit his prime. I'm sure it'd take a few months for him to find his feet. But listen, this guy, he's mastered his pure quality. But again, Ferran Torres is also. I mean, Danny, I'm surprised you don't bring him up more often. He's Greek, isn't he, Pavlidis?
Pavlidis, I think he is.
was a
I don't really know
racist,
too much
but you
about
know
him.
what I mean.
No. I don't really know too much about him, to be honest. I mean, so I can't really comment on him.
I can see De Zerbi
but
like
I-
Marmoush for his pace. For his pace, he'll like Marmoush for his pace, right? Definitely.
I'm only going, but yeah, I think.
I don't
But
think
if
Marmoush
you-
is a bomber player to me. I don't think he's not playing
Pavlidis
at
is
that
more
level,
of
is
a stay up front kind of player, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think what. Yeah, you're right. I'm probably right. I don't know too much about him, but I think just looking at what De Zerbi is trying to build and trying to mold, he wants players who are very, very technically gifted and players who are versatile, right? Yeah, he wants players who can interchange easily, who are swift on the ball, who know where to position themselves if another player is taking up their position and they can drop into a different position. He wants players that are like interchangeable, and I think the most important thing is players who have got football intelligence, football IQ. And for me, even when Ferran Torres was at Man City, I really liked Ferran Torres, and I was actually gutted to he went because I enjoyed watching him. But of course,
Man City.
Yeah,
he's
I'm saying
he's gone under the radar his whole career, though, hasn't he, Ferran Torres?
Ferran Torres,
he's never
but
been that star player.
But I mean, last season he was for Barcelona. Last season he's crucial in their La Liga title, right?
Yeah.
So I think when you win a title with Barcelona and you score 20 odd goals, right, you're a good player. And for me, if you can go and poach someone like that who looks like he's getting better year in, year on, and he's only 26 years old, he's got Premier League experience. I'd take Ferran Torres all day, every day.
It almost feels like a no-brainer, doesn't it? Really,
100% over what we've got right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Ferran Torres is like elite compared to them.
I don't get it because somebody earlier said that it's not a Torres isn't a bomb. Not here, but in the chat, Torres isn't a bomba. He's starting striker for Barcelona and a key player for Spain, and that's not a bomb. Like, what's a bomba now?
I don't think he'd be our striker.
Well, what do you think? What do you think? I think he'll be the main striker personally.
We were interested in.
No, because he played centre forward last season. He was centre forward.
Yeah.
Look at his appearances. He said played 38 games.
Yeah.
As a
played
centre
on the
forward.
left. Yamal played on the right for the most
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
Torres in the center. Sometimes
What I will
Lewandowski played
say-
up
Yeah,
there.
sometimes Lewandowski, yeah, but it was mainly Torres.
Yeah. Let me jump in. What I will say, someone said something perfect earlier, and I can't remember who it was. Yeah, it was probably DK's going to shout first. But probably, right, Ferran Torres, I think, would be, at the moment, perfect for Spurs. Right?
Yeah,
He can
agreed.
play all the way across the front. Yeah. If you say to him, look, I need you to play right wing today, he'll go and do it. Right?
His striking range, his ability is brilliant as well, Tricky.
This is another thing. He'll shoot from anywhere. If he thinks it's on,
Yeah,
he'll have a
he
go.
can shoot from anywhere.
And I
it's
like
true.
that. I like that. Right?
He's got that striker.
We need more of it as Spurs, don't we?
Yeah.
That selfish trait, 100%.
I'm just saying.
People might say he's a bit lightweight, but I don't think he's there to play as a centre forward, not necessarily. No. And if you listen to De Zerbi, he says,
Mark, you're right. You're right. We'll keep one striker who play with his back to goal, which is Solanke. You need a bit of variation, and then you can have Quicksilver forward. It was going to be Krupi was the main man that they wanted.
Now it's Torres.
The Quicksilver, Krupi, sort of Ollie Watkins type of player that can get in behind and who's not frightened. And Thomas Frank would be pissed off to shoot from outside the box and score goals, right? So it creates space and score goals. I mean, like, yeah, Torres. I'll take Torres. I'll take Marmouche. I like Vlahovic. You guys don't. That's fair enough. But other than that, if you're looking at number nines, I would have took Garassi 2 years ago when he was 28 before he's gone off to Dortmund now because they'll want 60 mil for a 31-year-old or something. You know what I mean? So that ain't happening. Yeah, so
also you got to think about it, right? If we've got Ferran Torres, I think what did De Zerbi say earlier on about how he wants the players to be able to link up, right? Like he's getting the wingers based on who we've got as our fullbacks, right? He wants them to connect well. Now Porro as an attacking right wing back with Ferran Torres up front, I think that's a great connection already, right? Because they've had, like, you saw it at the World Cup. So wasn't it Porro who set up the goal? No, he was the guy that put the ball in to Williams, wasn't it? And Williams headed it to Torres.
Wasn't that Pedri?
Torres scored the goal.
No, it was Porro. Porro whipped the ball in, wasn't it?
Yeah, Porro crossed it in. Like you said, Danny, Porro crossed it in. Williams headed it back, and then Torres.
Yeah. So I'm just looking, and also I know you guys have mentioned earlier, but the fact that he says I'm a shark, and of course they call him the shark in Spain, I think there's a bit of subliminal message in there.
Yeah, a bit of Freudian slip by De Zerbi, eh?
If he did that, credit to him. I don't think he. If he did it, credit to him.
I wish it. Yeah. Go on.
What I like about Torres too is last year we saw and we complained about how much Kudos was alone on the right side and easy to mark out of the game, right? Because he got isolated so much. The way that Torres plays, because he's not somebody who just stands in the center waiting for you to cross balls, he will move over there and he'll play off Kudos. Kudos will have somebody then to play with, so that Kudos, instead of being isolated, he'll take some of that pressure off, so you can't just mark him out of the game. He's perfect for that.
Hey, hold on. Steve Combo in chat. Can anyone verify that Ferran Torres' contract at Barcelona ends in June 27?
Yeah, he's probably got a year to go on it then, hasn't he?
Well, maybe that's why we're going in for him as well, because he's not going to be as expensive. I don't think Torres is going to cost you more than 50 million euros, 60 million at best. And I think you pay that sort of money for someone like that. For me, if you look at, I think if you look at the way, if you think about it, right, if you've got Ferran Torres up top, who he's not the shortest either. He's not the tallest, but he's not the shortest. Kudus and Savinho. Yeah, I think he's something like that. I think he's 185 or something. That's whatever that is. I don't know.
You know, just what you said earlier, we've done
if you've got them three players, I think you're going to see more because Ferran Torres' passing ability is brilliant as well. Like I think you'll see more of the wingers get into the box more, and I think they'll score more goals.
He started as a winger, didn't he? So naturally,
Steve Combo's right, guys. His contract runs out the 30th of June 2027. So
let me just go on, Adrian. Go on.
If he, well, I mean, he might be. I mean, who's not happy at Barcelona? So don't take it as a given, right? But if for some reason Barcelona wanted, the rumours was they wanted to let him go. So we don't know if anything's gone on behind the scenes, whether he's unhappy or whatever. You never know if there's other things that influence a transfer or a player wanting to leave a football club. So with a year, he's buyable. He is buyable.
How many more players do you think we're
Go on, Steve. You go. Go on, mate. Go on.
You know, Toby said we're 60% done, right? So we brought 6 players in here already, yeah? Do you think we're going to get another 4 or 3 or what?
That was something I was thinking about earlier. You could be right. You could be right. That's crazy.
Per player, another 4.
I reckon 3. Max.
I mean, guys, you're with me.
I've got a question for all of you guys.
2 players up front isn't good enough, right? 2 players up front is not good enough.
I think a minimum of 3.
When do you think the next Bomba's dropping?
2 minutes after Cookie finishes the stream, that's when it's going to drop.
We'll be back on it. And
let's ask you then: who do you think the player is going to be that we're going to sign next, and when do you think it's going to happen?
I think it'll be a Torres.
Savinho in a week.
I think.
Okay.
I think we'll get a good call by Danny on Torres. He was on my list anyway. I think Savinho will get as well because he suits De Zerbi. Not half the fan base as usual, but he suits De Zerbi. And I think we could get one of the young strikers, either the guy at FC Braga. He's got a good strike rate, or the Kosovo striker. I don't know if he's at Braga or the other team. There's 2 of them. One's 21. I'll have a look. And the only reason on that is because what clubs do is a bit like Krupi's had a breakout season. You want to take a gamble on a striker out there if you're going to bring a third one in the hope that you can get him in cheaper before he becomes unattainable with a massive fee. So we're always going to look at these 20-year-olds. So, like I say, you've got Fiznani and Zali or something, the Kosovo striker, decent strike rate. And is he at Club Brugge? So many faults in my head, honestly. I'll have a look. I'll give you the names. Hang on.
Yeah, Eza Razuli, isn't it? You're talking about? Is it Eza Razuli or something like that?
No, that's the winger. That's the winger at Real Betis. I'll take him.
Right. Yeah. When you say, Adrian, you know, when you say you take someone, can you explain your definition of that, if you like, as if to say you take him, you think he'd be a good addition, or is someone that we're
definitely a good addition because that Abdi Azazula at Real Betis. I mean, go and watch the guy's goals he scored. I mean, he's Moroccan, as long as I think. Let me join the chat.
I think he is, Moroccan.
Yeah.
Or is that El Said? I'm thinking of Marla.
Marler's Marler in Cologne. He's at Cologne, isn't he? He's another. I mean, and he's 6'2", and he's built like a tank, so he'd suit the Premier League. I think he's a good option. You never know with foreign players if they're going to make it or not. You know, we've had successes though. You know, I mean, Modric weren't bad.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Son. No one expected Son to be the player that he was.
Yeah, he came from Leverkusen. He only cost 22 mil, didn't he?
Yeah. Does everyone think they'll try and stick with players that have played in the Premier League now? Because to me, Torres makes perfect sense. You can get him for the dough. Yeah, like Danny says, he's got a year left on his contract. I think you'd be fair in saying, from a bloke that's coming from Barcelona, and he's just won the World Cup, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you paid 50 million quid for him, yeah, that's a fair step. And by the way, he's probably going to fit in just nicely if the rest of the team play the Zerbi ball correctly.
Yeah.
That's what I will say.
Agree. I just think also where we are as a football club right now, like Barcelona and these super clubs, they want better, right? But it doesn't mean they're not good. It just means that they want the Harry Kane levels of players. Do you know what I mean? They want the Lamine Yamals, they want the superstars, right? The Mbappes and the Bellinghams. They want the top players. I think Ferran Torres, for where we are, is the perfect player to help us get back to a really competitive level. Like, he might not be like a Harry Kane. No, he's not going to be a Harry Kane. That's for sure. But he will be a good enough striker who's a lot better than what we have. And I think that's what we need to look at right now, is getting better quality than what we have. Because Solanke and Richarlison are fucking useless. Like, both of them are useless.
I mean, if Liverpool were going for Barcola, Dan, then we'd obviously have a good crack at getting in Gakpo. But to me, he's not an elite signing. He'd improve us.
I prefer Ferran Torres and Savinho.
Can I prove you wrong on Gakpo?
Go on. I love it. Go on, Benji.
For me, buddy, right? And this is like a genuine thing. I'm not trying to come for you. Do you know what? If you want out and out safety, you go with a Gakpo, because the thing is, his GA season in, season out has been pretty darn consistent. The guy has done it in the Premier League, and he's done it year in, year out. Yes, he's a bit of a one-trick pony, but that trick keeps on working. So for me, you know, I would take Gakpo all day long. Just go and look at his past performances.
I would take him, but for De Zerbi, I think the Liverpool fans' main crib with him was the fact that he wasn't one-to-ones weren't his strength, really. You know, he gets good positions in the box. He gets in positions to score. Because he scores goals, that's been my one crib for seasons. I've been going on podcasts saying, like, I don't care if we've got Ronaldo on one wing and Messi on the other. We need
goals, aren't we?
goals. And as much as I like Savinho as a technically superb player, he's got to score goals as he comes. And so is Kudus, by the way. He's got to chip in with goals. They've got to score goals. When we finished second in the league, we scored 86 goals. 7 times Man City have won the league. Twice they scored 100 goals. Where are we getting 86 goals from this team? Even with Tonali and Fernandes. Now, I believe they will chip in, because I believe the De Zerbi ball will mean that we do get a few more goals. But you need your forwards to really chip in. I mean, good strike rate for wingers was always 1 in 4, right? You're looking at like 9 to 10 league goals from your wingers. If you're like rotating your wingers, then 5 each to give you that 9 or 10, right? And then you'd be looking for like 15 to 20 goals from your main strikers, right? I mean, Kane was a freak, right? He got more. Son was a freak because his strike rate was 1 in 3. But my concern with the team is goals. We know our front line's pants, right? And maybe fans might be being a bit harshly critical on Solanke in the respect that his first season he scored 15 goals, 8 league goals, 7 in a cup. Then he's got injured, so and fan base normally do, they throw him in the mincer, right? But he might, in a better team, get you a lot more goals. He's definitely got better touch and close control than Richarlison. He's got the touch of a trampoline, right? So, you know, I mean, yeah. So we know it's an issue. there's a dearth of number 9s out there that are available, isn't there? Really. So Torres looks a very good call. You know.
Yeah, I like.
You've
Torres.
made me want Torres now.
I like.
Dennis just concreted my opinion on Torres. I mean, like, I think he's good. I think it'd be a success.
It all makes sense, doesn't it, Adrian? If you work it all out with what was said, the little comment by RDZ, and then you sort of his contract's got a year to go. He's having problems with negotiations at Barcelona. He wants first team football. It could be like, hang on a minute, the bell's ringing here. If it's the right dough and Spurs can afford me, why not? Brand new stadium.
They played without a number 9 Barcelona last year, part of the season, and
he knows what he's doing.
Someone posted earlier. I don't know if it's true. They said Barcelona's in the UK. I don't know if that's true.
Birmingham.
Yeah.
Well, that would make negotiations easier to do.
Yeah.
Can we stop this? Because I'm getting all hyped up. Everything.
I'm
it's one of those things that Tottenham do. We make all the stars align, and it's like, oh.
But I think what you're seeing, Benji, is there's not an elite pure obvious choice, but there are strikers out there that work. That's what it shows, is that it isn't. There's not many elite, but I think the depth of very good. Like Marmoush could do very well. Torres could do very well. There's guys out there that could come in and do a job. They're just not the elite of the elite, and that's we're not going to get that. But we don't need it,
do we? I mean,
no, and I think. Look at Arsenal. Arsenal didn't win the title. Arsenal actually utilised their whole squad last season, right? Gokaret's got 16 Premier League goals in his first season, right? Which is a pretty decent return. He's not a world-class striker, but he's a good striker, right? And if you look at how they distributed their goals, I know they scored a lot of set pieces and stuff, but they won the league. So
they've got two good players in every position, though, Dan.
I didn't think he was that hot when he was at Coventry before he went abroad.
That's how they won the league.
Did you just go to mention Samu Agahawa just then?
Yeah. Do you like him?
You did. I like his return. I like his return. Samu Agahawa, so he's a Spaniard from Porto. This guy.
He's on loan from Atletico Madrid, I think. Is
he still on loan? I thought they bought him. Okay, so this guy's
goal return. He's only 21, 22, so he would be a risk.
Yes, he's a young lad. This guy's goal return is phenomenal. I'm pretty sure last time I checked it was 1 in 2, if I'm not mistaken. And for me, that is a sign of a top striker. The only thing is, I don't know what happened to him last season, because I think he only played 20 games. I don't know if he picked up a big injury. But I've watched a bit on him, and if you don't mind me saying so, I don't know how he gets those goals, because I do not think he's very good. He's what is he, 6'2", he's big, he's clunky. If I'm honest with you, he reminds me of Vlahovic. I mean, like, for me, I'm not a fan of those strikers anymore. You know, I prefer smaller, more nimble sort of players that can make things happen. I think football's actually might be moving away from those types of strikers, but I'm probably wrong.
At the moment, definitely.
It looks like it, doesn't it? But for me, Samuel Agahawa, again, his goal return, phenomenal, but he's not great when you watch him. Like, I don't know. You guys go take a look and tell me what you think. But honestly, I don't think he'd suit Spurs. But that's
what David Toll thinks. That's what David Toll thinks about Samu.
I mean,
Drogba was a handful. Don't underestimate Drogba. He was a handful.
Oh my God, yes. Good Lord.
Modern day Chivers reminded me of, like.
It's funny. There were rumours about Samuel Agahawa. We were quoted 87 million, by the way, and that was last season. So
you can get Harry Kane for less than that.
You can indeed go and get Harry Kane, a top 3.
If it's going to be that much, look, I would love to get Torres in, and then for a reasonable price, closer to 50, not 80. If you bring in Agahawa behind him again, so that you have Torres, who we know is at a certain level. Right, he provides you that level, and then you want to bring Agahawa in there, because I don't. Again, I'll say it. Same thing with Pavlidis. I don't watch the Portuguese league, but everything you see, his production, his size. Now, this is how you also get into choosing bad players, right? Is you fall in love with his profile of that, and you don't watch him play, because everything there on paper he looks like everything you want in a striker, right? He's 6'4", and big. He's not 6'4" in a beanpole like Peter Crouch. You know, he's big boy. He's
Who's that? Pavlidis.
no Agahawa.
Oh, Agahawa.
Yeah, he's big. Like I think this
I
6'4".
think we can safely forget
But-
Jonathan David, who has improved. He has improved.
But I can't have him as my number one striker because bringing him in and hoping that
and
he's going
like
to transition.
Balogun we were linked with, we can
Way
forget
too
him
much
as
of a
well.
risk.
Yeah.
One thing I do know, guys,
Say that
is
again, Scott. What was the last bit you said? Sorry.
What's
Sorry.
that?
What was the last bit Scott said? I didn't catch it.
I just said for Samu, if you bring him in as with the idea that he's going to be more of your second choice striker, like you have again, you bring someone like Ferran Torres, right? And then if Agahawa is great and he hits the ball, hits it running, you can move Torres over to left wing. You can move him over to right wing. But I can't have Agahawa come in and the only other strikers we have is Richarlison and Solanke because it's a big risk to bring him in.
Yeah.
So I think if you're bringing him in with somebody else, that makes sense. But just to bring him in as your
It
main
might be
striker
an
is a big risk.
truth, but because Solanke's on a long contract, he isn't going anywhere, is he? So we need to bring a striker in with him that offers a bit like Torres, who will give us something a bit different.
But why is Solanke not going somewhere? Why is like we talked about earlier? Send more to Coventry or send.
He may well do it though. I'm just making a logical assumption on the fact that
I'm not disagreeing, Adrian.
It's only
I'm
his
kind
second season with us. Basically, he signed a 5-year deal with like options, and Richie's contract runs out in the summer. So Richie can pick a club in January, and as he's like got his English citizenship now as well, he could dig his heels in. Everyone's saying like Everton would be a good choice. Yeah, it would for him if he stayed here, but he's not going. He said like, unless it's like an elite European club. Well, I can't imagine an elite European club coming in for him, to be honest, right? And if he's not going to go to Saudi, he may dig his heels in. So unless Everton come in and we like palm him off for 10 mil or something, like I don't see him going. I can see us palming him off on the cheap if we get Torres in though. Then I could see it. Just get something back, right?
Do you know what I think? Right, I want these signings in by next week when the team are back in London, so Deserby's got time to work with them. That's what I want.
Yeah.
So hold on, did you just say Richarlison's got a year left on his contract?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there
when
a
he
follow-up,
leaves this club,
Benji?
when he leaves this club, no joke, right? If somebody gave me the opportunity of signing Mbappe or getting rid of Richarlison, can you guess where I'd go?
You're signing Mbappe.
I hate Richarlison with a fucking passion. I can't stand the guy. I can't. It's honestly right. Do yourself a favour. If you want to have a little game, right? And I do this all the time when I watch him. As soon as he gets the ball, I want you to do this, and I swear to God, you will laugh to yourself. Count backwards from 5. Trust me, you'll see what I'm talking about every time. Every time.
Ends up on the bloody floor.
He's an embarrassment. I can't. The fact that he's a professional footballer grates on me. I'm convinced one of us in this panel could probably do a better job than him. He is a donkey. But I was going to ask Scott, right? Seeing as you're talking about backup strikers, I've got a name for you. And again, I know we're not playing Football Manager here, but on the off chance we could get shot of both of our current strikers. And this goes to the rest of you. I'm going to say one name. And now his GA hasn't been amazing. He's just come off his best season. But I do like the cut of his jib. Balogun. Do any of you rate that guy? No? Okay, fair enough. I like his style.
I'm against him because he's American and I'm Canadian, and we watch them play. So I have a bias because I don't like the U.S.
I still like that little Japanese striker, that Yassi.
So I'm probably not fair to ask, Benji. But
fair enough.
Jonathan David.
Not for me,
Ronnie?
Not for me, mate.
No, fair play, mate. Fair play.
Have you seen the output?
I watch his videos, and a lot of his goals are mainly tap-ins inside the area. I like players that can make things happen, like Son and Kane, score from outside the box and things like that. And Osman doesn't do it for me. And I also question when Napoli
Osman doesn't do it for
winger with that name, Kvaratskhelia or whatever his name was.
Kvaratskhelia.
That's playing the world.
And they had Osman, and then Napoli imploded. How did Osman, with that great record, end up in Turkey rather than with one of the top elite clubs? I mean, I question.
He turned down Chelsea, Adrian.
Did he?
Because he wanted money. He doesn't give a shit about football. He only went to Gal. He actually turned down more money. He turned down nearly 700,000 a week from Saudi team because he wanted to play Champions League football, and the only team that could get ridiculous money without having to pay tax and still play Champions League football year in year out is go to Turkey and go to the biggest club in Turkey, who are run by the mafia.
They
They don't tax you.
And there
So-
was
so
there were also
him-
suggestions in the fan base that we would go for Ivan Toney.
Oshiman's
Well,
elite.
he slagged us-
Oshiman is behind Harry Kane and Haaland right now.
I don't think he's coming because, like you said, Danny, he had the chance to come to Chelsea. He didn't want to. He's happy in Turkey. He gets paid. He gets to play Champions League, and it's not that hard.
Yeah.
And fans mentioned like Tony and Sade. We Sade out of his 22 goals, 8 were penalties. And Tony slagged Spurs off on Talk Shite Radio. So obviously they had a conversation before he went to Saudi Arabia. It obviously didn't go well because he's got this thing, bit of Spurs hate in his system, right? So he's not coming. I mean, Torres is looking a very attractive proposition, isn't he?
Adrian,
Is he
just let me
elite,
jump
guys?
in
He
a sec.
classed as a bomber. Is he elite?
Just
I
let me
think
jump in a
Jonathan
sec, guys.
David
Keep your
is a
thoughts in
bomber.
your heads a minute. Just hold on a minute. Dave, did you want to say something?
I think Jonathan David's a bomber.
Oh, interesting. Panel thoughts on Scotty? I tell you about Jonathan David.
I've said it for like 3 or 4 years now. David would be a perfect if you have him in the role coming off the bench as your first attacker because he can play left wing, right wing striker if that's the role. But as a first choice starter, he's not good enough. But he would be good to come in as your fourth option, like your fourth choice striker to come in. I said like as the role that Trossard kind of did for Arsenal last year, and as I always bring him up, but he did so great at it. Diego Jota, the season when Liverpool won the league, right? He came off the bench, and if you have him like that, then he can work. But he can't be a first choice striker.
How old
For
is
me.
he now, David?
How do you know?
28.
36 league games, David. 36 league games and 6 goals.
Yeah, he has developed though. He has improved because when I first watched him, I thought, "Don't rate you." Then I said,
he's regressed,
you've got something about you. You got something about you, but not good enough." As Scott says, not good enough.
Yeah, I think anyone would take a bit of this, wouldn't they? Yildiz on
Yeah,
the
He's only 26. I was way off.
I'm not an Ozyman
Yeah,
fan. Sorry, I'm not a fan of Ozyman.
No.
But you're a fan of
like
Lancashire.
goals. You're not like goals. David.
You're a fan of Lancashire, but you're not a fan of Oshiman.
Sorry, go back to that. If we had Yildiz, Oshiman, and Kudos,
for comparison. Yeah.
Well, it's not because you were saying earlier how much you like Lancashire, and then you're saying you don't like Oshiman. Oshiman is literally behind Kane and Haaland in terms of strikers on the planet right now.
Go look at his
If you had an Oshiman up front, you've got every chance of winning the league.
Go look at his goals, though, Danny.
He's amazing.
He's not.
He scores them though. He still scores goals though, Adrian.
He doesn't make things happen. Like I said, I look for players of vision. He does.
You base looking at your players on what they do in their position.
If you don't do that, then I'm not a fan, so-
Adrian, a team doesn't always have a Harry Kane, right? A team will buy. They will build. Let me just finish. The team they'll build a team to allow the finisher to have the chances to put them in the back of the net. If you've got top quality players around an Oshiman who are going to feed him chance after chance, he's going to put more and more of those goal chances away, more than most strikers on the planet would, which is exactly like Haaland, which is why Haaland, when you watch him, he does fucking nothing in games, and all of a sudden he goes and scores a goal or two. That's why Man City won every title with Haaland as the striker, and that's when the only time they won the Champions League was because he came into the team, right? And they changed their way of playing. But you watch Haaland week in, week out, the majority of the time he does fuck all. But he's an elite finisher. He's the best finisher on the planet.
Yeah.
And so is Oshiman as well. Oshiman and Kane are up there.
I think Kane's the best finisher on the planet and more complete football. Although Haaland's got frightening ceiling, he's got a frightening ceiling, but because he's younger. But I'm just it just doesn't do it for me, Ozyman. Fine. I mean, if you like him, that's fine. That's subjective, isn't it? Whether you like a player or not.
Adrian, think about this, right? Kudus, Savino, Oshiman. Oshiman is there to score goals, nothing else.
Yeah.
Imagine what that would be like.
That would be one of the best attacks in Europe, to be honest.
All he's got to do is score goals and press, Adrian. That's it.
I can see you're Osman fans. I'd rather
have Torres up front than Osman.
The good news is he will not be coming to Spurs, because if he's going to leave Turkey, which I don't think he is, he'll go to PSG or Chelsea or United. Like he's not leaving Turkey. I don't think he's leaving Turkey, and if he does,
we had the goal poacher. We had the best goal poacher in Lineker, didn't we? He couldn't do a lot, but he could fucking score a goal.
Yeah,
that's all we want.
Yeah.
Well,
guys, I was talking about this in terms of forward players, and I apologise if you've already spoke about this. I'm seeing people say Rashford is a no-brainer. I wouldn't touch that guy with a barge pole. Please tell me someone agrees with me here.
He's been with about 6 clubs. What's wrong with him? He's got an attitude problem. Obviously, there's something there. He would be an upgrade. You can't deny it would be an upgrade, and he'd do a good job.
But that would be winning by default, though, Adrian.
Yeah, it would. And he's always wanted to play through the middle. But when he was given his chances through the middle, he missed a lot of chances. He missed.
When Man United, Adrian needed him to fight for them, he was nowhere to be seen. I really don't like that.
And then you had, just look at this anyway, guys, on Rashford, because I was doing a bit about this the other day on another podcast. I was saying, look, he says he wants to play Champions League football, right? He wants 300 odd grand a week. Man United want 40 million for him. This is the story, right? If it's true, right? Hang on a second, right? Barcelona don't want to buy you, right? PSG don't need you. Bayern Munich don't need you. Barcelona and Real Madrid don't need you. Where the fucking hell do you think you're going with this attitude of like, I want 300, 400k a week and all that? No one wants you. You could go back. You could probably go back to a Villa. We could probably take him, although our fan base would be half and half as usual on it, right? But listen, you're going to have to lower your demands. And Man United, if you think you want 40 million for players on 300 grand a week, you better go and have a look in the mirror and wobble your head, because this is not happening. It's just not happening, right? Not on that. Because if you're going to give a player a contract, this is the other thing. We sign fantastic players like Tonali and all that, but it's not the 100 million. It's the fact that there's 60 million on top of that in wages over his contract. It's not a 100 million deal, you know.
Quick one, Dave. Are you nervous?
I just don't.
No.
No, are you not? When I first started doing shows, I was shitting myself. I didn't want to speak at all. Are you not nervous at all?
No.
God damn, hats off to you, mate.
I don't Rashford to me is exactly what we need on the left wing.
Yeah,
he provides goals.
He
and
would
assists.
improve us, Scott. He would improve us.
Yeah, but didn't Rashford turn us down, or didn't Rashford say he didn't want to join Spurs? And Derby don't want players that don't want to play for us. So
I don't think he'll come because he doesn't want to come. But if you talk about goals and assists, the guy does it. We said he played at different clubs. He went to Barcelona. It was a key part of them winning La Liga last year. He went to Villa. It was great for them in the half season he went there.
Yeah.
We'd all back him if he comes, like we back any player. But it's not. I just think like something not right.
I'd love watching Rashford Spurs. Rashford would get you off your seats as well.
He would.
Danny, why are you such a fucking wind up?
Savino gets you off your feet, but he might not score goals.
Why didn't Villa take a punt on him then and sign him permanently after his loan spell?
Because he was too expensive. You've got to look at their wage ratio to their revenue streams at Villa.
He's on about
They're up about 90%. They have to sell and get rid of. I don't think they could afford to keep him. And they probably have to, you know.
I got to be honest. I think if Man United could get rid of him, they would. Right. The problem is that because of his wages is so high, which is why no one wants to buy him. Right. No club in Europe, unfortunately, right now, as good as he is, they don't want to buy him. Right. Because of his wages, and that's why. Look, if he was to come down on his wages, then I'm sure there'll be a lot more suitors for him.
Yeah, I agree.
I wouldn't give that clown anything less than 100k a week.
But that's the same as
agree, yeah.
Vlahovic. Now I know Vlahovic. We can all say about the pressing and all that, right? People say Vlahovic is not really obtainable because of his wages, right? He knows, like Adrian was just saying about players just now, he might have been on 350 grand a week, but Juve ain't offering him that now. They're offering him half of that if he wants to stay, right?
It showed you, didn't it?
He wants 150, 160 a week, something like that. Yeah. And they didn't quite get there. They didn't meet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why he's available now on a free. Is he perfect? No, he's not. But I think if you've got Kudos doing his thing without 3 people marking him, yeah, because you'll have quality players in the rest of the team, right? And you let whoever comes in on the left, whoever it might be, right, do their thing, he'll score goals. I'm telling you,
you're right, Mark. And the thing is, and the thing with Vlahovic is, if he was to come, right, if he was, it's the fact that the reason he drops it to 150 and 160k a week in wages is because he's a free agent. He can demand a multi-million-pound signing-on fee, and his agent will want a multi-million-pound signing-on. So his agent's going to want a minimum of 10 mil because you're getting a player. What would you be paying for him in the market? You know, and then he will want a signing-on fee to make up for the drop in wages. So he might want 30 mil to sign on. The agent might want 10 mil to sign on. But then you're spending 40 million on a player. You know,
on a player that Richarlison has outperformed for 2 seasons straight.
Exactly, and this was the next point I was going to make. There's a few players we could talk about. Vlahovic being one of them.
There's another old player we could look at, and I mean he's just left Liverpool. Yeah, it's Salah, and he could do a job for us.
I was thinking that.
He could do a job.
We mentioned that the other day on the stream, Salah. I don't know if it was the night before last. We mentioned it. Yeah.
He could do a job for a couple of season or something, couldn't he?
He's off to join a Saudi team, and Ronaldo's team.
Well, you can't blame him, really, can you?
Who's saying no to Salah?
He's getting ready to retire, isn't he?
If anyone says no to Salah, I just don't know then.
I'm telling you who's saying no to Salah. Salah.
Yeah.
He says no to coming to Spurs. He's the one saying no thank you.
That's fair.
Guys,
That's fair.
Question for you, because well, there's 2 really. There's Spence as well. But are you keeping Tel?
Yes.
Scott says no.
I think you have to, right?
Yes.
I think you have to.
They're going to, but I would sell them.
Go on, Dave. Why do you think that?
I'm not going on potential, but just what he's shown so far, that he's better than what we got.
Well, we ain't got a left winger.
Exactly. Exactly. We haven't got a left winger. He's better than what we got. If we're not going to sign a left winger, you've got to stick with him, haven't you?
Yeah, but do you not, Dave? Do you not think the team deserves a better winger? Someone who's going to have more end product, or any sort of product actually would be great.
We deserve better. We deserve better, but if we're not going to go out and sign another left winger, then tells who we got to stick with.
But if you had the choice, though, Dave, would you sell him? So let's just say we were going to replace him. Do you like Tell, or would you just?
I do like Tell, but we could do better.
Okay, you like Tell. Why? What about Tell? Is what's your standpoint on Tell? Why do you like him?
Just he's quickly cutting off the left wing.
He's got a great attitude as well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I don't want to big the guy up.
But it's
at
the moment,
his set pieces are very good, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the goal.
That's what I'm going for. But what we're going for is we're coming off like from nothing, aren't we?
I think he's that close to exploding on the scene. I don't agree with Deserby that he's a left winger. When I've watched him play for the under-21s with Odobert, he's played through the middle. He was a backup striker to Harry Kane when Harry Kane went to Bayern Munich. He's got such good pace that I would like to keep him just to see. I mean, we've all gone mad over Krupi, but really, he is like Krupi without the goals if you play him through the middle. And I'd like to see if he could do something through the middle. I really would. He played through the middle at Leeds away and scored, right? And I'd like to see him. It's a gamble, though, with the manager when you're picking teams. I'd like to see him given a try through the middle. I'd hope to see it in this pre-season, but I haven't seen it.
I
But
think
he's
it's a make or break season for him. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's one more
Last-
season, then
last
he's
chance,
gone.
isn't it?
You know what I mean?
Last chance saloon.
Yeah.
I
Make or
tell you
break.
what we should do. Sell Tell, buy
Pedro
Benji's
Neto.
boy, Savio. Buy a proper left wing in Gakpo that produces goals. Get in Ferran Torres. And then you don't need Tell because you have Savio to cover the left and right. You have Gakpo who provides you goals at the left wing, and you have Ferran Torres in the center and Kudos in the right. We don't need Tell, especially if we're bringing in Savio, which it seems like we are. We can't have our left wing depth be Savio and Tell.
Scott, we don't even
there's
know.
No
we
production
really
there.
don't
There's
know
no history
what's
of
happening.
production.
We don't know what's happening with Kudos.
Mark
do we?
likes Tell.
We don't know what's happening with
I've got
Kudos
one
at the minute.
that might divide opinion. How about this? Who are you taking, Mikey Moore or Tell, as a backup left winger this season?
Tell.
Who would you rather?
100%.
More.
I like Tell.
Tell.
More shit.
Tell is shit.
Oh, come on. He's not
Do you
shit.
want shit,
He's
or
not
do you want shit?
I'm taking Pedro Neto because he scores goals and he's got over his injury problems.
Matt's Tell over Pedro Neto.
Neto doesn't play for Spurs, mate.
I know, but we could get him.
No, we couldn't.
Yeah, we could. Chelsea pensioners now. Like, they don't want players like that.
Matt's Tell all day long.
You ain't got a bus pass, son. You ain't coming in.
For the money they're going to want for Neto, I don't. I mean, I would take him if it was a reasonable price. Neto
He
was
was their
much
best
far
player last season.
better
He
than.
fits him with goals. That's what you want. A winger that scores goals. Proven in the Premier League.
Was he there?
Isn't he massively injury prone though?
No, he had hamstring problems.
Right there, wouldn't it?
Last season, he was virtually injury free.
I don't want him fucking anywhere near Spurs if he's got hamstring problems. I mean, whether look,
Jadon Sancho's available. Free.
No.
And why hasn't he done it wherever he's been then?
He's done
it.
Wow.
Scores
it's
against
a
us,
strange
though.
case. It's a strange case, Sancho, ain't he? Good God.
Yeah,
I can have that
can't
much
work it out.
shite.
Sancho's
There
another
are,
one.
there are better. I think there's some good wingers out there, but the foreign ones you've got to gamble on, like Noosa and Shedderup and Gotts and like Azu,
I'll take
Zulu,
Gotts.
who I'd really want. I want the winger at Real Betis.
I'll take Gotts.
Gotts, yeah, you
Yes,
take
Ollie.
Gotts. Yeah, good call.
Ollie, do
I mean, do you remember when everyone was raving about Gift Auburn? What happened to him?
Yeah, oh my God.
Because he scored goals. Let's get him, pay the money. Yeah, right.
Sean Butler.
Benji, I have a good authority. Your bomber's not Torres, mate. It's Andy Carroll. Sorry.
See, there's good players coming out of Belgium. Isn't there? We've had some great players out of Belgium.
Yeah.
And Gotts, I reckon, could be one of them, I'm telling you.
That's why that young striker in there at the moment.
Noosa's Belgium, isn't he?
Norway. Norwegian.
Is he Norway?
Older up
Yeah,
as well,
he's.
He come from the Belgian league, though, didn't he?
Yeah. He was in the Belgium league. That's where I'm getting it from, man.
Listen, people, we're going to wrap the show up shortly. But before we do that, can you all hear me all right, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. A little bit quiet, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Just trying to do it so there's no feedback coming from this speaker, that's all. Just trying to make sure it's all good at this end.
You're a very calm invigilator.
Happy days.
He's a Barbie.
Cookie,
He's
I
been
know
called
how
a
to
lot
fix
of
your
things.
problem.
He's been called a lot of things.
Cookie, I know your issue, mate. You need to put a headset in, pal.
Yeah, I know. Someone else has suggested that. I think DK said that.
That's what I said to
Danny
him.
said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I've got
Some
a
earbuds.
microphone down here as well, but I need to test it out before I use it because I'm using all the internal stuff on this, whatever you want to call it.
Since I've had this microphone, I've had no problems, Cookie. You know what I mean?
Good stuff, Rowley. Thank you for that.
Great show, though, guys. I've really enjoyed it.
Well,
Yeah, it's
thanks,
cracking,
Rowley.
mate.
It's always good to have different opinions.
enjoyed my
man.
first
I don't
time
care
on.
what it's over. Yeah, it's all good stuff. We all know that.
I think it's been good, but I think Benji should just fuck off.
Fuck off, you ponytailed cocksucker. You fucking Timo pimp.
Quick question here. Does anyone else agree that Gallagher has been a terrible signing? 35 million, 200 grand a week. Why didn't we sign Alakouche or Lookman when we had the chance? because
No.
Gallagher's going to turn.
The whole thing is nonsense.
Lookman was at Leicester and Everton, wasn't he?
Lookman is shit. He's average. Why do you think they went and signed Kangin Lee?
Wasn't that great?
They signed Kangin Lee and another player because Lookman's not as good. He's all right. He's all right. He's not a great player.
Yeah,
But we didn't not sign Lookman because we signed Gallagher. Like, we didn't not sign Lookman because we should have signed Lookman and Gallagher. Gallagher didn't stop us from buying Lookman.
I would take James Eclouge from Monaco tomorrow. I would take him tomorrow, but I think he's going to go to PSG. I would take Eclouge. He murdered us when Monaco played us in Europe. And
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't murder us. He had one or two moments. He didn't murder us at all. He
ran that game. He ran circles around us.
Jola, I hope you're having a laugh there.
Shit against us when we played. It was useless.
DK, you mentioned a name just then, that Lee Kang-in. Boys, do you not think we maybe should have looked at him ourselves?
Yeah,
I'd take him at Spurs all day.
I would have loved him, yeah.
How much did he go for? Does anyone actually know?
Not a lot.
Is he the one from Dortmund? No, not Dortmund, but
PSG.
Oh, was he?
PSG.
Yeah.
Eclouge was at Monaco, wasn't he? The other kid there as a ball playing number 6, Lamine Camara. He's a good player as well.
Boys,
speculation.
He went for 35 million euros, Lee Kang-in.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
But Kamara's speculation again.
Nah, he's someone I would have taken a punt on.
If you want to like defensive midfielder, he's your man.
Speculation.
And yet you could pick. I mean, I saw Manu Cooney play for France. I thought it was brilliant in one. I thought he'd run the show, and like apparently he goes for like 40 mil. I mean, we don't need any more midfielders. We've got 9 at the moment.
Please don't say his name because Danny will explode all over the screen. Please don't.
We'll be on.
Yeah,
we don't mention Kone around here.
Another winger.
Oh no, he's great.
Is that
He's
El
great.
Marla?
Obsessed.
I bet El Marla.
Side El Marla, like for Cologne. Oh, I mean, like he's a lump for a winger, like 6'2". I mean, like,
he's
got
a
the
class
build,
player.
got the Premier League build.
Yeah, El Marla looks good.
Let Cookie talk. Cookie was later.
Yeah, so I just know. I was interested to hear what you thought about the Gallagher. So you just think it's nonsense, yeah?
I didn't want him because he was Chelsea, right? But I have to, like, when players warm to me, he has warmed to me because when I see him in the last 7 games, I thought, yeah, you're good. I mean, the only time I see him, what I thought was really good, when Palace beat us 3-0 and he was on loan to them, and he ran the show basically, right? Other than that, I get it. He's not sexy, is he? He's not like a sexy midfielder, though, is he? He doesn't come across like that, you know. But he is a De Zerbi midfielder. As De Zerbi says, when you got him on the field, you got 12 players, right? So he's got a very high regard for him. But yeah.
I think he's been absolutely shite since he's been at Spurs. I think I've seen him have 2
I think I'll go and live on an island, Drew, if that happened.
Fair enough.
No,
Gallagher's a guy that seems like managers really love. I think he's perfect in his role as a sub, coming off the bench as a depth player. He may not be great, but he certainly hasn't been terrible.
Judah said the bomber is Richarlison signing another contract.
A 6-year one with a 2 years option.
Judah, I'd go and live on an island, mate, and just bury my head in the sand, I think. That happened.
Right, it was a 10-year contract.
Well, with these prices of players now, I said to a good mate, why is it we only sign players on 5 years with a 1-year option? Why don't we have a 2-year option? And funny enough, that same week, we signed Xavi Simons, 5 years with a 2-year option. So I thought that might be the way to go with these expensive signings, just to give a club an option of like not losing players that was paid.
Happy birthday, mate.
How many of you were worried when you heard that what's his name was going to re-sign from last year, striker? There was rumours, weren't there? The
Kolo Muani.
That's the one, yeah.
Oh, no.
Apparently he's going to Juve now. They want him.
Yeah.
They've already
Yeah.
put a bid in for him. Thank fuck for that, eh?
Isn't it done nearly or something?
Yeah, it's near enough done. Yeah, he's agreed and everything.
Yeah, I think it's signed. I think it's done.
I'm so
Good.
relieved, man. You wouldn't believe.
Good.
Watch him bagging 30 goals next season, mate.
Yeah, he might be able to do that when he's got time on the ball in the European
Yeah.
games. You know what I mean? But he can't do it in the Premiership. That's your problem.
Yeah.
You know, Carlo's biggest mistake in his career, I think, was joining PSG. I think when you come off the back of that Eintracht Frankfurt season, you know, he was. Why would you go to a team that's got Mbappe in your position? For me, it's such a shame. He could have been a top talent. But if you actually look at his career overall, and some of you may be surprised by this, some of you may not, it's not so dissimilar to Solanke. Go check it out. You'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, look, he's always flattered to deceive, but like I said, after that Frankfurt season he had,
There's so many players, Benji, with young that end up going to big clubs for big moves and they're on big wages. And the problem is they're not ready mentally. They're not ready, and it's when you're giving a kid like hundreds of grands a week, like hundreds of thousands of pounds a week. It's too much pressure. It's too much. Like you're being bought for stupid money. It's so much pressure on a young kid, and some of these kids can handle it, like the Maus and the Yamals and the very rare ones like the Messis and all these kind of players. Of course, there are kids who can handle it, but a lot of the kids, you can tell that they're very good players, but they need to stay and perform at that level for a few years in a league. It's like Anthony Ajax, right? I used to watch the Ajax games all the time. Now with him, you could see that he was a top. Like in his last season at Ajax, he was amazing. But again, he scored some unbelievable goals and he played more as a striker. But there were games where he'd go completely missing, and that was because of he's young, right? And I was saying before he left Man United that he needs to stay at Ajax for another 2 years, consistently get better, and then go to a club, because then he'll be ready to transition to a different league, a more stronger league, because he's been playing at that level. He's been playing and smashing it for a number of years, so he's more used to where his level is, sort of thing. But when you have like 1 or 2 good seasons, and then you go from earning 30-40 grand a week to 200 grand a week, and then you're like a 90 million pound player, it's just insane.
Danny, do you like Odegaard? He came through the PSG academy with Matisse Tell, didn't he? He went to Burnley. Vincent Kompany, manager there, raved about him. He now left to Bayern. I mean,
you want my honest opinion?
I don't see a lot of difference between Odegaard and Savinho, and I'm being serious now. People might laugh at me. I don't see a lot of difference.
Well, I'm going to bed, guys, so I've got to shoot. So anyway, great to go as always. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Thank you.
See you later, Steve.
I'm going to bounce as well, boys. It's been a pleasure tonight.
We know he's injured. He won't be back to January probably.
Yeah, F off Benji.
Happy birthday.
See you later, Benji, mate.
Happy birthday, Benji.
Happy birthday, Benji. Happy 40th, mate.
Happy 50th, Benji. Do you like Odegaard, guys?
Not for me. I think he's all right. No. He's an all right player. He's nothing special.
No, I'm not.
Scored a few nice goals.
Nah.
He doesn't. I don't see anything good that Odegaard has in his game.
I think there are moments like that. Before he got injured, he looked like he was starting to get a little bit of form, and he was looking a bit dangerous. But he reminds me of a bit like Somerville, but like a lesser version of Somerville.
Got quick feet though. He has got quick feet.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything, Adrian. Like quick feet means absolutely nothing in football. Like if you can't put the ball in the back of the net or can't cross the ball, then what is it? It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, there's been slower wingers that like through physique they can get the crosses in the box, but they haven't got quick feet.
He can't. That's the problem. He hasn't done that enough.
I keep saying Kudus is ready. Is he going to be ready for the next season?
He's a Burnley level player. That's what he is. He's a Burnley level player. And unless he can go to a club like Burnley and rip it up right, and score 20 goals in the season, then he's not worth playing for Spurs. He's not. Like the players that go to like the Brightons, the Brentfords, you need to go there and rip it up. You rip it up at one of those clubs in the Premier League, you'll get a big move and you deserve it because you're a very good player. Like Mbuemo, right? He ripped it up at Brentford for years. For 3 years in a row, he kept getting better and better, and he got his big move. Cunha at Wolves, same thing, right? There are players who will go to a club, and if you can go to a Premier League team and rip it up and be the star, then he's a good player. But if you're not that type of player, then a club like Tottenham should never be signing him. This is my.
This has got his move, and he's been crap.
Who?
Visser. He left Brentford as well. He got a move. Newcastle.
He got injured though.
Yeah, he was injured, and also Visser. He's a good player, but again, he's not like he had one good season. This is the problem with the fans nowadays. They look at players that have half a season and one good season. Oh yeah, he's amazing. Like I have never seen anything from Odebear that I look at him and think, yeah, he could be a serious player. But I've seen moments from him like where he's gone past a couple of players, but again, he does nothing with it afterwards. He loses the ball, or he doesn't cross it, or he can't hit it properly, or whatever it is. Odebear's all right. He's not amazing, but for me, he's another player that I'd rather him go to like a Brentford or somewhere like that and show me that you can be the star there. If you can be the star there, you can play for Spurs.
Yeah. Going back to Torres, do you think there's a deal to be cut with like Cuti Romero going to Barcelona?
I don't believe in each year when we get all the low tier media's going about swap deals. But you could fall foul of squad cost ratio now, not what financial fair play.
It can still be two separate.
It could be two separate things, though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Actually, do you know what? I think it's a good shout.
It is a good shout. I think that with Romero, I think we've done well to get the money we got for Vuskovic and others, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I think once a fee is agreed with Inter Milan, Barcelona might come in and go like, bang, I'll give you 5 mil more, and he'll go.
But Inter I wonder if Stones, aren't they? They want Stones now for nothing.
They've
Stones has already signed with
They've
Inter.
already got him. I think.
So why would they want Cuti?
Well, they're going for a rebuild, aren't they?
I don't know that.
And with the talk of 35
wants
or 40
Barcelona more
million,
than they
I
want.
mean, let's be fair. Whether you
Barcelona
like Romero or hate him, right? I mean, he is a quality defender, right? With a disciplinary record, which is what put Spurs fans off him. But you know, World Cup, 2 Copa Americas, final of a World Cup. I mean, the guy is a quality ball playing defender as well, right? And he's worth 60, 70 mil, but we ain't getting it for him. We'd probably be lucky to get 40, 45. But I think Barca would sell someone like Torres to fund the deal. They would.
Yeah, I think so.
I've got a question for you.
Just support.
I just don't see how he plays for Barcelona, but maybe. Like they have better center backs already than him.
Well, he's a World Cup winner, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? They'd love him over there, wouldn't they?
Those Pau Cabarsi, who's 19.
I think even Real Madrid would take him. I mean, we know Simeone loves him, right? At Atletico.
Yeah.
But
I think that's the place for him to go.
And Real Madrid, I mean, he's a saint compared to Sergio Ramos, so they'd take him.
I've got one conundrum for you. If Romero stays, no one comes in for him, does he get ahead of Van Heck?
No.
Well, he's got a year left. He's got a year. No, he signed a new contract. He's got a few years left. If he was to start,
I think Tottenham will take the hit on him. They don't want him at the club.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's done. He's done at Spurs. He's never going to play for Spurs
he's
again.
Like, look,
didn't De Zerbi even came out and say that?
Yeah, De Zerbi said he wants to leave. He said it today, didn't he? So
he said, I didn't even ask him to stay because he said he wanted to leave and I respect his wishes. I didn't even try to convince him. So Romero's gone.
Romero is gone, and there's no way he stays because you cannot have someone like Romero on the bench as the club captain right? And no, it's not happening. Romero is done. Let's forget Romero. It's about whether or not Spurs are going to take a hit or not on getting him out of the club. So they might
him
have
being
to.
that good and being captain, Danny, actually makes it harder to keep him, right? Like, because he was the captain, you can't. It's so much, unless you're like a legend and you're 35 and they take you down from captain and you're staying around. Fair enough, but not when you're prime Romero, just been in the World Cup final. You can't remove the captain from him and keep him. He's got
and
to
to receive pelters off the Spurs fans, though, technically, he's better than in every metric than Danso is, who's loved by the fan base. And I like Danso, but Danso's a bit clunkier.
He's been replaced by Ben Hacker.
But like, there's no denying Romero's a better player than Kevin Danso, right? There's no denying it. If he decides, I want to stay, and he's just signed that contract, and then you got to figure it. Let's be fair to the player, if whether you like him or not, right? Why did he sign the new contract? Levy probably broken promises to him as well. And now he's saying, like, oh, we're bringing players in. He might decide to stay, which might piss off half the fan base, might not. I am a Romero.
No, he hasn't. De Zerbi just said he doesn't want to stay. De Zerbi said it today.
Yeah.
He said Romero doesn't want to stay, so I didn't try to convince him.
Link me later, because I haven't seen
I'll look through there.
Wait, what do you mean
I don't listen to it, but...
Wait, Adrian, you haven't seen what De Zerbi said today to Alex Gold?
No, I listened to what he was saying about Bergvall and Spence today, when he said, look, if the players not happening want to go, I'll want them both to stay. But he said that about Polina, didn't he? And like, he's gone. So, I mean, this is managers being coy, and you understand it.
Scott can send you the article. He literally said today that Romero's asked him to leave and he didn't try to, like Scott said.
Fair enough. Oh, obviously
Romero's gone. Romero is never playing for Spurs again. It's as simple as that.
Fair enough. You obviously don't like
No, I don't like Romero at all. I think I think he's the worst Spurs captain in our history, right? I think he's the worst. But I'm sorry, but he was worse than Sol Campbell, because when Sol Campbell was at the club, right, he at least was a leader when he played for Spurs, right? Okay, fair enough. He went to Arsenal. He did the dirty in a really bad way and whatever, right? But at least he was still. He didn't leave us in a situation where we were about to get relegated and the guy fucked off and didn't even give a shit about Spurs. I'm sorry, as a club captain for Tottenham Hotspur, the way he acted is a fucking disgrace, right? I don't
disagree with you, Dan. I have to disagree. I mean, like, he played with a busted foot. He played at Brentford.
Well, excuses for Romero. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Mate, you're playing fantasy football, aren't you? You are, mate.
He rallied the team before half-time in the Europa League Cup final against Man United. He showed his leadership qualities. Now, I get the fact that he's had 41 yellow cards and six red cards in 5 seasons at Spurs, right? Don't ask me why I remember all this shit, right? So he's had 6. But the biggest killer was the fact that he got 2 in 1 year, so he got a 3-year suspension, then a 4.
He's a fucking idiot.
Then a 4-match suspension. But you can't deny he is a quality fucking footballer. Now, no footballer's perfect, right? And to me, I keep him over Danso every day of the week and twice on Sundays. But as you say, he's probably going. So, like, what I think doesn't matter. But like,
you agreed with me as well, Cookie, didn't you? When we spoke about this before, about how in terms of a captain for Spurs, Romero is worse than Sol Campbell. This is what Spurs fans, because of their sentimentality, right? Go on, Cookie.
I was going to say, Sol Campbell was a long time ago. I remember it very well. Am I happy with how Sol Campbell did what he did? But he left Tottenham? No, I'm not. And I never will be. But that's just me. I'm one of them older fans. Romero, right, for me, has scummed the living at Tottenham as it's worked out. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Like Adrian said, he's put decent performances in. He's put very good performances in. He's given us 9s out of 10s and 9.5 out of 10s, but he's also given us 1 out of 10 as well on numerous occasions.
Yeah.
Right? The sooner he goes, the better. The reason De Zerbi does not want him in his squad is because he doesn't want people in there that are going to cause a nuisance.
Yeah.
He's trying to build a different mentality.
Also,
at least on the football side,
he scored 5 critical goals last season as well. 2 at
also,
Sol
Campbell, 5 critical goals.
Well,
also
the Sol Campbell thing is very interesting because, like,
what
we do is a massive
Adrian, before you say anything,
is we lay down a marker by saying to players that come to this football club, if you come to this football club and you ever cross to the Gooners, you'll never be forgiven for the rest of your life. So
right,
Spurs
again,
fans
you're not listening. You're not listening. Let me finish the point, right? As a captain of Spurs, when he was a captain, he was far superior and a leader for Tottenham Hotspur when Sol Campbell's at the football club. I don't give a shit that he went to Arsenal. Yes, it was a disgrace that he did it in the way that he did it, right? But I'm not talking about what he did. I'm talking about as when he was playing for Spurs as a captain, he was a fucking top captain, right? I don't give a shit about what happened. I'm talking about Romero as a Tottenham captain was a fucking disgrace. This season, we nearly got relegated and he acted the way he did. I mean, if we got relegated and he was the captain and then he goes and fucks off because he doesn't give a shit, I'm sorry. He didn't care.
I disagree. I
couldn't
care.
Hold
on. Before we've done all these signings, right? And I've took loads of pelts in my WhatsApp group and my group anyway over this because I defend Romero, right? Hold on. Why did he sign a contract, right? What did Levy promise him, right?
So he could get the release clause to leave.
Yeah.
He hasn't got a release clause.
He signed a contract to get more money like every other fucking footballer does. What are we doing
he signs a contract to stay, but you're a footballer and you've still got ambitions.
No,
it's like you want to. It's all right if you want to just turn everything to negative because you don't like the player. I get that.
It's not negative.
Not negative.
Roberto deserves to be said. I linked it in the private chat.
You do it all the time when there's a player you don't like, and Spurs fans always have.
I like Romero.
They love to hate whether he's a good player or not. Listen, Romero is a quality footballer. You don't like him, fair enough. I live with that.
I like him.
If you think because of his disciplinary record you want him out of the club, fair. I live with that as well. But don't start attaching, falsehoods to that, right?
What is falsehoods?
What are you talking about?
He doesn't get deliberately injured, but he's always fit for Argentina. That's an absolutely fucking.
I'm so confused what you're talking about, Adrian.
That's like brought about by absolute idiots, right? Because you can't time how long you're injured for. You can't time when you're fit to play for your country or not. You're either fit or you're not fit, right? So that's just rubbish. If you don't like the player, I get that. No arguments there. I don't hate anybody who disagrees with me. I don't do hate, right? But I've got firm opinions, and my opinion is the fact that he's a quality defender. He's miles better than Dan, so he's clunky, right? But is it? I like Dan.
What are we doing here?
I don't. He wants to leave. He signed his contract so that to make it easier for him to leave.
If Spence wants to leave, then they leave. You let them leave.
Yeah, that's what we said.
They go. That's fair enough. I live with that. He's always said while he was at Spurs, but the contradiction is with Romero. He's always said in the past that when he leaves, he eventually wants to finish his career.
How can you sit there and look at Romero? How can you sit there and look at Romero and honestly say that he gives a shit about the club when he didn't give a shit that we were in a relegation battle? I'm sorry. We were about to get relegated. And Romero didn't give a fucking shit. He got a red card because of his stupidness, right? And then got a 3-match ban, and then got injured. And then on the day before that we were going to play our most important match in our history, right? He goes and fucks off out of the country, and because of the PR disaster, they called him back because it was a PR disaster. He didn't give a shit. I'm sorry. Anyone who didn't give a shit at that level, Sol Campbell didn't leave us in a relegation battle. He left after the season finished. He wanted to go and win trophies, and he did, right? So stop the sentimentality about Sol Campbell, right? Because he was a fucking top captain when he was at Spurs. He was a top player when he was at Spurs. Everyone's just bitter because
what wound everyone up about Sol Campbell is what he said before. I love Tottenham. I love this club. It's the only club for me. And then fucked off to Arsenal.
He is a scumbag, but it doesn't mean that during his time you could differentiate the difference between the two, right? What he did is one thing. What he did as a Spurs player is another thing, right? What he did, his action after that season finished, is a disgrace. But as a Spurs captain, he was far better than fucking Romero. Romero is, in my eyes, he's a disgrace because he didn't give a shit if he went down or not.
because the rhetoric was ramped up around Romero like it was about
No, he didn't give a shit,
everything
man.
around the
He didn't give a
club,
shit.
everything around the club because of the
Didn't give a
position we were in. And as usual,
He's a club captain. He's a club captain. He didn't give a shit.
Fans were using a shotgun blast effect to have a pop at everything, which I understood because we're in a shit position, right? We're in a shit position in the league and all that. So I get that. But like, I think he served this club well personally, and I'm not having it. He'll go, so you'll be happy. He'll be gone, right?
I can't wait for him to go. I actually think Van de Ven's going to benefit from it. I think every player's going to benefit from it because his attitude was stinks, right? He didn't give a shit, and because of that attitude, the rest of the players followed suit because he was the captain, right?
Really?
And I think if yes, 100%. If you look at Romero, if you look at hold on, Adrian, let me finish. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the fucking point.
Stop swearing. There's no need for it.
Yeah?
Just let each other finish.
Yeah. He didn't give a shit, so he scores 2 goals. He scored 5 critical goals for us last season. He didn't give a shit, so he dragged us out the game against Newcastle. He dragged us through the Europa League Cup.
He made mistakes in that Newcastle game. What are you talking about?
He motivated the players before half time.
Adrian, I don't know what you're watching, mate, honestly.
So he's crap. Well, Dan, look, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't dislike you or nothing like that. I just disagree with you, okay?
But Adrian, he says he wants to leave, right? So that shows he doesn't care about the club. He got injured and went back to Argentina. De Zerbi told us that he went back to Argentina and wasn't coming back. He only came back because of the PR stuff. Like this stuff, I don't understand. That's not debatable. He told us that. We heard it from De Zerbi.
But he wasn't like fans would like you to believe, Scott. He wasn't the reason we finished 17th.
I don't know. I've never heard anyone say he was the reason, so I can't argue against that.
It didn't help.
But he didn't care. He was fine to leave. He wanted to leave.
It was fine if we got relegated. Remember that. He was the club captain. He was okay if we got relegated. He was genuinely okay if we got relegated. What does that tell you about the guy?
Well, Danny, that's bullshit, mate. Saying that.
No, it's not. Okay. What are you talking about? I can't do this.
I've got respect for you, but you're talking absolute crap now.
But
you just
how can you say that we would get relegated, right?
Scott,
you might be pissed off. It's not okay that we'd get relegated. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
If he wasn't okay with it, why did he go back to Argentina? Why did he not stay in London? Help the team as a captain with his leadership, with his experience winning as the club captain. Why did he go back to Argentina and was ready to skip the last
I don't know the full story behind that. There's a lot of rhetoric around that. You know,
he left. We know that. You know that
Zerbi confirmed it during the season.
No, he went to Argentina and he came back. Now, I'm not defending him. You might be right in what you're thinking, right? Totally right. In which case, he was in the wrong. If that was the case, he was in the wrong.
He's a fucking scumbag.
But we know that he went to Argentina. That's not rhetoric.
But he came back.
He came back.
He wasn't originally coming back. We know that.
None of us know the true story behind why he went.
Yes, we do. De Zerbi told us. Do you think De Zerbi's a liar?
Speculate. No, he didn't tell us.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
De Zerbi said he has club permission to go back to Argentina. We know he's there.
Well, then that's the club's fault and not his. Then that's the club's fault.
He is the club. Well, he is part of the club. What are you talking? Oh
no, no, he isn't the club. Then don't try and twist it around that way. He isn't the club. The club said he's under the payroll, so he had to be given permission to go. So he'd have had to ask for whatever reason, whether it was family, whether it's to watch his boy club team that we heard, or this, that, and the other. He had to be given permission by the club. So it was a PR disaster by the club because of the situation we were in, right? And he went. So you don't just go without permission, right?
Adrian, I agree with you that the club was wrong to let him go. I agree partially, but partially wrong to let him go. But do you not agree that he should not even have ever asked for it? If he cared for people that care about the club, he should have never even asked it.
I agree. I agree. If
he had anything,
if he didn't have a good reason for going that we don't know about. If not, then he's in the wrong. If not,
to go watch his boyhood club in the
final. All he had to do, right? No,
but what I won't have is like players just slated for no reason.
All he had to do, right, is wait a few days to go to Argentina. Right? He said it's about going to get some physio or whatever it was, yeah, to go and
cup
get
final as well for his boyhood club.
some medical, yeah. Then it turns out that he wanted to go and see his boyhood club that he played for.
Well, that's what the press said, yeah.
This is what the press said. Shit at the fan, and he had to come back. Yeah. So if he thought anything about this club, he would have said, "No, hang on a minute. This is my club. They're paying my wages. I ain't going to. I want to be the captain and help them through the dressing room and be a captain. Right or wrong?"
But if he went, that's true. But if he went for genuine purposes, like he wanted to get medical treatment off the Argentinian doctor,
He could have waited. No, man, he could have waited a couple of
I would
days.
get that with our medical department, though.
Yeah, I can get but it weren't like an emergency that he had to go and get that medical treatment there and then. Right or wrong, Adrian?
No, you're right, and we don't know the full take on the whole story surrounding this, but we know that when any club is going through a difficult situation,
when you're a club captain,
right?
When
we know
when
what's going to happen.
I'm trying
He's
to
not just any player, Adrian.
I'm trying to meet you both ways, guys. When you're a club captain,
both ways. You all you do is agree or disagree with me. I can live with that. I can take.
No, I'm not doing it. But what I'm saying is, the club as a club captain, you're supposed to be stand there tooth and nail and fight for your club, for your players. Yeah.
In a
and
game
for
where
him to walk away, and get on a plane and fuck off, yeah, knowing full well them lads have got to go on the. This is the game of their life, yeah, because they're going to go down the championship. Yeah, that ain't no way to be a captain. It really ain't.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I can't. I
agree.
like Romero. I like Romero, but he had a choice. He had the choice, Adrian.
Everything in life is a choice.
I agree, but I don't know the full circumstances behind it. We know
no one does, but it doesn't look good, does it?
Was ramped up by the fan base, and I get that when you're in a shit situation, they were having a shotgun blast at everything to do with all aspects of our football.
Of course they were.
And I get that. All players, all management, all staff, everything else. I get all that. Right?
It just weren't a good look, and to be a captain
it wasn't
of a football
look.
club.
I agree, it wasn't a good look.
Yeah, right? So if he had anything about him and he cared about the club, he would have been there. Sorry, that's all I'm saying on that, Adrian.
I'm going to jump in.
Well, either it was poor judgment by him, and it was definitely bad judgment by the club by saying
absolutely
you can go.
Soon as the media got hold of that, yeah. They shit it the fan, didn't it?
And you know what the media are like with Spurs.
Of course
right?
they are. They're looking for it.
Right?
They're looking for it, Adrian.
Yeah.
But why give them the fucking the bullets for the gun?
That's what he did all the time with everything, Romero.
Yeah. Can I just cut in? We're going to wrap the show up. It's officially my birthday. And
Happy birthday,
Cookie.
I've been summoned by the missus. She said, "Oi, it's gone 12 o'clock. Are you taking that?" Yeah. So anyway, look,
birthday present time, Cookie.
He's on a promise. Look, he's on a promise.
It is what it is.
Guys, I admire your passion.
There you go. Look,
I'll talk again, Adrian. Yeah, that's been good. Good debate, mate.
It's great to have different opinions and
I tried to
through. I think it is anyway.
Talk it through.
You know, we all.
No,
want
you
the
did.
same
You did
thing.
well, really.
Look, we all want the same thing at the end of the day. Tottenham to win stuff. I think that's
of course
what
we do.
it's
We
all
all
about
want the
as
best
fans.
for our club.
Exactly. Right. Let me just say, I think Drula or Scott or both have been putting people's links in the chat since they've been on tonight.
Yeah.
So
Big
big
up
up to
darling.
them for that. So I don't have to go around everyone. What I will say is subscribe to Rowley. He's been on here most of the night, as has Adrian. Subscribe over to Spurs Diehards. Danny and Dave, I've got no idea. But there's been others on tonight. Yeah, as well. Subscribe to everyone that takes part in the shows. It's been a great show as always. I mean, he's calling me cocky, but I think
I'm going to have to get Danny and you guys on. I'm going to have to get you guys on Spurs Diehards. We've got a show tomorrow at 10 and one.
It was really good chat. It was good. It was good chats. It was...
Yeah, if you're on, Dan, I'll message you or something. You know what I mean?
No worries.
True.
Drew la la. Drew la la's on.
Oh, say no more, Drula. I just can't beat that. Happy birthday from everyone to me. Listen, the birthday stream is tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. as usual. I had a day off today.
You'll be out a walk, won't you?
Well, don't worry about walk. I'll call if I have to.
I'm not an early riser, Cookie, but I mean, like, I will like.
You've got to take some of his pills.
Yeah.
I'm only subscribed. I'm only subscribed to about 40 channels. Like,
well, it's difficult, Adrian, isn't it, to keep up?
You should join more often, Adrian.
And I do like. I mean, apart from the WhatsApp, our WhatsApp group's great. We've got about 25 podcasters anyway. There's about just 100 in there, but like, it's very mature and sensible. We don't mind people joining as long as they're mature and sensible. Yeah, but it's quite good. So. And on Diodes, we basically just talk football. Like we don't today, we talk football. I mean, like, you know, so.
Football at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's all about football. It's all about the love of our club, isn't it? And, you know,
Yeah.
no one's right and no one's wrong at the end of the day because the club's going to do what the club does.
Yeah, and it's all opinion.
Adrian's wrong.
it's about. Listen, I've been supporting this club for 1 or 2 decades.
I'm joking. I'm messing, Adrian.
And like, the passion in me will never die. Like, the flame burns brighter each season, and I'm always glass 2/3 full, right? As people know, which, like, they hit me of being delusional, but fair enough, bring it on. I can handle it.
That's fair.
You're definitely glass full when it comes to the youngsters as well.
Say no more. What's that, Dan?
I said he's definitely glass full when it comes to the youngsters. But then again, you do watch a lot of the under 21 and 18 games, don't you?
Well, what I try to do is, like, okay, and now I know fans will debate things and have a disagreement. So I've always done it in a WhatsApp group, in the Facebook group, which is big, X and all that. I will post videos in there. What I won't do is browbeat people. What I'll do is, like, okay, look, whether you've got a an opinion on this or that, I'll put the videos out there. Your choice if you want to watch them. I'm not going to tell you you've got to watch this or do that. I'll let the fans make the decisions for themselves, right? And make their own stuff, you know.
That's good. Anyone else want to say anything before we wrap up?
It's been emotional.
Happy birthday, Benji.
Happy
40th.
Yesterday, Benji. It's my
Happy
turn
50th,
now.
Benji.
Happy birthday, Benji. Happy birthday, Cookie. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's Danny's birthday as well. Happy birthday, Danny. That was doing the rounds for about 3 weeks.
Big up to you, Dave. Big up to you, Dave. Big up to Rowley. Big up to everyone who's been on. Big up to everyone in the chat. Listen.
Good show, guys. Good fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. The breakfast brunch, as they say. Be there or be square. And as always, I forgot something. Stop.
Adrian, put your link in the put your link in your private chat for your WhatsApp group.
I've got to say thanks to Sava for putting in a super chat. Sava, really appreciate you. I am a bozo. What are we doing here? Sent in a super sticker. Big up to you. And Drula became a member. She's not a new member. She became a member again. So big up to all of you. Does anyone else? Oh, I was halfway through saying bye, wasn't I? Yeah, big up to everyone. Chat. Everyone who's been on tonight. Been a fabulous stream. See you in the morning for the breakfast brunch, 9:30. And as always, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Bomba, you Spurs.
Yo.
Lads down the lane with the pure coys flow.